Hello, welcome back to our podcast. In this episode, we will have a look into the rise of Pompeii and the last 48 hours of Pompeii. Pompeii didn't become famous because it was destroyed. It was already thriving, wealthy, and deeply embedded in the Roman world long before catastrophe arrived. This is the story of how an ancient city built its fortune from the ground up, transforming fertile land, strategic location, and human ambition into one of the most prosperous urban centers of its time. The city sat on a volcanic plateau roughly 40 meters above sea level, perched on the southern slope of Mount Vesuvius with commanding views across the Bay of Naples. To the west lay the glittering waters of the Tyrrhenian Sea. To the east stretched the fertile Sarno River Valley, a natural highway connecting inland towns to the coast. This wasn't accidental geography. Pompeii occupied one of the most strategically advantageous positions in all of Campania, the wealthy region surrounding modern Naples. The plateau itself was formed from ancient lava flows, creating a naturally defensible position that early settlers recognized immediately. But defense was only part of the advantage. The real wealth lay in the soil. Volcanic earth, rich in minerals and nutrients, possessed extraordinary water retention capabilities. Even in the hot, dry Mediterranean summers, crops flourished. The sea breezes from the Tyrrhenian coast brought moisture and moderated temperatures, creating a microclimate ideal for agriculture. Grapes, olives, wheat, barley, millet, fruits, and vegetables all grew abundantly in the fields surrounding the city. Just adjacent to Pompeii, the Sarno River reached the sea. In ancient times, the river mouth was protected by lagoons, creating a natural harbour that Greek and Phoenician sailors had used for centuries as a haven port. The Romans later developed this further, recognizing its value for moving goods between the interior and the coast. Pompeii became the entrepot, the commercial gateway, for the entire Sarno Valley. Goods flowed through the city in both directions, agricultural products heading to regional markets and imported luxuries traveling inland to smaller towns like Nuceria and Nola. The city also sat close to Puteoli, one of the most important ports in the entire Roman Empire. Puteoli handled massive volumes of grain, wine, and exotic goods arriving from across the Mediterranean and beyond. Pompeii's proximity meant it could tap into these trade networks without bearing the full costs and complexities of operating a major international port itself. It was close enough to benefit, but far enough to maintain its own distinct identity and economic base. Roads connected Pompeii to the broader Campanian network. Well-maintained Roman roads linked the city to Neapolis, modern Naples to Capua in the north, and to coastal towns along the bay. These weren't rough tracks. They were engineered thoroughfares paved with durable volcanic stone, designed to handle heavy cart traffic and facilitate rapid communication. Merchants could move goods efficiently. Officials could travel quickly. Information flowed freely. In the Roman world, roads meant power and prosperity, and Pompeii was well connected. Scholars recognize that Campanian cities, Capua, Cumae, Neapolis, Pompeii, and Puteoli functioned as a single socio-economic unit. They traded with each other, shared cultural influences, and collectively created one of the wealthiest regions in the ancient Mediterranean. The luxury villas dotting the Bay of Naples coastline generated enormous demand for high-end goods and services, and Pompeii was positioned to supply them. This regional integration amplified the city's natural advantages, turning local prosperity into sustained economic growth. The earliest evidence of settlement at Pompeii dates back centuries before Rome's rise to dominance. Archaeological remains suggest that indigenous Italic peoples, possibly the Oscans, first established a community on the plateau. They recognized the defensive advantages and agricultural potential. Over time, the settlement attracted attention from more powerful neighbors. Greek colonists from nearby Cumae likely influenced early Pompeii, introducing architectural styles, religious practices, and commercial connections to the wider Greek world. By the 6th century BCE, Pompeii had developed into a recognizable urban center with defensive walls, public spaces, and organized streets. The city's early layout shows Greek influence in its planning, though the population remained culturally diverse. Etruscan traders from the north also left their mark, contributing to the cosmopolitan character that would define Pompeii throughout its history. In the 5th century BCE, the Samnites, a powerful Italic people from the mountainous interior, gained control of Pompeii. This marked a significant shift. The Samnites brought their own language, customs, and political structures, but they also embraced and adapted what they found. Rather than destroying Greek and Oscan elements, they integrated them, creating a hybrid culture that blended indigenous traditions with Mediterranean influences. The Oscan language appeared in public inscriptions, and Samnite architectural styles shaped the city's temples and public buildings. Rome's expansion into southern Italy brought Pompeii into the Roman sphere during the late 4th and early 3rd centuries BCE. Initially, the relationship was one of alliance rather than direct control. Pompeii maintained considerable autonomy, governing itself according to local customs while acknowledging Roman supremacy in military and foreign affairs. This arrangement worked well for both parties. Rome gained a loyal ally in a strategic region, and Pompeii gained access to Roman protection and trade networks. The social war of 91 to 88 BCE changed everything. Italian cities, including Pompeii, rebelled against Rome, demanding full citizenship rights. The conflict was brutal, and Pompeii suffered a siege by Roman forces under the general Sulla. The city eventually surrendered, and in 89 BCE it became a Roman colony. Veterans from Sulla's legions were settled in Pompeii, receiving land confiscated from locals. The city was reorganized along Roman lines, with Latin replacing Oscan as the official language and Roman law superseding local customs. This Romanization transformed Pompeii, but it didn't erase its earlier character. Instead, the city absorbed Roman culture while retaining traces of its Samnite and Greek past. The result was a distinctly Pompeian identity, Roman in structure but flavored by centuries of multicultural development. This adaptability became one of the city's greatest strengths. By the 1st century CE, Pompeii had fully matured into a thriving Roman city of 10,000 to 20,000 residents. It covered roughly 64 to 67 hectares, its streets laid out in an organized grid pattern that reflected centuries of urban planning. The city's prosperity was visible everywhere, from the elaborate homes of the elite to the hundreds of shops lining busy streets. The foundation of Pompeii's wealth was agriculture. The volcanic soil that surrounded the city produced crops in quantities far beyond local needs. Wine was especially important. Vineyards covered the hillsides and plains around Vesuvius, and Pompeian wine earned a reputation for quality across the Roman world. The region produced 4 times the amount of wine needed to meet local demand, with the surplus exported to Rome and other markets. Wine bottles bearing Pompeian marks have been found in the capital itself, proof that the city's products reached the highest levels of Roman society. Columella, an influential agricultural writer of the period, established high standards for vineyard productivity in Campania. His work created a culture of excellence that Pompeian vintners embraced. Producing quality wine wasn't just about making money, it was about reputation, status, and demonstrating one's place in the sophisticated world of Roman commerce. Wealthy landowners invested heavily in their estates, employing skilled workers and purchasing advanced equipment to ensure their wines met the demanding tastes of urban consumers. Olive oil was another major product. Like wine, it served multiple purposes in Roman life: cooking, lighting, personal hygiene, and religious rituals. The olive groves around Pompeii produced oil in commercial quantities, processed in large, pressing facilities, equipped with sophisticated stone mechanisms. Archaeological evidence shows that Pompeii had advanced oil presses and millstones, the kind of capital-intensive equipment that indicates serious, profit-oriented production. Beyond wine and oil, the countryside supplied wheat, barley, millet, fruits, and vegetables. Local mills ground grain into flour, which bakeries transformed into bread, the staple of the Roman diet. These weren't small cottage industries. Pompeii had large commercial bakeries with multiple ovens, capable of producing hundreds of loaves daily. Some bakeries sold directly to the public, while others supplied shops and market stalls throughout the city. Food processing extended to more specialized products. Pompeii was famous throughout the Mediterranean for garum, a fermented fish sauce that Romans used as a condiment and flavor enhancer in countless dishes. The production process was distinctive and pungent. Fish, often small species like anchovies or mackerel, were layered with salt in large ceramic vessels and left to ferment for weeks or months. The resulting liquid was strained, bottled, and sold at prices that varied enormously depending on quality. The best garum could sell for 1,000 sesterces per 12 pints, an extraordinary sum that reflected both the skill required to produce superior sauce and the willingness of wealthy Romans to pay premium prices for exceptional flavors. Pliny the Elder, the Roman naturalist and writer, specifically praised the superiority of Pompeian fish sauce, confirming its reputation extended far beyond local markets. One of Pompeii's wealthiest residents was Aulus Umbricius Scaurus, a freedman who built a commercial empire on garum production. Scholars believe Scaurus was the city's leading fish sauce manufacturer, with products traded across the Mediterranean. He owned his own retail shop and controlled 6 or more additional outlets managed by family members, freedmen, and slaves. Archaeological evidence shows his garum reached as far as modern France, and his merchant mark appeared on jars originating from southern Spain, suggesting he also imported and resold products made by others. Scaurus advertised his success through his home. Floor mosaics depicted urns of his products with inscriptions celebrating their quality. This wasn't modesty. It was a deliberate statement of commercial achievement and social status. In a society where reputation mattered intensely, successful businessmen used their homes as showrooms, demonstrating to visitors that they had mastered both the art of making money and the art of displaying it tastefully. The garum industry also demonstrated Roman economic efficiency. Fish processing produced waste, entrails, bones, and scraps that needed disposal. Rather than discarding these byproducts, Pompeian producers found ways to use them. Lower grades of fish sauce incorporated these materials, creating products at various price points that served different market segments. Nothing was wasted. Every part of the process contributed to profit. Fishing itself became a significant industry. Pompeii's proximity to the sea provided access to fresh catches, and archaeological discoveries of nets, hooks, and other fishing equipment confirm that locals actively pursued marine resources. Fish wasn't just for garum production. Fresh and preserved fish appeared on dining tables throughout the city, from simple meals in modest homes to elaborate banquets in wealthy villas. Pompeii's economy extended far beyond agriculture and food processing. The city hosted over 600 shops where residents could purchase produce, meat, bread, wine, housewares, and countless other goods. This wasn't a subsistence economy where people produced everything they needed at home. It was a market economy where specialization and exchange created efficiency and prosperity. Artisans operated workshops throughout the city, producing finished goods for local consumption and export. The textile industry was particularly important. Wool arrived in Pompeii from surrounding regions to be washed, spun, dyed, and woven into cloth. Wool was the main textile fibre of the Roman world, used for everything from basic tunics to elaborate garments. Silk and cotton were luxury materials, mostly accessible only to wealthy Pompeians. Textile production required specialized knowledge and equipment, so only certain ancient cities gained the necessary expertise. This created trade opportunities as towns exchanged their particular products. Fullers, specialists in cleaning and finishing cloth, operated prominently in Pompeii. The process involved treating fabric with various substances, including urine, which was collected from public urinals throughout the city. Yes, this sounds unpleasant to modern sensibilities, but in the Roman world it was simply practical chemistry. The ammonia in aged urine helped clean and whiten cloth. Fullers were respected professionals, and their guild was important enough that a wealthy patroness named Eumachia built an impressive headquarters for them in the Forum. Pottery production flourished in Pompeii. Local clay deposits and access to fuel for kilns made ceramic manufacture economically viable. Potters produced everyday items like storage jars, cooking pots, and tableware, alongside more decorative pieces. Some pottery was purely functional, designed for durability and utility. Other pieces displayed artistic ambition, decorated with painted designs or molded reliefs that transformed utilitarian objects into expressions of style and taste. Metalworking shops produced tools, weapons, jewelry, and decorative items. Bronze was especially common, used for everything from door fittings to elaborate statues. Archaeological excavations have uncovered workshops with furnaces, molds, and partially finished pieces, providing direct evidence of active metalworking industries. These weren't massive factories. They were small-scale operations, often family-run, but collectively they produced significant output that contributed to both local consumption and regional trade. Pompeii's markets buzzed with activity. The Forum featured the Macellum, a covered market building where vendors sold fresh meat, fish, and other perishables. The structure included a central courtyard surrounded by shops, with a sophisticated design that managed crowds and maintained sanitation. This wasn't a chaotic free-for-all. It was an organized commercial space that reflected Roman urban planning principles and the city's commitment to facilitating trade. Beyond the formal markets, shops lined the city streets. Many combined workshop and retail space, allowing artisans to produce goods and sell them directly to customers. Bakeries, taverns, wine shops, fulleries, dye works, and countless other businesses created a dense commercial landscape. Ground floor spaces in residential buildings often housed shops, blurring the line between domestic and commercial life in ways that seem foreign to modern sensibilities, but were perfectly normal in ancient cities. Trade networks extended far beyond Pompeii's immediate region. Archaeological discoveries include ivory statues remarkably similar to those found in India, along with ivory gaming dice from South Asia. These objects provide concrete evidence of trade connections reaching across thousands of miles. Whether these items arrived through direct trade or passed through multiple intermediaries remains debated, but their presence in Pompeii demonstrates the city's integration into Mediterranean and even transcontinental exchange systems. Locally produced goods travelled outward as well. Pompeian wine, garum, pottery, and textiles reached markets throughout Italy and beyond. Amphorae, large ceramic shipping containers, bearing Pompeian marks have been found at archaeological sites across the Roman world. These containers once held wine, oil, or fish sauce, physical evidence of Pompeii's commercial reach. The city wasn't just consuming imports. It was actively producing and exporting, participating fully in the complex economic networks that bound the Roman Empire together. This two-way flow of goods created wealth at multiple levels. Merchants who organized trade routes and negotiated deals accumulated fortunes. Ship owners and transporters earned fees for moving goods. Producers received payment for their products. Tax collectors took their share. The economic activity generated by trade rippled through the entire urban economy, creating opportunities for employment, investment, and accumulation of wealth that extended beyond the merchant class to include artisans, laborers, and even some enslaved people who earned income through skilled work. The physical evidence of prosperity was everywhere. Streets paved with volcanic stone featured raised sidewalks and stepping stones that allowed pedestrians to cross without descending into drainage channels. This wasn't just functional infrastructure. It reflected civic pride and investment in public amenities that made urban life more pleasant and efficient. Walking through Pompeii meant navigating an organized, maintained urban environment that demonstrated the community's wealth and collective commitment to civilized living. Public infrastructure told only part of the story. Water flowed through the city thanks to a sophisticated aqueduct system that connected Pompeii to the Serino Aqueduct around 20 BCE. This wasn't just about convenience, it was about transforming urban life. Before the aqueduct, residents relied on wells and cisterns, adequate but limited. The new system brought running water directly into the city through lead pipes that branched throughout the urban grid, feeding public fountains, bath complexes, and eventually private homes for those wealthy enough to afford connections. The engineering was remarkable for its time. Water entered the city at a high point and flowed downward through gravity-fed distribution systems. A large water tower near the Vesuvius gate regulated pressure and directed flow into 3 main lines serving different districts. Public fountains appeared at regular intervals throughout the city, usually at street intersections where residents could easily access fresh water. These fountains weren't purely utilitarian. Many featured decorative carved stone basins and served as neighborhood gathering points where people met, gossiped, and conducted informal business. Private connections represented status. Wealthy households paid for the privilege of having water piped directly into their homes, feeding elaborate garden fountains, private baths, and kitchen facilities. The contrast between those who walked to public fountains and those who enjoyed water on demand marked another visible line dividing social classes. Yet the system served everyone. Even residents without private connections benefited from clean, abundant public water that reduced disease and improved quality of life across all economic levels. Bath complexes stood among the most important public buildings in any Roman city, and Pompeii maintained several. The Stabian baths, dating to the 2nd century BCE, were the oldest and largest, occupying an entire city block. These weren't simple bathhouses. They were elaborate social centers featuring cold plunge pools, warm rooms, hot rooms, exercise areas, and changing facilities. Separate sections accommodated men and women, though the women's areas were typically smaller, reflecting broader Roman attitudes about public space and gender. Bathing followed a ritualized sequence. Visitors began with exercise in an open courtyard, working up a sweat through wrestling, ball games, or weightlifting. Next came the warm room, where bodies adjusted gradually to higher temperatures. Then the hot room, intensely heated by furnaces beneath the floor that sent hot air circulating through hollow walls. After sweating profusely, bathers scraped their skin with curved metal tools called strigils, removing dirt, oil, and dead skin. Finally, they plunged into cold water, shocking the system and completing the cycle. This wasn't just hygiene. It was socializing, networking, and displaying status. Elite citizens might arrive with enslaved attendants carrying oils, perfumes, and fresh clothing. They conducted business deals between rooms, arranged marriages, discussed politics, and showed off their bodies and possessions. For common citizens, the baths offered one of the few spaces where class distinctions temporarily blurred, where a shopkeeper might bathe near a wealthy landowner, both naked and equal in the steam. The Forum stood at the center of everything. Measuring roughly 157 by 38 meters, this massive rectangular plaza served as marketplace, political stage, religious center, and social hub all at once. Colonnaded porticos surrounded the space on three sides, providing shaded walkways where people could conduct business protected from sun and rain. The northern end was dominated by the Temple of Jupiter, flanked by smaller temples and civic buildings. The eastern side featured the Macellum, an enclosed market building where vendors sold meat, fish, and produce under a covered roof supported by columns. Every city function found expression in the Forum. Merchants displayed goods in the porticos. Politicians delivered speeches from raised platforms. Religious processions wound through the space during festivals. Legal proceedings took place in the Basilica, a large covered hall on the western side that served as courthouse and business center. The Forum wasn't just a location. It was the physical manifestation of civic identity, the stage where Pompeii performed its own importance. Religious buildings dotted the Forum and the wider city. The Temple of Apollo, one of the oldest structures in Pompeii, predated Roman control and reflected the city's earlier cultural influences. The Temple of Isis, dedicated to the Egyptian goddess, whose cult had spread throughout the Mediterranean, showed how cosmopolitan Pompeii had become, embracing religious practices from far beyond Italy. Smaller household shrines appeared in private homes, where families made daily offerings to protective spirits and ancestors. Religion wasn't separate from daily life. It permeated everything. Merchants made offerings before opening shops. Families sacrificed at household altars before meals. Public festivals marked the calendar with processions, sacrifices, and feasts that brought the entire community together. These weren't optional cultural add-ons. They were essential mechanisms for maintaining social order, expressing shared identity, and seeking divine protection for the city and its inhabitants. Entertainment infrastructure revealed another dimension of Pompeii's prosperity. The amphitheatre, built around 70 BCE, stands as one of the earliest permanent stone amphitheatres in the Roman world. Measuring 135 by 104 metres, with seating for roughly 20,000 spectators, it could accommodate nearly twice the city's population. This wasn't accidental. The amphitheatre drew crowds from surrounding towns, transforming gladiatorial games and animal hunts into regional events that brought prestige and economic activity to Pompeii. The structure itself demonstrated engineering sophistication. Built partially into a natural slope to reduce construction costs and improve stability, it featured a complex system of corridors, staircases, and entrances that managed crowd flow efficiently. Seating was strictly hierarchical. The best seats near the arena floor went to local magistrates and wealthy citizens. Middle sections housed ordinary free citizens. The highest, cheapest seats accommodated women, the poor, and possibly enslaved people, though evidence for exact seating arrangements remains incomplete. Gladiatorial combat was brutal business, but it was also entertainment, political spectacle, and social glue. Local officials sponsored games to gain popularity and demonstrate wealth. Successful gladiators became celebrities. The violence served multiple purposes, providing public execution of criminals, displaying Roman military values, and offering cathartic release through controlled bloodshed. Modern sensibilities recoil, but for ancient Romans, the games were as normal as sports stadiums are today. Two theatres provided venues for different performances. The large outdoor theatre, built into a hillside in the 2nd century BCE, seated roughly 4,000 people and hosted dramatic performances, comedies, and tragedies derived from Greek traditions. The smaller covered theatre, or Odeon, accommodated about 1,000 spectators in an intimate space designed for musical performances and poetry readings, where acoustics mattered more than capacity. Theatre attendance crossed class lines, though seating arrangements maintained social distinctions. Performances happened during religious festivals and special occasions, transforming the theatre into another space where the community gathered, shared cultural experiences, and reinforced collective identity. The presence of two theatres in a city of Pompeii's size indicates how seriously Romans took cultural programming and how much wealth the community could dedicate to leisure activities. This infrastructure didn't appear overnight. It accumulated over centuries through a combination of public investment and private patronage. Wealthy citizens funded buildings as acts of civic generosity, gaining prestige and political advantage. The names of donors often appeared in dedicatory inscriptions, ensuring permanent recognition. This system created incentives for the rich to invest in public goods, while allowing the broader population to benefit from amenities they couldn't afford individually. Housing patterns reflected the city's economic diversity. Elite residences occupied substantial portions of city blocks, sprawling complexes organized around open courtyards called atria and gardens called peristyles. The House of the Faun, covering nearly 3,000 square meters, stood as perhaps the grandest example. Built in the early 2nd century BCE, it featured 2 atria, 2 peristyles, multiple dining rooms, and even a small private bath complex. The house contained elaborate mosaics, including the famous Alexander mosaic, depicting the Battle of Issus between Alexander the Great and Darius III of Persia, crafted from over 1 million tiny coloured tiles. Oh, these mansions weren't just homes. They were stages for displaying wealth, conducting business, and entertaining clients. The architecture followed patterns designed to impress visitors progressively as they moved deeper into the house. Public rooms near the entrance featured elaborate decoration visible to anyone who entered. Private family quarters lay further back, accessible only to trusted guests. Gardens provided peaceful retreats and growing spaces for decorative plants and small-scale agriculture. Not all residents lived in palaces. Most Pompeians occupied much smaller dwellings, often in multi-story buildings where shops occupied ground floors and apartments filled upper levels. These structures combined commercial and residential functions in ways that made the city feel densely packed and constantly active. Shopkeepers lived above their businesses. Artisans worked in ground-floor workshops attached to modest living quarters. The architecture reflected economic realities, maximizing limited urban space. Even relatively modest homes often displayed surprising artistic decoration. Approximately 30% of excavated houses contain elaborate wall paintings, mosaics, or decorative stucco work that would seem extravagant by modern standards. This suggests that prosperity in Pompeii extended well beyond the aristocratic elite, to include successful merchants, skilled artisans, and freedmen who accumulated enough wealth to invest in home decoration that signaled their social aspirations and economic achievements. Social structure was complex and surprisingly fluid for an ancient society. At the top stood the elite, wealthy landowners and political office holders whose families had dominated local affairs for generations. Many descended from Italian families who settled the region after Roman conquest, though some claimed older roots. These men competed for magistracies, funded public buildings, and maintained networks of clients who supported them politically in exchange for economic and legal assistance. Below them existed a substantial middle stratum of successful merchants, workshop owners, and independent artisans. These weren't aristocrats, but they weren't poor either. They owned businesses, employed workers, and accumulated enough wealth to afford decorated homes and comfortable lifestyles. Some were freedmen, former slaves who earned or purchased freedom and built successful careers. The Vetti brothers exemplify this trajectory. Once enslaved, they became wealthy wine merchants whose house featured elaborate frescoes advertising their prosperity. Freedmen occupied an interesting social position. Legally free but bearing the social stigma of former servitude. They couldn't hold political office but could accumulate unlimited wealth. Many channeled their ambitions into business, becoming merchants, bankers, or manufacturers. Some grew extraordinarily wealthy, far richer than freeborn citizens of modest means. This created social tensions as traditional hierarchies based on birth clashed with economic realities, where former slaves lived in mansions while freeborn citizens struggled. The patron-client relationship structured much of social interaction. Wealthy patrons provided jobs, legal assistance, and financial support to clients who reciprocated with political support, labor, and social deference. These weren't contracts, but informal obligations that bound people across class lines in webs of mutual dependence. A wealthy merchant might be patron to dozens of clients while simultaneously serving as client to an even wealthier aristocrat, creating complex networks that facilitated both social stability and economic cooperation. Women's roles were constrained, but not invisible. Elite women couldn't hold political office or vote, but they owned property, managed businesses, and exercised influence through family connections. Eumakia, a public priestess and wealthy patroness, commissioned a large building in the Forum that served as headquarters for the Fullers' Guild. Her prominent dedicatory inscription ensured her name and generosity remained publicly visible, demonstrating how women could achieve recognition within the limitations of their society. Enslaved people formed the foundation of the entire economic system. They worked in fields, shops, and households, performing labor that generated wealth for their owners while receiving minimal compensation. Some acquired skills that made them valuable, working as accountants, teachers, or artisans. A few accumulated enough money to purchase freedom. Most remained enslaved for life, their labor and bodies controlled by others, their experiences largely invisible in the archaeological record, except as nameless figures in frescoes or occasional mentions in graffiti and inscriptions. Understanding Pompeii's prosperity requires acknowledging this uncomfortable reality. The city's wealth wasn't built solely through entrepreneurial innovation or favorable geography. It rested substantially on the systematic exploitation of enslaved labor that modern ethics condemn, but ancient Romans considered normal and necessary. Recent scholarly estimates suggest approximately 6 million sesterces flowed annually to Pompeian slaveholders through their exploitation of enslaved workers, a staggering sum that funded the buildings, art and lifestyle we admire today. This is what existed before disaster entered the story. A thriving Roman city of perhaps 15,000 residents, economically diverse, culturally sophisticated, architecturally impressive, and socially stratified. Pompeii had grown from modest origins into a prosperous urban centre, fully integrated into Mediterranean trade networks and Roman political structures. Its streets busy with commerce, its public spaces filled with citizens pursuing business and pleasure, its future seemingly secure. None of this prosperity arose from luck alone. Geography provided opportunity, but human ambition transformed it into sustained wealth. Pompeii's commercial success stemmed from deliberate choices about what to produce, where to trade, and how to organize labor. Wine became the city's most celebrated export, and vineyards dominated the surrounding countryside. The volcanic soil of Mount Vesuvius created ideal conditions for grape cultivation. Minerals from ancient eruptions enriched the earth with nutrients that vines absorbed readily. Water retention properties meant roots stayed hydrated even during dry Mediterranean summers. Airflow from the Tyrrhenian Sea moderated temperatures, preventing the scorching heat that damaged crops elsewhere in the empire. Columella, a prominent agricultural writer of the period, established exacting standards for vineyard productivity in Campania. His guidelines influenced how landowners managed their estates, creating a culture of excellence that elevated Pompeian wines above competitors. Evidence recovered from archaeological sites reveals wine amphorae bearing Pompeian stamps found as far away as Rome, proof that the city's vintages reached fashionable tables in the capital. The scale of production was extraordinary. The region around Vesuvius produced 4 times the wine needed for local consumption. This massive surplus flowed outward through trade networks, generating income that enriched landowners and created employment for agricultural workers, transporters, and merchants. Olive oil formed another pillar of agricultural wealth. Groves surrounded the city, their gnarled trees yielding fruit pressed in sophisticated mills. Archaeological excavations uncovered advanced oil presses and millstones throughout Pompeii, equipment representing significant capital investment. Olive oil served multiple purposes beyond cooking. Romans used it for lighting lamps, moisturizing skin, cleaning the body at baths, and as a base for perfumes and medicines. This versatility created steady demand. Pompeian estates also produced wheat, barley, and millet. These grains fed the local population and supplied regional markets. Mills ground wheat into flour, bakeries transformed it into bread, and the finished loaves appeared in shops across the city. This agricultural diversity created economic resilience. If grape harvests disappointed, olive oil sales compensated. When grain prices fluctuated, wine exports stabilized income. But Pompeii's fame extended beyond agriculture. The city produced one of the ancient world's most distinctive and lucrative commodities, garum, a fermented fish sauce that became essential to Roman cuisine throughout the Mediterranean. This pungent condiment was made by layering fish, usually small species like anchovies or mackerel, with salt in large ceramic vats. The mixture fermented for weeks or months under the sun, breaking down into a liquid sauce strained off and bottled. The process smelled terrible. Garum production facilities were typically located near city edges or downwind to spare residents the stench. Yet the finished product commanded premium prices. The best quality garum sold for 1,000 sesterces per 12 pints, an astronomical sum reflecting both its popularity and the skill required to produce superior bats. Aulus Umbricius Scaurus emerged as Pompeii's leading garum manufacturer. A freedman who rose from slavery to extraordinary wealth, Scaurus controlled a commercial empire that extended across the Mediterranean. Pottery labels recovered by archaeologists reveal an extensive operation. Scaurus owned his own retail shop, but also controlled 6 or more additional outlets managed by family members, slaves, and freedmen. His household included Umbricius Abascantus and Umbricius Agathopus, both freedmen, along with the freedwoman Umbricia Fortunata and a slave named Eutyche, each managing separate shops. This organizational structure maximized distribution while maintaining family control over quality and profits. Archaeological evidence demonstrates Scaurus operated as both manufacturer and importer. His products reached modern France, indicating export networks spanning hundreds of miles. Simultaneously, his mark appears on garum jars originating from southern Spain, suggesting he imported foreign products for local resale. This dual role as producer and distributor multiplied his income streams. Pliny the Elder, writing about regional products, praised the superiority of Pompeian fish sauce. Such endorsements from respected authorities enhanced the city's reputation and justified premium pricing. Scaurus advertised his success through his home. Floor mosaics depicted urns of his products with inscriptions celebrating their quality. These weren't merely decorative choices, they served as permanent marketing, ensuring visitors associated his household with commercial excellence. Successful businessmen throughout Pompeii used their residences similarly, transforming domestic spaces into advertisements for their prosperity and taste. The garum industry also demonstrated Roman economic efficiency. Fish processing generated waste, heads, bones, entrails. Rather than discarding these byproducts, manufacturers incorporated them into lower-grade sources sold at cheaper prices. Nothing went unused. Even the liquid remaining after premium garum was strained off could be diluted and sold as a humbler condiment for those unable to afford top-tier products. Commerce extended far beyond food production. Over 600 shops operated throughout Pompeii, selling produce, meat, bread, wine, housewares, and manufactured goods. Markets bustled with activity as residents purchased daily necessities and merchants negotiated wholesale transactions. The city's economy combined local consumption with export production, creating a dynamic commercial environment where goods constantly moved through the urban landscape. Wool processing formed a major industry. Raw fleece arrived from surrounding regions to be washed, spun, and dyed in Pompeian workshops. The textile sector employed numerous workers and required substantial equipment: looms, dyeing vats, cleaning facilities. Finished fabrics were sold locally and exported, adding another revenue stream to the city's diversified economy. Workshops produced pottery, metalwork, and various crafts. Artisans operated private shops where they manufactured goods for both local needs and long-distance trade. Although production volumes weren't massive by modern standards, these items traveled considerable distances. Pompeian ceramics, bronze work, and other manufactures appeared in archaeological sites across Campania and beyond. The thriving markets sold diverse goods: locally produced wine, olive oil, and ceramics alongside exotic items imported from across the Roman Empire and beyond. Ivory statues remarkably similar to those found in India have been discovered, along with ivory gaming dice from South Asia. These artifacts provide tangible evidence of trade connections extending to the distant east, demonstrating that Pompeii participated in commerce networks spanning continents. How did all this wealth translate into physical infrastructure? The city itself became a monument to prosperity. Streets followed a rational grid pattern, main thoroughfares running at 90-degree angles to each other and aligned with compass points. North-south and east-west arteries reached city gates and intersected at the Forum, where major temples stood alongside commercial infrastructure. Smaller streets created blocks containing insulae, some housing grand villas, others accommodating smaller homes, shops, public buildings, or multifamily apartments. Pavement consisted of durable volcanic stone. Raised sidewalks featured stepping stones allowing pedestrians to cross streets without descending into drainage channels that ran down the centers of roads. This infrastructure wasn't accidental. It required planning, investment, and maintenance. Someone had to quarry and transport stone. Workers had to cut and lay pavement. Engineers had to design drainage systems that prevented flooding during rainstorms. The existence of such sophisticated urban infrastructure indicated a community willing and able to invest substantial resources in public works. Water supply represented perhaps the most impressive engineering achievement. Around 20 BC, Pompeii connected to the Serino Aqueduct, a massive infrastructure project built by Marcus Vipsanius Agrippa. This aqueduct channeled water from mountain sources through a carefully graded system of channels and pipes, eventually reaching Pompeii through a dedicated spur. Inside the city, lead pipes distributed water to public fountains, baths, and private homes. This represented cutting-edge hydraulic engineering. Not every Roman city enjoyed running water. Many relied on wells and cisterns. Pompeii's connection to the aqueduct elevated living standards dramatically. Residents could access fresh water at numerous public fountains rather than hauling it from distant sources. Wealthy households paid for private connections, allowing water to flow directly into their homes. Baths operated constantly, providing facilities for bathing, exercise, and socializing. The water system made all this possible. Recent archaeological analysis revealed another engineering marvel. Romans developed a hot mixing technique for creating concrete, combining quicklime with dry volcanic ash before adding water. This process produced a self-healing material that could repair cracks over time through chemical reactions. The durability of Pompeian structures, which withstood earthquakes and weathering for centuries, testified to the sophistication of this building technology. Public buildings demonstrated civic ambition and competitive generosity. The Forum occupied a vast rectangular area measuring 157 by 38 meters, surrounded by a two-story colonnaded portico. On the north side stood the temple to Jupiter, Juno, and Minerva. The Macellum, a covered provision market, occupied the eastern side. Southern structures included the sanctuary of City Lares, the Temple of Vespasian, and the imposing headquarters of the woolen industry, erected by Eumachia. These buildings served practical functions, but also symbolized civic identity. The Forum was where commerce happened, where politicians campaigned, where religious festivals commenced, where legal disputes were settled. Its grandeur reflected community pride. The colonnades provided shade for shoppers and vendors. Statues honored distinguished citizens and imperial family members. Inscriptions commemorated donations and achievements. Walking through the Forum meant encountering Pompeii's self-image rendered in marble and bronze. Entertainment venues showcased the city's wealth and priorities. The amphitheatre, built around 70 BC, ranks among the oldest stone amphitheatres known. Constructed with private funds donated by Gaius Quinctius Valgus and Marcus Porcius, it measured 135 metres long and 104 metres wide, accommodating 20,000 spectators. That capacity represented nearly half the city's total population, illustrating the central importance of public spectacles in Roman civic life. An inscription honouring the donors cited their desire to demonstrate the colony's honour, suggesting the amphitheatre played a role in establishing Roman influence in Pompeii. The large theatre, built into a natural hillside in the 2nd century BC, seated roughly 4,000 spectators. It hosted dramatic performances, one of the first permanent stone theatres in the Roman world. A smaller covered theatre, the Odeon, accommodated about 1,000 people for musical performances and poetry readings. Its design optimized acoustics, allowing even whispered lines to carry to the upper rows. Bath complexes served as centers for socializing, exercise, and hygiene. The Stabian Baths, oldest and largest in the city, featured separate sections for men and women, each with cold, warm, and hot rooms. The Forum Baths occupied a more central location, convenient for those conducting business nearby. Central baths were still under construction when disaster struck. Cating continued investment in public amenities. Elite residences displayed wealth through architecture and decoration. The House of the Faun covered nearly 3,000 square meters, occupying an entire city block. Built in the early 2nd century BC, it featured 2 atria, 2 peristyles, 4 dining rooms, and a private bathing complex. Every room contained frescoes, mosaics, and early-style stucco, showcasing the owner's prosperity. The house belonged to a wealthy magistrate of the Satrai family, as testified by inscriptions. It was the only private residence in Pompeii with its own thermal environment, including tepidarium and calidarium. The Alexander mosaic, discovered in this house, measures nearly 6 meters long and over 3 meters wide. Created from more than 1 million tiny tesserae, it depicts the Battle of Issus between Alexander the Great and Darius III of Persia. This masterpiece exemplified the highest level of artistic craftsmanship available in the ancient world. The explicit Macedonian and Eastern references suggest the owner adopted Greek culture and tradition, using art to display not just wealth but also cultural sophistication and international connections. The Villa of the Mysteries, located just outside a city gate, covered approximately 40,000 square feet with at least 60 rooms. It functioned at various times as both luxury home and working farm, containing facilities for pressing grapes into wine, several large kitchens and baths, gardens, shrines, and marble statues. The villa possessed all spaces necessary for a wealthy patron to welcome guests for business and pleasure. The villa's enigmatic frescoes depicting Dionysian mystery rites made it famous. Life-sized figures arranged in a continuous narrative wrap around an entire room, possibly showing initiation ceremonies into a cult of Bacchus. These images provide rare visual evidence of religious practices normally kept secret, though their exact meaning remains debated by scholars. Art permeated Pompeian life at every social level. Approximately 30% of houses contained elite-style decoration, indicating that artistic embellishment wasn't limited to the super-wealthy, but extended to broader prosperous classes. Frescoes depicted scenes from Roman and Greek mythology, showcasing gods and heroes. Subjects ranged from grand historical battles to intimate garden landscapes, theatrical masks, and even explicit erotic imagery, reflecting the full spectrum of Roman cultural interests. Creating mosaics was costly in both time and money, requiring exceptional skill. The fact that so many homes invested in such decoration demonstrates widespread prosperity and cultural priorities that valued visual beauty. These artistic choices weren't purely aesthetic. They communicated messages about the homeowner's education, wealth, cultural sophistication, and social connections. A mosaic depicting scenes from Homer's epics signaled that the resident valued Greek learning. Images of theatrical masks suggested patronage of dramatic arts. Landscapes and still lifes created peaceful atmospheres for dining and conversation. This is what existed before disaster entered the story. The patron-client system formed the invisible scaffolding of Pompeian society. High-status individuals became leaders to lower-class people, transforming them into clients. These clients supported their patrons through political elections and various services, receiving in return gifts, free meals, or guidance with legal affairs. The relationship operated politically, socially, economically, and legally, creating networks of mutual obligation that permeated every level of society. This system facilitated both social mobility and economic cooperation in ways that might seem strange to modern eyes. A freedman with business acumen could accumulate wealth through trade but still lacked the ancestral prestige of the old families. By attaching himself to an elite patron, he gained social legitimacy and political connections. The patron, in turn, gained loyal supporters who could mobilize votes during elections or provide financial backing for public projects. Everyone benefited, though not equally. The Vetti brothers exemplified this pathway to prosperity. Former slaves who gained their freedom, they became wealthy tradesmen specializing in wine. Evidence proves their commercial success. The House of the Vetti ranks among Pompeii's most admired residences, displaying a range of frescoes that proclaimed their wealth through trade. These weren't inherited aristocrats displaying ancestral glory. These were self-made men advertising their achievements through art. Women could also achieve prominence, though through different channels. Eumachia stands out as a public priestess and wealthy patroness who commissioned the impressive building bearing her name in the Forum. This structure served as headquarters for the Fullers' Guild, those artisans who cleaned and processed wool. That a woman could exercise such economic and social influence, funding a major public building and associating herself with an entire industry, reveals possibilities for female power within Roman society's constraints. The Fullers themselves represented one of many craft guilds that organized Pompeian economic life. These weren't unions in the modern sense, but associations that combined professional identity, religious observance, and social networking. Members worshipped particular gods together, pooled resources for funerals, and supported each other's businesses. Inscriptions and graffiti throughout Pompeii reference these groups, showing how deeply they shaped daily life. Walk through Pompeii's streets, and you encounter over 600 shops where residents purchase produce, meat, bread, wine, and housewares. The density of commercial establishments reveals a city where specialization had replaced household self-sufficiency. Few families made everything they needed. Instead, they bought from bakers, butchers, potters, metalworkers, and countless other artisans who operated private shops throughout the city. Agricultural products dominated sales, but handicraft formed an important secondary economy. This involved processing agricultural products or items linked to animal breeding. Wool arrived from various parts of the region to be washed, spun, and dyed. The textile industry represented the largest economic sector in pre-industrial society, apart from food production. Wool served as the main fiber in the Roman world, while silk and cotton remained luxury goods, mostly used by wealthy Pompeians. Only certain ancient cities gained textile production expertise, leading towns to trade with each other rather than producing everything locally. Pompeii's position in these networks meant workshops hosted production of finished goods. Though the quantities weren't massive, products were traded over long distances. The thriving markets contained diverse goods, including locally produced wine, olive oil, and ceramics, alongside exotic items imported from across the Roman Empire and beyond. Some imports came from astonishingly distant places. Ivory statues remarkably similar to those found in India have been discovered in Pompeii, along with ivory gaming dice from South Asia. These objects provide tangible evidence of trade connections extending to the distant east, carried along routes that linked the Mediterranean to the Indian Ocean through ports in Egypt and Arabia. Manufacturing included pottery production, metalwork, and numerous other crafts. Small-scale workshops formed the economy's backbone. These operations produced goods for both local consumption and exportation, creating a commercial ecosystem where Pompeii both supplied its own needs and contributed products to broader regional markets. The city's harbour served trade flowing into and out of neighbouring towns like Nuceria and Nola, as the geographer Strabo claimed. Proximity to the port of Puteoli, one of Rome's most important harbours, amplified Pompeii's commercial advantages. Ships carrying grain from Egypt, wine from Greece, spices from the east, and countless other goods passed through this maritime network. Pompeian merchants could access global markets without leaving Campania. These commercial connections facilitated cultural exchange as well as economic profit. Foreign merchants brought not just goods, but ideas, artistic styles, religious practices, and culinary traditions. The cosmopolitan atmosphere, visible in Pompeii's art and architecture, reflects these encounters. A shopkeeper might serve a customer from Syria one morning and a farmer from the countryside that afternoon, each bringing their own perspective and needs. The presence of Roman elite in villas dotting the Bay of Naples created demand for high-level services and luxury goods. These wealthy Romans expected sophisticated entertainment, fine wines, skilled artisans, and beautiful objects. Their seasonal presence injected money into the local economy and raised standards across various industries. Workshops that supplied aristocratic villas needed to meet exacting standards, pushing craftsmen toward excellence. Slavery underpinned this prosperity in ways both visible and hidden. A probabilistic model suggests approximately 6 million sesterces flowed annually to Pompeii's masters through exploitation of enslaved labour. This represents an enormous transfer of value from those who worked to those who owned them. Slaves built the houses, tended the vineyards, worked in the workshops, served in the shops, and performed countless tasks that kept the city functioning. Some enslaved people eventually gained freedom, becoming freedmen and freedwomen who could accumulate property and establish businesses. Yet their status remained marked by their past. They couldn't hold the highest political offices, and social prejudices persisted despite legal freedom. Still, the possibility of manumission created incentives for loyalty and hard work, though this hardly justified the institution. Evidence suggests many Pompeian households existed well above subsistence level. Elite-style decoration appeared in approximately 30% of houses. This statistic reveals something crucial about Pompeii's economy. The city wasn't divided between a tiny group of extremely rich and masses of struggling poor. Instead, connections across its hinterland and the Mediterranean allowed non-elite, though not poor households, to accumulate wealth and elements of elite lifestyle. If there were 100 men at the top of the elite hierarchy, there would be 400 to 500 houses suitable for a sub-elite group, many probably owned by freedmen. This relatively broad distribution of wealth created a vibrant consumer economy, with customers for specialized goods and services. A mosaic artist could find steady work. A fishmonger could sell to dozens of households daily. A fuller could process wool for hundreds of clients. This prosperity didn't arrive overnight. Pompeii's economy had been flourishing for considerable time before its destruction, allowing gradual accumulation of wealth across social classes. Each generation built on the previous one's success. A grandfather who started as a merchant's assistant might see his grandson own a workshop and commission artwork for his home. Daily life reflected this prosperity in countless small ways. The quality of everyday pottery improved. More homes had their own gardens. Public fountains provided clean water throughout the city. Children from middling families learned to read and write, creating broader literacy than in many ancient cities. These incremental improvements accumulated into a substantially better standard of living. Religious life permeated the city, offering another lens on Pompeian prosperity. Temples to Jupiter, Juno, and Minerva dominated the forum's north end. The Temple of Apollo stood nearby, one of the city's oldest sacred structures. The Temple of Isis, an Egyptian goddess whose cult spread through the Roman world, showed Pompeii's cosmopolitan religious landscape. Each temple required priests, maintenance, offerings, and festivals that channeled wealth into religious expression. Household religion was equally important. Nearly every home contained a lararium, a shrine to household gods called lares, and to ancestral spirits. These shrines ranged from simple painted panels to elaborate architectural features, depending on the homeowner's means. Daily offerings of food, wine, and incense maintained relationships with protective spirits. Religion wasn't separate from daily life, but woven through it. Festivals punctuated the calendar, providing entertainment and reinforcing community bonds. The amphitheatre hosted gladiatorial games that could draw 20,000 spectators, nearly the city's entire population. These events were enormously expensive, typically funded by wealthy individuals seeking political advantage or social prestige. A politician might sponsor games to win popular support before an election, investing thousands of sesterces in spectacle. The theatres offered different entertainment. The large theatre seated about 4,000 for performances of comedies, tragedies, and other dramatic works. The smaller covered theatre, the Odeon, accommodated roughly 1,000 for musical performances and poetry recitations. These venues reveal a population that valued cultural sophistication alongside bloodsport. You could watch gladiators fight to the death one afternoon and attend a performance of Greek tragedy the next evening. Public baths served as social centres, where Pompeians gathered to exercise, bathe, and converse. The Stabian baths, oldest and largest, featured separate sections for men and women, each with cold, warm, and hot rooms. The forum baths occupied a central location, convenient for those conducting business. The central baths were still under construction when disaster struck, indicating continued investment in public amenities, even in what would be the city's final years. Food culture combined necessity and pleasure. Most Pompeians ate simple meals based on bread, vegetables, legumes, olive oil, and wine. Meat appeared less frequently, usually at festivals or in wealthier households. Fish provided protein for those who could afford it. Garum, that fermented fish sauce, flavored countless dishes across all social classes, though quality varied enormously. The wealthy dined differently. Their elaborate banquets featured multiple courses, exotic ingredients, and theatrical presentation. Dinner parties served as important social occasions where business relationships were forged, political alliances formed, and social status displayed. The dining room, or triclinium, in elite homes received special architectural attention and artistic decoration precisely because it hosted these crucial gatherings. Street food thrived in Pompeii's commercial districts. Thermopolia, ancient snack bars, lined busy streets. These establishments served hot food and drink to customers who lacked cooking facilities at home or wanted quick meals during busy days. Recent excavations have uncovered remarkably preserved examples with food still in containers, revealing what Pompeians actually ate. Duck bone, fish, snails, and legumes appear among the remains, showing diverse ingredients available to ordinary people. Political life revolved around annual elections for various offices. The highest position, duumvir, came with significant authority and responsibility. These officials oversaw justice, presided over the town council, and managed public finances. Lower offices included aediles, who supervised markets, streets, and public buildings. Competition for these positions was fierce, generating the painted electoral advertisements that cover Pompeii's walls. These campaign notices, thousands of which survived, provide rare insight into ancient political culture. Supporters painted endorsements on prominent walls throughout the city. Some were official, commissioned by candidates or their backers. Others were unofficial, painted by enthusiastic supporters or professional signwriters. A few were satirical, mock endorsements meant to embarrass rivals. They reveal a vibrant, contentious political culture where public opinion mattered. Becoming Roman meant adopting Roman political structures, legal systems, architectural styles, language, and lifestyle. Pompeii underwent this transformation gradually over several centuries. By the 1st century CE, Latin had become the dominant language, though Greek remained prestigious, and Oscan, the original local language, survived in some contexts. Public inscriptions appeared in Latin, following Roman conventions for abbreviations and formulas. Architecture proclaimed Roman identity. The Forum followed Roman patterns with temples, basilica, and administrative buildings arranged around a rectangular space. Private homes adopted the atrium peristyle plan favored by Roman elites. Even modest houses incorporated elements of Roman domestic architecture, demonstrating how thoroughly Roman culture penetrated society. This wasn't forced assimilation, but active adoption, as locals recognized advantages in embracing Roman norms. The city's street grid reflected Roman urban planning principles, though adapted to local topography. Main streets ran north-south and east-west, intersecting at right angles. Smaller streets created blocks containing mixed uses, some dominated by grand houses, others packed with shops and workshops. This planned layout contrasted with organic growth patterns typical of earlier settlements, marking Pompeii as a consciously designed Roman urban space. Water infrastructure showcased Roman engineering excellence. From about 20 BC, the Serino aqueduct supplied running water through a network of lead pipes. This system fed public fountains, baths, and private homes. Previous generations had relied on wells and rainwater cisterns. The aqueduct represented a massive improvement in public health and convenience, though wealthier residents benefited disproportionately since private connections required payment. Streets were paved with durable volcanic stone and featured raised sidewalks. Stepping stones allowed pedestrians to cross without stepping into drainage channels that ran down the center of streets. These channels carried rainwater and waste away from the city. The system wasn't perfect. Urban sanitation never is. But it represented sophisticated thinking about public health and urban management. This is what existed before disaster entered the story. Public baths were social institutions as much as hygienic ones. 3 major complexes served the city, the Stabian baths being the oldest and most elaborate. These facilities contained cold plunge pools, warm rooms, hot rooms, and exercise areas. Separate sections for men and women maintained social propriety, though the women's areas were usually smaller. Visiting the baths was a daily ritual for many residents, providing not just cleanliness, but social connection, business networking, and leisure. The heating system for these baths demonstrated sophisticated engineering. Hypocausts, underground furnaces, circulated hot air beneath raised floors and through hollow tiles in walls. Slaves tended these fires constantly, maintaining precise temperatures in different rooms. The fuel consumption was substantial, requiring steady supplies of wood, but the result was remarkable. Luxurious heated spaces where citizens could relax regardless of weather outside. Bath complexes included more than bathing facilities. Attached were exercise grounds, massage rooms, and sometimes small libraries or reading areas. Some had gardens or courtyards where patrons could socialize between bathing cycles. These weren't just places to get clean. They were community centers where business deals happened, political alliances formed, and social hierarchies played out in subtle ways. Entry fees were minimal, making baths accessible across social classes. A quadrans, the smallest coin, bought admission. This affordability meant baths served as great equalizers where senators might share space with shopkeepers, though never entirely without hierarchy. Wealthier patrons brought slaves to carry their bathing supplies and oils. They commanded better spots in the pools and received deference from other bathers. The 4-room bath complex, located conveniently near the city centre, served the busiest commercial district. Its proximity to the forum meant businessmen could conduct affairs, then refresh themselves before heading home. The central baths, under construction when disaster struck, would have been the most modern facility, featuring huge windows and the latest architectural innovations. Their incomplete state provides glimpses into Roman construction techniques, showing us exactly how these buildings came together. Beyond infrastructure and commerce, Pompeii invested heavily in entertainment. The amphitheatre, built around 70 BC, ranks among the earliest permanent stone amphitheatres in the Roman world. This massive oval structure measured 135 by 104 metres and held roughly 20,000 spectators. That capacity exceeded the city's population, indicating events drew crowds from surrounding towns. Gladiatorial contests, wild animal hunts, and public executions entertained masses here. The amphitheatre's construction itself tells a prosperity story. 2 local magistrates, Gaius Quinctius Valgus and Marcus Porcius, funded the project privately. Their names appear in an inscription honoring their generosity. This wasn't pure altruism. Financing major public works brought tremendous prestige and political advantage. Such benefactions were expected from wealthy citizens seeking electoral success or social advancement. The amphitheatre became their permanent monument. Seating arrangements reflected social hierarchy. The lowest tiers, closest to action, were reserved for magistrates, priests, and distinguished citizens. Middle sections held ordinary free citizens. The highest rows accommodated freedmen, foreigners, and possibly enslaved people who attended as part of household retinues. Everyone had their place, quite literally. Even in entertainment, society's structure remained visible and reinforced. The theatre district offered different entertainment. The large outdoor theatre, built into a natural hillside, accommodated about 5,000 spectators for dramatic performances, comedies, tragedies, and mime shows. Greek and Roman plays formed the core repertoire, though local productions and travelling performers added variety. Theatre attendance was a mark of culture and sophistication, distinguishing Pompeii from less refined settlements. Adjacent stood the smaller covered theatre, the Odeon, holding roughly 1,000 people. This intimate venue hosted musical performances, poetry recitals, and rhetoric competitions. Its excellent acoustics and elegant decoration made it suitable for more refined entertainment. While the amphitheatre drew massive crowds seeking blood and spectacle, the Odeon attracted cultured audiences appreciating artistic subtlety. These entertainment venues weren't mere luxuries. They served essential social and political functions. Officials sponsored games and performances to gain public favour. Elections often followed major spectacles, not coincidentally. Successful candidates understood that bread and circuses, as the saying went, kept populations content and voting correctly. Entertainment was politics by other means. Religious life permeated Pompeian society, reflected in temples throughout the city. The Temple of Jupiter dominated the forum's northern end, dedicated to the supreme god, along with Juno and Minerva. This Capitoline triad represented Roman state religion, its prominence in Pompeii's most important space demonstrating the city's Roman identity. Other temples honoured Apollo, Venus, Isis, and various local deities, creating a diverse religious landscape. The Temple of Isis provides particularly interesting evidence. This Egyptian goddess gained popularity across the Roman world, her mystery cult attracting followers seeking personal salvation and spiritual meaning beyond traditional state religion. Pompeii's Isis Temple, rebuilt after an earthquake with private funding, featured elaborate decorations and ritual spaces. Its presence shows how cosmopolitan the city had become, embracing religious traditions from across the Mediterranean. Private household religion complemented public worship. Nearly every home contained a lararium, a small shrine to household gods. These ranged from simple painted niches to elaborate miniature temples. Daily offerings of food, wine, and incense honoured the lares, protective spirits of the household, and penates, guardians of the pantry. Family members typically performed these rituals, though in wealthy households, enslaved people might handle routine offerings. Ancestor worship formed another domestic religious practice. Death masks and portraits of deceased family members occupied places of honour in atriums. These weren't mere decoration, but spiritual presences, witnesses to family activities and guardians of family honour. Important decisions might be made before these ancestral images, invoking their guidance and approval. Public festivals punctuated the calendar, mixing religious observance with community celebration. The Vinalia, honouring Venus and celebrating wine, held special importance in this wine-producing region. The Saturnalia in December brought temporary social inversion, enslaved people dining with masters and restrictions relaxing. Such festivals provided release valves for social tensions while reinforcing community bonds. The economic system supporting all this prosperity depended fundamentally on slavery. Modern estimates suggest enslaved people comprised 20 to 30% of Pompeii's population. Perhaps higher, they performed every imaginable task from agricultural labour to skilled crafts, from domestic service to business management. Wealthy households might own dozens of enslaved people, while even modest families often owned one or two. Enslaved people weren't a uniform class. Those working in mines or large agricultural estates faced brutal conditions, short life expectancies, and little hope of freedom. Urban enslaved people, especially those with specialized skills, experienced somewhat better circumstances. Some managed businesses for their owners, enjoying considerable autonomy. Others received wages, peculium, that they could save toward purchasing freedom. Manumission, the formal granting of freedom, occurred with surprising frequency. Masters freed enslaved people for various reasons. reward for faithful service, fulfillment of promises, sometimes simply as a final gesture in a will. Freedmen and freedwomen, liberty, formed a significant social class in Pompeii. Though not equal to freeborn citizens, they could own property, conduct business, and accumulate wealth. Some became quite wealthy themselves. The Vetii brothers exemplify freedmen's success. Former enslaved people who gained freedom, they built fortunes as wine merchants. Their house, among Pompeii's finest, displays lavish decoration, including famous frescoes of cupids engaged in various trades. The house itself was their advertisement, proof of how far freedmen could rise. Yet even as wealthy businessmen, they couldn't hold certain public offices reserved for freeborn citizens. Status distinctions persisted despite economic success. Patronage systems connected freed people to former masters. A freedman became his former owner's client, owing political support, respect, and sometimes continued service. In return, patrons provided protection, business opportunities, and social advancement. These relationships created vertical networks linking all social levels, from elite patrons through freedmen clients to enslaved people still seeking freedom. Women occupied complex positions in this society. Legally subordinate to male relatives, they nonetheless exercised considerable influence, especially elite women and successful businesswomen. Eumachia, a public priestess and wealthy patroness, funded the impressive building bearing her name in the Forum. This structure served as headquarters for the Fullers' Guild, demonstrating how women could shape public space and civic life through strategic patronage. Evidence suggests women participated actively in business. Property records show women owning shops, workshops, and rental properties. Some managed estates or businesses inherited from fathers or husbands. A few tomb inscriptions identify women by their professions, indicating they worked as merchants, artisans, or in other trades. The picture emerging from Pompeii challenges assumptions about women's economic roles in Roman society. Daily life for most residents followed predictable rhythms. Dawn brought the city to life. Bakers fired ovens, having started dough rising hours earlier. Shopkeepers opened shutters and arranged displays. Workers headed to jobs in workshops, construction sites, or agricultural fields outside the walls. Street vendors set up portable stalls selling breakfast foods, hot drinks, and quick meals. Mid-morning brought peak activity in the Forum. This central space hosted markets, political gatherings, legal proceedings, and business dealings. Merchants negotiated contracts under colonnades. Lawyers argued cases in the basilica. Politicians greeted clients and supporters, cultivating networks essential for electoral success. The Forum was where Pompeii's public life happened, where the city presented itself to itself. Lunch was typically light, taken at home, or purchased from Thermopolia. The main meal came in late afternoon or early evening. Wealthy families dined elaborately in their triclinia, reclining on couches while enslaved people served multiple courses. Ordinary families ate more simply, though still enjoying wine, bread, and whatever protein was affordable. Diet varied by class, but included more diversity than often assumed. Evenings offered leisure time. Some visited baths for pre-dinner relaxation. Others socialized in public spaces or private homes. Entertainment options included taverns, gambling, performances, or simply conversation with neighbors. As darkness fell, most people retired. Roman cities generally lacked adequate street lighting, making night travel unpleasant and potentially dangerous. Night belonged to criminals, watchmen, and the desperate. This prosperity wasn't evenly distributed. The city contained genuine wealth disparities. Elite families occupied grand houses with private baths, extensive gardens, and rooms decorated with expensive frescoes and mosaics. Their country villas, scattered through surrounding countryside, provided retreats from urban heat and additional income. from agricultural production. These families measured wealth in hundreds of thousands of sesterces. Yet evidence suggests a substantial middle stratum existed between elite and poor. Perhaps 30% of houses show elite-style decoration, indicating occupants who, while not senators or top magistrates, lived comfortably above subsistence. These were successful merchants, prosperous artisans, freedmen who'd built businesses, minor officials. They couldn't match elite magnificence, but afforded nice homes, enslaved servants, and decorative luxuries marking their status. At the bottom were the truly poor. Workers who owned nothing but their labour, living in cramped apartments or back rooms of workshops. Enslaved people who owned literally nothing, not even themselves. Casual labourers hoping for day work at docks or construction sites. Disabled beggars dependent on charity. These people left little archaeological trace. Their poverty meant few possessions to preserve, no fine homes to excavate, no inscriptions commemorating their lives. Yet they existed, numerous and essential. The city's prosperity created demand for luxury goods that local production couldn't entirely satisfy. Trade networks connected Pompeii to the wider Mediterranean world. Spanish wine and olive oil arrived in massive amphorae. Egyptian grain fed the city during local shortages. Exotic spices from the east seasoned wealthy tables. Ivory from Africa became decorative inlays. These imports flowed through regional ports, particularly Puteoli, then overland to Pompeii. Export trade mattered equally. Pompeian wine travelled to Rome and beyond, competing in empire-wide markets. Garum sauce reached Gaul and Spain, carrying Pompeian brand names to distant consumers. Agricultural surpluses, woolen cloth and manufactured goods all found external markets. This two-way trade enriched merchants, provided tax revenue, and connected Pompeii economically to every Mediterranean corner. The city's location proved crucial to commercial success. Positioned at a crossroads between coastal and inland routes, Pompeii could access both maritime and terrestrial trade networks. The Sarno River, though small, provided water transport connections to the interior. Roads linked the city to Nuceria, Nola, Neapolis, and ultimately to Rome itself via the Via Appia. Geography dealt Pompeii favourable cards. The city played them skillfully. This is what existed before disaster entered the story. The prosperity Pompeii achieved didn't happen in isolation. Surrounding the city stretched vast agricultural estates that supplied much of the wealth flowing through urban markets. These rural properties belonged to wealthy families who maintained townhouses within city walls while drawing income from countryside vineyards, orchards, and fields. This relationship between urban centre and agricultural hinterland formed the economic foundation supporting everything else. Vineyards dominated the landscape around Pompeii. The volcanic soil, rich in minerals and nutrients, produced exceptional grape yields. Wine production operated at industrial scale. Archaeological evidence suggests the region produced 4 times more wine than local consumption required. This wasn't subsistence farming. This was commercial agriculture oriented toward export markets. Pompeian wine reached Rome regularly. Amphorae fragments bearing Pompeian stamps have been found in the capital, proof that wine from this region competed successfully in the empire's most demanding market. Some of Rome's fashionable households served Pompeian vintages at dinner parties. The agricultural policymaker Columella praised local vineyard productivity and established quality standards that became regional benchmarks. Excellence in winemaking wasn't accidental. It represented deliberate cultivation of expertise and reputation. Olive groves complemented vineyards across the countryside. Olive oil served multiple purposes in Roman life, used for cooking, lighting, bathing, and religious ceremonies. Demand remained constant. Pompeii's estates produced surplus oil for export alongside wine, diversifying agricultural income streams. Beyond these cash crops, estates grew wheat, barley, and millet for local grain supply. Vegetable gardens and fruit orchards added further variety. This agricultural diversity created economic resilience. Poor wine harvests didn't spell disaster when olive oil, grain, and other products maintained value. Processing these agricultural products required infrastructure. Archaeological excavations revealed advanced oil presses and millstones throughout the region. Mills ground wheat from surrounding fields. Bakeries converted flour into bread. Agricultural production and food processing formed an integrated economic system, employing significant labor and generating substantial wealth. Rural estates weren't just farms. Wealthy families built villa complexes, combining residential luxury with agricultural function. The Villa of the Mysteries provides the clearest example. Built in the 2nd century BC, just outside city gates, this enormous complex covered roughly 40,000 square feet with at least 60 rooms. Some areas served residential purposes, featuring elaborate frescoes, marble decorations, and bathing facilities. Other sections housed wine production equipment, large kitchens, and storage facilities. This dual function characterized elite rural properties. Owners enjoyed countryside retreats during hot summer months while simultaneously overseeing agricultural operations generating their wealth. Guests could be entertained lavishly while surrounded by visual reminders of the host's productive estates. Architecture itself advertised prosperity. The labor supporting this agricultural productivity came largely from enslaved people. Modern estimates suggest roughly 6 million sesterces flowed annually to Pompeian slaveholders through exploitation of enslaved labor. This isn't speculation. It's calculated from evidence of household sizes, agricultural output levels, and economic modeling of Roman slavery systems. Enslaved people worked vineyards, tended olive groves, operated mills, and performed countless other tasks. They were property, legal objects rather than subjects. Their forced labor subsidized the prosperity visible throughout Pompeii. Understanding the city's wealth requires acknowledging this uncomfortable reality. The beautiful mosaics, elaborate public buildings, and comfortable middle-class homes were built substantially on enslaved labor. Yet agricultural production, while foundational, didn't solely account for Pompeian prosperity. Manufacturing and craft production added significant economic activity. The city contained over 600 shops where residents purchased goods ranging from basic necessities to luxury items. These weren't merely retail spaces. Many combined production with sales, operating as workshops producing finished goods. The textile industry represented one major manufacturing sector. Wool arrived from regional sources to be washed, spun, dyed, and woven. Fulling shops processed woolen cloth, using chemical treatments and mechanical processing to finish fabrics. The building of Eumachia in the Forum served as headquarters for the Fullers Guild, demonstrating the industry's economic and political significance. Textile production in pre-industrial societies ranked second only to food production in economic importance. Wool dominated as the primary fiber in the Roman world. Silk and cotton existed as luxury imports used by wealthy consumers. Textile production required specialized knowledge, and cities with established expertise attracted trade from surrounding regions. Pottery workshops produced ceramic vessels for storage, transport, and daily use. Metalworkers crafted tools, decorative objects, and household items. Craftsmen operated private shops throughout the city, often living above or behind their workplaces. These small-scale operations produced goods for local consumption and regional trade. Even when production volumes weren't massive, products traveled surprisingly long distances. Trade networks connected Pompeii to the broader Mediterranean economy. The city's location facilitated both land and maritime commerce. Proximity to Puteoli, one of Rome's most important ports, provided access to long-distance trade routes. Import evidence reveals these far-reaching connections. Ivory statues, remarkably similar to Indian examples, suggest trade links extending to South Asia. Ivory gaming dice from the same region reinforce this connection. Spanish wine and olive oil arrived in large amphorae. Egyptian grains supplemented local supplies during shortages. Exotic Eastern spices flavored wealthy tables. These luxury imports flowed through regional distribution networks. Merchants purchased goods at major ports, then transported them overland to cities like Pompeii. Local retailers sold imported items alongside local products in shops lining city streets. Consumers with sufficient wealth could access goods from across the known world. Export trade mattered equally. Pompeian products reached distant markets. Wine and olive oil traveled to Rome and beyond. Perhaps most distinctively, garum sauce produced in Pompeii became famous throughout the Mediterranean. Garum was fermented fish sauce, a staple condiment in Roman cuisine. Production involved layering fish, often small species or parts of larger fish, with salt in large vats. The mixture fermented for weeks or months. The resulting liquid was strained, bottled, and sold. The best quality garum commanded premium prices, selling for 1,000 sesterces per 12 pints. Aulus Umbricius Scaurus dominated Pompeii's garum industry. A freedman, meaning he'd been enslaved then manumitted, Scaurus built a business empire around fish sauce. He owned retail shops and controlled 6 or more additional outlets managed by family members, other freedmen, and enslaved workers. Labels found on pottery jars reveal names of household members operating separate shops, including freedmen Umbricius Abascantus and Umbricius Agathopus, freedwoman Umbricia Fortunata, and a slave named Eutique. Scaurus operated as both producer and trader. His products reach southern Gaul, modern France. His mark appears on garum jars originating from southern Spain, suggesting he imported foreign products for local resale. This combination of production and trade created a diversified, profitable business. Scaurus's house featured floor mosaics depicting urns of his products with inscriptions celebrating their quality. Successful businessmen used residential decoration to advertise commercial success and reinforce social status. The garum trade made Scaurus wealthy enough to compete with established elite families in displaying prosperity. Pliny the Elder praised Pompeian fish sauce quality. Across the Mediterranean, Pompeii's garum enjoyed reputation as a premium product. This fame brought economic benefits. Branded products commanded higher prices. Reputation attracted customers and justified premium positioning. The garum industry also demonstrated Roman economic efficiency. Fish processing created waste products that garum production utilized. Heads, bones, and offal that might otherwise be discarded became raw materials for fermentation. This integration of different economic activities maximized resource use. Fishing itself developed as a significant industry due to the city's coastal proximity. Archaeological discoveries include nets, hooks, and other fishing equipment. Fresh fish sold in local markets. Processing operations converted catches into preserved products for storage and transport. Trade and manufacturing required commercial infrastructure. The Forum served as the city's central marketplace. This large rectangular space, measuring 157 by 38 meters, functioned as the heart of economic life. Shops lined the Forum's edges. The Macellum, a specialized food market, occupied space on the eastern side, where vendors sold meat, fish, and other provisions. Throughout the city, shops occupied street-level spaces in residential buildings. Some operated as single-room outlets. Others extended deeper into building interiors or included workshop space. Shopkeepers often lived above their businesses, blurring distinctions between commercial and residential space. Commercial activity extended beyond fixed retail locations. Market days brought temporary vendors selling produce and goods. Street vendors hawked items from portable stands. Taverns and food shops sold meals and drinks. Economic activity pervaded the urban landscape. This commercial vibrancy created employment beyond what elite landholding and agricultural production provided. Shopkeepers, craftsmen, labourers, porters, and service workers earned livelihoods from urban economic activity. While some remained poor, working day to day for survival, others accumulated modest wealth. Evidence suggests approximately 30% of Pompeian houses displayed elite-style decoration. This doesn't mean all these households belonged to the traditional aristocracy. Many represented successful merchants, prosperous artisans, freedmen who'd built profitable businesses, and minor officials. These families lived comfortably above subsistence without matching elite magnificence. This substantial middle stratum differentiated Pompeii from cities sharply divided between wealthy elite and struggling masses. For every 100 men at the top of the social hierarchy, perhaps 400 to 500 houses suited a sub-elite group. Many probably belonged to freedmen who'd leveraged manumission into economic success. Social mobility existed, particularly for freedmen. Roman law allowed slaveholders to free enslaved people through manumission. Freed individuals gained citizenship rights, though with some limitations. They could own property, conduct business, and accumulate wealth. Their children born after manumission enjoyed full citizenship without restrictions. Successful freedmen like Scaurus demonstrate how commercial success could translate into social prominence. While never fully accepted by old aristocratic families, wealthy freedmen built impressive houses, sponsored public works, and participated in civic life. Money couldn't purchase ancient lineage, but it bought considerable respect and influence. The Vetti brothers provide another example. Former slaves who became wealthy wine merchants, they commissioned one of Pompeii's most elaborately decorated houses. Frescoes throughout the house of the Vetti displayed mythological scenes and elaborate ornamentation, celebrating their prosperity. The house itself served as advertisement of their successful rise from slavery to commercial prominence. Women could also achieve economic influence, though within significant constraints. Eumachia provides the clearest example. A public priestess and wealthy patroness, she commissioned the substantial building bearing her name in the Forum. This structure served as headquarters for the Fullers' Guild, linking Eumachia to one of the city's major industries. Whether she directly controlled textile businesses or simply provided patronage remains debated, but her public prominence and economic influence are undeniable. The patron-client system structured social relationships throughout Pompeian society. High-status individuals became patrons to lower-status clients. Clients owed patrons political support during elections, public demonstrations of loyalty, and various services. In exchange, patrons provided gifts, meals, legal assistance, and political protection. These networks of mutual obligation permeated all social levels. Elite families maintained large client networks. Successful freedmen became patrons to their own freed slaves and other dependents. Even modest householders might have one or two clients while simultaneously serving as clients to someone more powerful. This system facilitated both social stability and social mobility. It created vertical bonds linking different social strata. Ambitious individuals could advance by attaching themselves to powerful patrons and leveraging those relationships for economic opportunity and social recognition. Political participation was limited to male citizens. Pompeii's government included elected magistrates, a city council, and various administrative positions. Competition for office was intense. Electoral graffiti covered city walls, showing how seriously candidates and their supporters took campaigns. Holding office required wealth, since magistrates received no salary and were expected to fund public works and entertainments. In return, successful politicians gained prestige, influence, and business opportunities. Political success and economic success reinforced each other. The city's integration into the Roman world shaped its political and cultural identity. Pompeii became a Roman colony, meaning veteran soldiers were settled there with land grants. Latin became the dominant language, though Greek and Oscan influences persisted. Architecture increasingly followed Roman styles. Public buildings replicated forms seen in Rome itself. This Romanization wasn't imposed entirely from above. Local elites actively embraced Roman culture because it offered advantages. Roman citizenship brought legal protections. Roman political structures provided pathways to power. Roman cultural capital marked sophistication and status. Yet local traditions persisted beneath Roman overlay. Religious practices combined Roman gods with local deities. Architecture blended Roman planning principles with regional adaptations. Daily life retained distinctly local character, even as the city became recognizably Roman. This prosperity and development positioned Pompeii as a significant regional center by the mid-1st century AD. The city had grown from modest origins into a prosperous urban center with sophisticated infrastructure, diverse economy, and vibrant cultural life. Wealth generated by agriculture, manufacturing, and trade supported a population living at levels of comfort unusual for the ancient world. Public buildings and private houses displayed prosperity unprecedented for a city of its size. This was Pompeii at its peak, a thriving Roman city that had successfully transformed geographical advantages and economic opportunities into lasting prosperity. But prosperity alone doesn't explain why Pompeii endured in historical memory before its destruction. This was a city that had become distinctly Roman while retaining something uniquely its own. The architecture tells this story in stone and plaster. Walk through Pompeii's streets and you witness a dialogue between local tradition and imperial influence. The oldest public buildings reflect Italic and Greek styles. Temple layouts follow patterns seen across Campania. Early construction techniques show regional characteristics. Then Rome's influence grows visible. The Forum underwent dramatic reconstruction following Roman patterns. Colonnades appeared. The Temple of Jupiter adopted the tripartite design favored in Rome, housing Jupiter, Juno, and Minerva together. Latin inscriptions multiplied. Public buildings began echoing structures visitors would recognize from the capital. This wasn't simple imitation. Pompeii's elite actively embraced Roman cultural forms because they offered tangible advantages. Roman citizenship brought legal protections unavailable to non-citizens. It opened doors to business partnerships across the empire. It allowed participation in broader political networks. Public inscriptions demonstrate this embrace. Wealthy Pompeians funded buildings using Latin formulas, praising emperors and Roman gods. They held magistracies modeled on Roman offices. They competed for honors that signaled their place within Roman society. Yet beneath this Roman veneer, local character persisted. Oscan, the indigenous language, appeared in graffiti and private contexts well into the 1st century CE. Local religious practices blended with Roman forms rather than disappearing. Architectural details showed regional preferences even in otherwise Roman-style buildings. The city's planning reflected this hybrid identity. The original street layout predated Roman influence, following irregular patterns shaped by terrain and earlier settlement. When Roman urban planning principles arrived, they were adapted rather than imposed wholesale. The result was a city that felt Roman, but remained distinctly Campanian. Religious life illustrates this blend particularly well. The Temple of Jupiter dominated the Forum's north end. a statement of Roman religious authority. But nearby stood temples to Apollo and Venus, deities with deep local roots. The Temple of Isis, an Egyptian goddess whose cult had spread through the Mediterranean, demonstrated Pompeii's cosmopolitan character. Household shrines show even greater diversity. Lararia, domestic altars, appeared in homes throughout the city. These honored household gods, ancestors, and protective spirits. Some followed strictly Roman forms. Others incorporated local or foreign deities. Many households hedged their bets, honoring multiple divine powers from various traditions. This religious flexibility reflected practical attitudes. Pompeians weren't doctrinaire about their beliefs. They sought divine favor wherever they could find it. If Egyptian Isis offered healing, why not honor her alongside traditional Roman gods? If a Syrian merchant brought devotion to unfamiliar deities, and those deities seemed effective, perhaps they deserved respect too. The amphitheatre embodied Pompeii's Roman identity most dramatically. Built around 70 BCE, it's among the earliest permanent stone amphitheatres known. The structure could hold roughly 20,000 spectators, nearly the city's entire population. Gladiatorial combat was quintessentially Roman entertainment. These spectacles celebrated martial values, displayed wealth and power, and reinforced social hierarchies. Sponsors gained immense prestige. The amphitheatre's very existence announced Pompeii's participation in Roman cultural life, but these games could spark tensions. In 59 CE, a riot erupted during games between Pompeians and visitors from neighbouring Nuceria. The violence was severe enough that the Roman Senate banned gladiatorial contests in Pompeii for 10 years. The incident reveals both the passion these events generated and Rome's authority to discipline wayward cities. Daily life in Pompeii mixed public formality with private complexity. Morning began early. Shops opened at dawn. Bakers had been working through the night, producing the day's bread. The scent of fresh loaves filled streets near bakeries. Wealthier citizens conducted the salutatio, a morning ritual where clients visited their patrons. These visits reinforced social bonds. Clients offered greetings and political support. Patrons provided advice, loans, or assistance with legal matters. The ritual was transactional, but also genuinely social, maintaining networks that structured much of Roman life. The forum became the day's centre. By mid-morning, it thronged with activity. Merchants conducted business. Lawyers argued cases. Politicians campaigned, their supporters painting electoral slogans on nearby walls. The Macellum, the main food market, bustled with shoppers examining fish, meat, and produce. Pompeii had more than 600 commercial establishments. Some were single-room shops, opening directly onto streets. Others were larger workshops where artisans produced goods for sale. Many combined retail and production. A fuller's shop might sell cleaned garments while workers trampled cloth in vats out back. Inns and taverns served food and drink. The Thermopolium, a sort of ancient fast food counter, offered hot prepared meals to customers who lacked cooking facilities at home or wanted quick sustenance. Large ceramic jars set into counters held different foods. Workers ladled portions into bowls for waiting customers. Some establishments offered more than food. Brothels operated openly, marked by explicit paintings advertising available services. These businesses existed throughout the Roman world, serving a clientele that apparently included respectable citizens alongside travelers and soldiers. Public baths formed central social spaces. Pompeii had 3 major bath complexes and several smaller ones. These weren't just for bathing. They were clubs, gyms, and social centres combined. A typical bath complex included multiple rooms. The caldarium offered hot baths heated by an underfloor furnace system. The tepidarium provided warm water. The frigidarium had cold plunge pools. An exercise yard allowed ball games and other activities. Men and women bathed separately, either in different sections or at different times. Bathers moved through the sequence of rooms, scraping oil and dirt from their skin with curved metal tools called strigils. Slaves often assisted. Conversation flowed. Business deals were struck. Friendships maintained. The cost was minimal, sometimes free on days when wealthy patrons sponsored public bathing. This accessibility made baths genuinely democratic spaces where social classes mingled, though hierarchies persisted in subtle ways. Domestic life varied dramatically by wealth. Elite homes like the House of the Faun offered spacious luxury. These houses turned inward around open courtyards. The atrium featured an impluvium, a pool catching rainwater from the roof opening above. Beyond lay additional rooms, gardens, dining areas. Decoration proclaimed status. Frescoes covered walls with mythological scenes, architectural illusions, or garden landscapes. Mosaics decorated floors. The famous Alexander mosaic from the House of the Faun contains over 1 million individual pieces, a staggering display of wealth and craftsmanship. But most Pompeians lived more modestly. Smaller homes had fewer rooms. Apartments above shops housed workers and their families. Some dwellings were cramped, dark, lacking the gardens and elaborate decoration of elite residences. These modest homes still show touches of aspiration. Even small houses often had painted walls, though simpler than elite frescoes. Modest mosaics might grace an entryway. Household shrines honoured protective deities. People invested what they could in making their homes attractive. Slavery underlay much of this prosperity. Enslaved people performed the hardest labour. They worked in fields, shops, and households. They staffed bathhouses, carried goods, served at banquets. Some possessed specialised skills, working as accountants, teachers, or artisans. Evidence suggests roughly 6 million sesterces flowed annually to Pompeian masters through enslaved labour. This represents enormous economic value extracted from people who had no choice in their circumstances. Yet slavery in Pompeii, as throughout the Roman world, was complex. Manumission, the freeing of slaves, occurred regularly. Freedmen could accumulate wealth and even become influential. The Vetii brothers, successful merchants whose house survives beautifully preserved, were freedmen who achieved prosperity and social prominence. This possibility of freedom didn't make slavery humane. It remained fundamentally exploitative, built on violence and the denial of basic human rights. But it created a society where yesterday's slave might become tomorrow's business owner, a mobility that complicated but didn't excuse the institution's brutality. Food culture reflected Pompeii's prosperity and connections. Basic diet centered on bread, olive oil, wine, and vegetables. Legumes provided protein. Fish, preserved or fresh, appeared regularly. Meat was less common for ordinary people, more frequent at elite tables. But Pompeii's wealth allowed more variety. Imported goods reached local markets. Spices from the east, preserved fish from Spain, wine from across Italy and beyond. Garum, that fermented fish sauce produced locally, flavoured countless dishes. Elite dining reached spectacular heights. Banquets featured multiple courses. Exotic ingredients demonstrated wealth and connections. Presentation mattered enormously. Dishes arrived arranged artistically. Expensive serving vessels displayed status. These meals were social theatre. Guests reclined on couches arranged around 3 sides of a table. Conversation, poetry, and music accompanied eating. The host's generosity and taste were on display. Attending the right banquets could advance one's social position. Festivals punctuated the calendar. Religious observances honored various gods throughout the year. Some were solemn ceremonies. Others involved processions, sacrifices, and public feasting. The Vinalia celebrated the wine harvest. Saturnalia in December brought gift-giving and temporary social role reversals. Gladiatorial games and theatrical performances marked special occasions. Wealthy sponsors funded these spectacles, gaining prestige and political capital. Announcements painted on walls advertised upcoming events, building anticipation. These gatherings reinforced community identity. They brought citizens together across social classes. They honored shared traditions and deities. They provided entertainment in a world where diversions were fewer than modern life offers. The city's infrastructure supported this vibrant urban life. Streets were paved with volcanic stone, durable enough to handle constant foot and cart traffic. Raised sidewalks kept pedestrians above street level. Stepping stones allowed crossing without descending into the drainage channels running down street centres. These channels managed wastewater and rainwater. The system wasn't perfect, but it prevented streets from becoming impassable mire during storms. Public fountains supplied fresh water throughout the city, fed by the aqueduct connecting Pompeii to mountain springs. Street life was lively and sometimes chaotic. Merchants called out their wares. Animals moved through crowds. Children played. Arguments erupted. Graffiti covered walls, ranging from political slogans to crude jokes to declarations of love. This graffiti provides remarkable insight into ordinary lives. Someone scratched, "Restituta, take off your tunic and show us your hairy privates." Another wrote, "I don't want to sell my husband, not for all the gold in the world." Electoral endorsements appeared by the hundreds. The fruit dealers support Holconius for mayor. 1. These casual inscriptions reveal humour, politics, romance, and daily concerns. They give voice to people who left no formal records. They make Pompeii's streets feel populated again 2 millennia later. This was Pompeii at its height, a prosperous regional centre integrated into the Roman world while maintaining distinct character. Its economy hummed with agriculture, manufacturing and trade. Its streets bustled with commercial and social activity. Its public buildings proclaimed civic pride and wealth. Its private homes, from grand villas to modest apartments, sheltered a diverse population pursuing their ambitions within the opportunities and constraints of Roman society. The city had grown from modest origins into this thriving urban centre over centuries. Geography provided advantages. Economic opportunities attracted ambitious people. Integration with Rome opened doors while allowing local traditions to persist. The result was a city that had achieved genuine prosperity, supporting a population living at levels of comfort unusual for the ancient world. This is what existed before disaster entered the story. This is the city that would be preserved, not through intention or planning, but through catastrophe that would make its name immortal. Yet beneath this vibrant surface lay a quieter truth. Pompeii's prosperity wasn't equally distributed, and its success rested on foundations that included profound inequality. Understanding the city's full story requires looking at the structures that supported the visible wealth, the systems of labor and social hierarchy that made this thriving urban center possible. Slavery was fundamental to Pompeii's economy. Not an uncomfortable footnote, but a central organizing principle. Recent statistical modeling suggests approximately 6 million sesterces flowed annually to Pompeii's masters through exploiting enslaved labor. That's not speculation. It's calculated from household counts, economic output records, and comparative data from across the Roman world. Enslaved people worked everywhere, in fields harvesting grapes and olives, in workshops producing textiles and pottery, in wealthy homes cooking, cleaning, managing households. in construction sites building the monuments that proclaimed civic pride. Some possessed specialized skills, literacy, accounting abilities that made them valuable managers of their owners' businesses. Others performed back-breaking agricultural labor under brutal conditions. The evidence appears throughout the excavations: small rooms behind grand houses, sleeping quarters for domestic staff, work areas in industrial sites, graffiti scratched by enslaved individuals, their names appearing in records as property, chains and restraints found in certain locations. The skeletal remains themselves sometimes reveal patterns of physical stress consistent with heavy labor from young ages. Manumission, the freeing of enslaved people, did occur. Some gained freedom through purchase, saving money earned through tips or small side businesses their owners permitted. Others received freedom as reward for loyal service or in their owner's will. But freedom came with strings attached. Freedmen and freedwomen remained bound to former masters through patronage obligations. They owed political support, labor contributions, public deference. True independence was rare, yet some freedmen achieved remarkable success. The Vetti brothers stand as prime examples. Former slaves who became wealthy wine merchants. Their house, one of Pompeii's most admired, displayed elaborate frescoes advertising their prosperity and taste. Archaeological evidence confirms their trade. They weren't unique. Multiple freedmen appear in records as successful business operators, property owners, even holders of minor civic positions. This social mobility was real but limited. Freedmen could never hold the highest political offices. Social stigma persisted despite wealth. Satirists mocked wealthy freedmen as crude nouveau riche trying too hard to appear refined. But within these constraints, economic opportunity existed. The patron-client system, for all its inequalities, created pathways upward for ambitious individuals. This system structured relationships throughout Pompeii. High-status patrons accumulated clients from various social levels. Clients provided political support during elections, public displays of allegiance during ceremonies, labor when needed. Patrons reciprocated with gifts, meals, legal assistance, business connections. Networks of mutual obligation crisscrossed the city, binding people together across class lines. Electoral graffiti reveals this system in action. The fruit dealers support Holconius for mayor. Such endorsements weren't spontaneous expressions of political philosophy. They represented organized client groups, publicly declaring loyalty to their patron. Successful politicians cultivated these networks carefully. Their power rested not just on personal wealth, but on how many clients they commanded. Women navigated this world under significant constraints, but weren't entirely powerless. They couldn't vote or hold office. Married women's property legally belonged to their husbands in many cases. Yet some women achieved prominence through business acumen and religious roles. Eumacia provides the clearest example. A public priestess and wealthy patroness who commissioned the impressive building bearing her name in the Forum. This structure served as headquarters for the Fullers' Guild, linking her publicly to an important industry. Inscriptions honor her generosity. Her statue stood in the building, unusual recognition for a woman. She wielded influence through wealth, religious authority, and strategic patronage. Other evidence suggests women's economic participation. Some owned businesses. Rental properties appear under women's names in records. Tomb inscriptions commemorate women as merchants, innkeepers, manufacturers. The legal and social restrictions were real, but economic necessity and opportunity created spaces where women exercised agency. Religion permeated daily existence, inseparable from civic and economic life. The Forum's northern end was dominated by the Capitoline Temple, dedicated to Jupiter, Juno, and Minerva, the state gods of Rome. Smaller temples honored various deities. The Temple of Apollo near the Forum dated to Pompeii's earliest phases. The Temple of Isis reflected growing interest in Eastern mystery cults. Mystery rites also appear in the Villa of the Mysteries outside the city walls, where enigmatic frescoes depict what may be Dionysian initiation ceremonies. Religious offices carried prestige and political weight. Priesthoods were sought-after positions that advertised social standing. Funding temple maintenance or sponsoring religious festivals demonstrated wealth while fulfilling civic obligations. The gods weren't abstract theological concepts. They were understood as active participants in city life, requiring proper honor to maintain their favor. Festivals punctuated the calendar throughout the year. Some were solemn. Others involved processions, public sacrifices, communal feasting. The Vinalia celebrated the wine harvest, essential to Pompeii's agricultural economy. Saturnalia in December brought gift-giving and temporary social inversions, when masters might serve meals to their slaves in symbolic role reversal. These weren't mere entertainments. They reinforced community bonds, honored shared traditions, marked the rhythm of the agricultural and civic year. Gladiatorial games and theatrical performances marked special occasions. Wealthy sponsors funded these spectacles, gaining prestige and political capital. Announcements painted on walls advertised upcoming events, building anticipation across the city. The amphitheatre, built in 70 BC, was among the earliest permanent stone amphitheatres in the Roman world. Its capacity of 20,000 could accommodate nearly half the city's total population, demonstrating how central public spectacles were to civic identity. These games were violent. Gladiators fought, sometimes to death. Condemned criminals faced execution as public entertainment. Animals were hunted and killed. Modern sensibilities recoil. But for Romans, these spectacles served multiple functions. They displayed the sponsor's generosity and power. They reinforced social hierarchies through seating arrangements that placed elites in the best positions. They provided visceral entertainment in a world where such diversions were rarer than modern life offers. The theatres offered different fare. The large theatre, built into a hillside in the 2nd century BC, seated roughly 4,000. A smaller covered theatre, the Odeon, accommodated about 1,000 for musical performances and poetry. Productions included Greek and Roman classics, comedies, tragedies, mime shows that could be quite bawdy. These performances required no literacy to enjoy, making them accessible across social classes, while still allowing elites to display their cultural sophistication through sponsorship. Daily rhythms followed patterns shaped by Mediterranean climate and pre-industrial technology. Mornings began early. Most work happened before midday heat became oppressive. Shops opened at dawn. Bakeries had been working through the night, filling the streets with the smell of fresh bread. Markets bustled with vendors calling their wares, customers haggling, the general chaos of commerce. Public fountains served as gathering points. The aqueduct fed dozens throughout the city, providing fresh water within easy walking distance of every neighborhood. Women and slaves fetched water in ceramic vessels. People paused to chat, exchange gossip, conduct informal business. These weren't merely utilitarian infrastructure. They were social nodes where information flowed and community cohesion formed. Midday brought rest. The siesta wasn't laziness, but adaptation to climate. The hottest hours were for withdrawing indoors, resting, escaping the sun. Streets quieted. Then, late afternoon brought renewed activity. More shopping, socializing, visiting the baths. The baths were central to social life beyond mere hygiene. Multiple facilities served different neighborhoods. The Stabian baths, oldest and largest, featured separate sections for men and women. Exercise yards, cold plunges, warm rooms, hot chambers heated by underground furnaces. People spent hours there, exercising, bathing, chatting, conducting business, eating snacks from vendors. Entry fees were minimal. making baths accessible across social classes, though internal arrangements still reflected status distinctions. Dining customs varied by wealth. Common people ate simple meals, often standing at thermopolia, snack bars where hot food was served from large ceramic vessels set into stone counters. Archaeological excavations have uncovered these establishments throughout the city, their counters still bearing traces of ancient food residues: bread, olives, cheese, vegetables, fish sauce for flavoring, wine watered down for daily consumption. Wealthy households ate more elaborately, multiple courses at formal dinners, imported delicacies, exotic preparations. But even here, staples remained: Mediterranean, olive oil, wine, bread, with meat appearing less frequently than modern Western diets assume. Garum flavoured everything. That fermented fish sauce Pompeii produced in such quantities for export. Art surrounded inhabitants at every turn, not just in wealthy homes, though those featured the most elaborate decoration. Even modest dwellings often displayed wall paintings, simpler than the grand mythological scenes adorning elite villas but still colourful, still transforming plain plaster into something visually engaging. These paintings reveal Roman aesthetic preferences: bright colours, illusionistic architectural frames, garden scenes bringing nature indoors. The subjects varied widely: mythological narratives depicting gods and heroes, historical scenes like the famous Alexander mosaic from the House of the Faun, created from over 1 million tiny stone pieces, theatrical masks referencing drama's cultural importance, garden landscapes with birds and plants, still lifes of food and household objects, erotic imagery that Romans found unremarkable, but later excavators considered scandalous. This art wasn't purely decorative, it communicated messages about the owner. Mythological knowledge demonstrated education and cultural refinement. Expensive materials and skilled execution advertised wealth. Subject choices could reference the owner's profession or values. Creating elaborate mosaics required enormous investment in time, materials, and skilled labour. Their presence declared prosperity while providing daily aesthetic pleasure. Public art served similar functions at civic scale. The Forum's temples featured elaborate sculptural decoration. Public statues honoured benefactors and officials. Commemorative monuments celebrated military victories and imperial connections. These weren't neutral beautification. They were statements of power, identity, values, the city's self-image made visible in stone and bronze. This was Pompeii at its height. Not a perfect society by modern standards, built as it was on slavery and profound inequality, but a genuinely prosperous regional centre by ancient measures. Its economy hummed with diverse activity: agriculture, manufacturing, trade creating wealth that supported a population living at comfort levels unusual for the ancient world. The city had evolved over centuries from modest origins. Geography provided natural advantages: fertile volcanic soil, strategic position, access to trade routes. But advantages alone don't create prosperity. Human choices matter. Investments in infrastructure. Development of specialized industries. Integration with broader Roman economic networks while maintaining distinct local character. These decisions, made by generations of inhabitants, transformed geographic potential into realized success. The physical city reflected this achievement: well-engineered streets and water systems, impressive public buildings proclaiming civic pride, private homes ranging from grand villas to modest apartments, many decorated beyond mere necessity, shops and workshops supporting diverse economic activity, entertainment venues bringing citizens together, religious structures honoring the gods. The social fabric was complex, hierarchical, yet offering some mobility. Slavery's fundamental injustice coexisted with freedmen's success stories. Rigid class distinctions persisted alongside networks of patronage, creating cross-class connections. Women's legal constraints didn't prevent all economic participation. The city functioned through these contradictions. Neither utopia nor dystopia, but a working urban society with all the complexity that implies. This is what existed before disaster entered the story. This is the city that would be preserved, not through intention or planning, but through catastrophe that would make its name immortal. None of these choices mattered when the mountain erupted. August 24th, 79 CE. Though some modern scholarship suggests the date may have been October, based on archaeological evidence of autumn fruits and heavy clothing worn by victims. The exact timing matters less than what happened. Vesuvius had been dormant for centuries, so long that Pompeians likely didn't recognize it as a volcano. Ancient sources describe the mountain as covered in vineyards up its slopes, peaceful, productive. Then it exploded. The eruption began around midday with a massive column of ash and pumice shooting skyward. Pliny the Younger, watching from across the bay, described it as resembling a pine tree. The column rose miles into the atmosphere, then began raining debris on the region below. Pompeii received the BR. Pumice stones, light but accumulating rapidly, began falling on the city. The initial phase lasted hours. People had time to react. Some fled immediately, grabbing what valuables they could carry. Others sheltered in buildings, believing the structures would protect them. Archaeological evidence shows people attempting to shield themselves, using pillows and boards against the falling stones. Roofs began collapsing under the weight. The pumice layer eventually reached several feet deep, burying ground floors, blocking streets. As darkness fell, the eruption continued. Then came the pyroclastic surges. Superheated clouds of gas, ash, and rock fragments racing down the mountain at tremendous speed. These surges were lethal. The temperature alone, estimated around 300 degrees Celsius, led instantly. The first surge reached Herculaneum, closer to Vesuvius during the night. Bodies found there show people seeking shelter in boathouses along the beach, perhaps hoping for rescue by sea. The heat killed them before the debris buried them. For Pompeii, the surges arrived in the early morning hours of August 25th. By then, many who could flee had done so. Those remaining, whether by choice or inability to escape, faced the final catastrophe. The surges didn't just kill through heat. The ash and gas suffocated. The force knocked down weakened structures. Bodies discovered by archaeologists show people in various positions. Some curled protectively. Others appeared to be sleeping. Many were found in groups, families sheltering together. The infamous plaster casts, created by Giuseppe Fiorelli in the 1860s by pouring plaster into voids left by decomposed bodies, capture these final moments. A mother shielding children. A dog still chained, unable to escape. People clutching valuables or covering their faces. These casts transformed Pompeii's story from abstract archaeological site into viscerally human tragedy. But the casts show only part of the story. Most Pompeians likely escaped. Population estimates suggest 10,000 to 20,000 inhabitants. Bodies recovered number around 1,150 at Pompeii, additional hundreds at Herculaneum and surrounding areas. The majority fled successfully. Those who died were the unlucky, the stubborn, the trapped, those who miscalculated the danger or couldn't physically escape. The eruption continued through August 25th, eventually subsided. When it finished, Pompeii lay buried under roughly 13 to 20 feet of volcanic material. Herculaneum under significantly more, up to 60 feet in places. The cities vanished, not immediately forgotten, but effectively erased from the landscape. Survivors knew what had happened, Nearby communities received refugees. Some Pompeians returned afterward, tunneling through the debris to recover valuables from their buried homes. Evidence shows these salvage operations. Holes dug through ash layers, walls broken through, but systematic habitation never resumed. The site was too thoroughly buried, too damaged, too haunted perhaps. Over time, memory faded. Centuries passed. The exact location became uncertain. Local farmers worked fields above the buried city without knowing what lay beneath. So the name survived in written sources, ancient authors mentioning Pompeii's destruction. But the physical reality disappeared. Until rediscovery. That's the other part of Pompeii's fame. Not just the ancient prosperity or the catastrophic destruction, but the modern archaeological revelation. The ruins were accidentally encountered in the 16th century during construction projects, but systematic excavation didn't begin until the 18th century. Work at Herculaneum started in 1738, at Pompeii in 1748, initially more treasure hunting than scientific archaeology. Early excavators sought valuable objects, artwork, anything sellable or displayable. Context mattered less than loot. Buildings were stripped, artifacts removed without documentation. Slowly, approaches evolved. By the 19th century, archaeologists began recognizing Pompeii's unique value, not just for objects but for information. The preservation was unprecedented. Other Roman sites offered ruins, fragmentary remains requiring interpretation and reconstruction. Pompeii offered completeness. Buildings intact to second stories. Wooden doors carbonized but present. Food preserved in containers. Graffiti on walls. Advertisements painted on building facades. Personal objects left where they dropped. This preservation revealed daily life details usually lost. What Romans ate, how they cooked it, how they decorated homes, what they wrote on walls, how businesses operated, how public spaces functioned. The mundane alongside the monumental. Giuseppe Fiorelli's directorship beginning in 1860 revolutionized the excavations. He implemented systematic documentation, recording where objects were found, treating the site as integrated urban environment rather than collection of individual treasures. His plaster cast technique gave faces to the tragedy, literally. These methodological improvements established standards still influencing archaeology today. Excavations continued through the 19th and 20th centuries, revealing roughly 2/3 of the ancient city. 1/3 remains buried, deliberately left for future archaeologists with better techniques. Each generation of excavation reveals more, corrects previous interpretations, adds nuance to understanding. Recent discoveries continue surprising. In 2018, archaeologists uncovered an inscription suggesting the eruption occurred in October rather than August. In 2019, excavations revealed a thermopolium, ancient snack bar with remarkably preserved food residues still in containers. In 2021, a ceremonial chariot in exceptional condition emerged from a villa north of the city. These finds demonstrate ongoing research value. But Pompeii's fame extends beyond academic archaeology. The site captured public imagination immediately upon rediscovery. 18th century European elites made pilgrimages to witness the excavations. Artists sketched the ruins. Writers romanticized the tragedy. The discoveries influenced neoclassical movements in art and architecture as designers studied Pompeian decoration styles. Museums across Europe acquired Pompeian artifacts, spreading the city's influence. This cultural impact created complex legacies. Pompeii became symbol and spectre, sometimes obscuring historical reality behind romantic fantasy. Victorian visitors were scandalized by erotic artwork, leading to locked secret museum collections. Popular culture endlessly recycled the story, each generation reimagining the disaster through contemporary lenses. Novels, paintings, eventually films, and television dramatized events, not always accurately. The city became simultaneously more famous and less understood, buried under layers of interpretation, as thick as the volcanic ash that originally preserved it. Today, Pompeii receives millions of visitors annually, making it one of Italy's most visited archaeological sites. Tourism brings revenue, supporting conservation, but also creates challenges. Foot traffic degrades ancient surfaces. Weather exposure threatens structures never meant to stand open for centuries. Balancing access with preservation requires constant effort and resources. The Italian government and international organizations continue conservation work, stabilizing buildings, protecting frescoes, managing visitor impact. Modern Pompeii exists in tension between past and present. Its simultaneously frozen moment from 79 CE, ongoing archaeological research site, major tourist destination, and symbol-carrying meanings far beyond historical facts. Different audiences seek different things there. Scholars pursue research questions. Tourists want connection to ancient world, perhaps fascination with disaster's drama. Educators use it teaching Roman history. Artists find inspiration in its haunting beauty. These multiple Pompeiis coexist. So, me times conflicting, always negotiating between preservation and presentation, academic study and public engagement, historical accuracy and cultural imagination. What makes Pompeii ultimately significant isn't just the prosperity it achieved or the catastrophe it suffered. It's the window into Roman life the preservation provides. Other cities were larger, wealthier, more politically important. Rome itself, obviously. But Rome was continuously occupied, rebuilt, altered through centuries. Its ancient layers lie buried beneath modern city, accessible only through limited excavations. Pompeii offers something different. A complete urban environment, stopped at specific moment, preserved with fidelity impossible elsewhere. Walking Pompeian streets, you traverse spaces. Romans walked, not instructed approximations, but actual ancient paving stones, worn by ancient footsteps. The buildings around you, though damaged and incomplete, are structures Romans built, inhabited, used. The art on walls was painted for Roman eyes. The graffiti scratched into plaster records Roman voices, complaints and jokes and declarations surviving their authors by 2 millennia. This immediacy creates powerful connection. History becomes tangible, not abstract dates and names, but physical reality you can touch and walk through. The preservation makes ancient Romans feel less distant, more human. Their concerns, visible in their architecture and art, and discarded objects, reflect universal patterns. They worried about business, sought entertainment, decorated homes, formed relationships, participated in civic life, navigated social hierarchies. Different specifics, same fundamental human patterns. Pompeii also challenges assumptions. Popular imagination often oversimplifies Roman life, focusing on emperors and gladiators, grand politics and military conquest. Pompeii shows the other side. Ordinary commerce, daily routines, the infrastructure supporting urban existence. The reality that most Romans weren't emperors or generals, but merchants, artisans, laborers, people making livings and building lives within empire's vast structure. The site reveals Rome's success wasn't just military, but organizational, economic, cultural. The prosperity evident at Pompeii was replicated across hundreds of cities throughout Roman territories. That widespread urbanization and relative prosperity unusual for pre-modern societies, was Rome's real achievement. Pompeii stands as preserved example of that broader pattern, so Pompeii's fame rests on convergence. Geographic advantages and economic integration created prosperity. Volcanic catastrophe created preservation. Archaeological excavation created rediscovery. Cultural fascination created ongoing fame. Remove any element and the story changes. Without prosperity, less worth preserving. Without catastrophe, normal decay would have erased the evidence. Without excavation, it remains buried. Without cultural resonance, it becomes obscure, archaeological site rather than global phenomenon. All these factors aligned, creating the Pompeii we know today, the city that rose through Roman imperial expansion, creating wealth through agriculture, manufacturing, trade. The city buried in volcanic fury on summer or autumn day in 79 CE. The city revealed again through archaeological investigation over past 3 centuries. The city that continues teaching us about ancient Roman civilization through its remarkably preserved remains. That's the full story, from founding through prosperity to catastrophe to rediscovery. A complete arc spanning 2 millennia. And the story continues. 1/3 of ancient Pompeii still awaits excavation. Future discoveries will add new details, answer outstanding questions, perhaps challenge current interpretations. The conversation between past and present continues, as each generation of scholars and visitors engages with these ancient ruins, finding new meanings and asking new questions of stones and ash. Technologies evolve, empires fall, languages die. Yet Pompeii endures, speaking across 20 centuries through preserved streets and painted walls. What began as a modest settlement on a volcanic plateau became a thriving Roman city, then vanished beneath ash, then emerged again to teach the modern world about the ancient one. The city's rise wasn't inevitable. Geography provided opportunity, but human ambition transformed potential into reality. Generations of inhabitants chose to invest in infrastructure, develop specialized industries, integrate with broader trade networks. They built aqueducts when wells would have sufficed. They constructed an amphitheater, seating twice their population. They decorated modest homes with artwork that required skilled labor and expensive materials. These weren't necessities. They were aspirations made concrete. Economic success came from diversification. Wine and olive oil provided agricultural wealth. Garum production created a luxury export, commanding premium prices across the Mediterranean. Textile workshops processed wool from surrounding regions. Pottery kilns produced ceramics for local use and distant trade. No single industry dominated. Multiple revenue streams created resilience, allowing the city to weather fluctuations in any particular market. Social structure, though deeply hierarchical, permitted some mobility. Freedmen could accumulate wealth and establish businesses. Successful merchants competed with old aristocratic families in displaying prosperity. The patron-client system created vertical networks linking different social strata, facilitating both stability and opportunity. Women, despite legal constraints, sometimes achieved economic influence through business ownership and religious roles. Yet prosperity's foundations included profound inequality. Slavery wasn't peripheral but central to economic organization. Roughly 6 million sesterces flowed annually to masters through exploiting enslaved labor. That wealth built the monuments, funded the artwork, supported the comfortable lifestyles visible throughout the archaeological record. Understanding Pompeii's success requires acknowledging this uncomfortable reality. The city's physical remains provide unparalleled evidence of Roman urban life. Other sites offer fragments requiring extensive interpretation. Pompeii offers completeness, streets with original paving, buildings intact to second stories, wall paintings preserving Roman aesthetic preferences, graffiti recording ordinary voices, food remains revealing diet, business records showing commercial operations. This preservation creates direct connection to the ancient world impossible elsewhere. Archaeological investigation transformed buried ruins into historical knowledge. Early excavations sought treasure. Later work recognized the site's research value, implementing systematic documentation and scientific methods. Giuseppe Fiorelli's innovations in the 19th century established standards still influencing archaeology today. Ongoing excavations continue revealing new information, correcting previous interpretations, adding nuance to understanding. But Pompeii's significance extends beyond academic research. The site captured public imagination from rediscovery onward, inspiring artistic movements, attracting millions of tourists, generating endless cultural interpretations. This fame creates tension between preservation and access, historical accuracy and popular imagination, scholarly inquiry and commercial tourism. Managing these competing interests requires constant negotiation. What ultimately makes Pompeii matter is how it illuminates patterns beyond itself. The prosperity evident here was replicated across hundreds of Roman cities. The infrastructure, economic organization, social structures, cultural practices visible at Pompeii characterized urban life throughout the empire. Understanding this one city provides insight into a civilization that shaped Western development for centuries afterward. The story isn't finished. 1/3 of ancient Pompeii remains unexcavated, deliberately preserved for future archaeologists with improved techniques. Each generation brings new questions to the evidence. Technologies like ground-penetrating radar, chemical analysis, and digital reconstruction reveal information invisible to earlier excavators. The conversation between past and present continues evolving. Modern visitors walk streets Romans walked 2 millennia ago. They stand in spaces where ancient residents conducted business, worshipped gods, entertained guests, raised families. The physical reality creates emotional connection that written sources alone cannot provide. History becomes tangible, immediate, human. Pompeii reminds us that civilizations rise through accumulated choices, infrastructure investment, economic diversification, cultural development, social organization. These decisions, made by generations of inhabitants, transformed geographic advantages into sustained prosperity. The city's success wasn't luck, but achievement, built gradually through ambition, labor, and strategic integration with broader networks. It also reminds us that prosperity's benefits distribute unevenly. Elite families enjoyed luxuries while enslaved people performed the labor generating that wealth. Social hierarchies persisted despite some mobility. Legal systems privileged certain groups over others. The beautiful artwork and impressive buildings that draw modern admiration rested on foundations that included systematic exploitation. These complexities don't diminish Pompeii's historical significance. They deepen it. The city reveals Roman civilization with remarkable fidelity, showing not idealized perfection, but functioning urban society with all its contradictions, achievements, and injustices. This honest complexity makes the evidence valuable. So Pompeii stands as monument to human capability and vulnerability both. Capability to build thriving cities, create sophisticated infrastructure, develop complex economies, produce remarkable art. Vulnerability to forces beyond control, whether natural catastrophes or systemic inequalities embedded in social structures. The ruins speak if we listen carefully. They tell stories of ambition and achievement, daily routines and grand aspirations, individual lives and collective identity. They remind us that people separated by 2,000 years faced recognizably human challenges. pursuing prosperity, navigating social hierarchies, creating meaning through work and relationships and cultural expression. This is Pompeii's legacy, not just as cautionary tale about volcanic destruction, though that's part of the story, not just as archaeological treasure, though the preservation is extraordinary, but as window into how one ancient city rose to prosperity through geographic advantage, economic innovation, and generations of human effort. A city that became wealthy before it became famous, successful before it became symbolic, thriving before it became immortal. The archaeological evidence preserves that achievement. The ongoing research continues illuminating it. The modern fascination ensures it remains part of our cultural conversation. Pompeii endures, teaching each generation about the Roman world that shaped Western civilization, about urban life in pre-modern societies, about human nature itself reflected in ancient choices and ancient lives. And perhaps that's the real reason Pompeii matters beyond its dramatic preservation or its historical importance. It proves that ordinary human lives, lived 2 millennia ago in circumstances vastly different from our own, still resonate. The concerns visible in Pompeian homes and businesses, the aspirations evident in their artwork and architecture, the relationships encoded in their social structures, these remain recognizably human, despite the vast chronological and cultural distance. So the story of Pompeii's rise isn't just ancient history. It's a mirror reflecting universal patterns of human social organization, economic development, cultural expression, and collective identity. A prosperous Roman city, preserved by catastrophe, revealed by archaeology, and interpreted endlessly by successive generations, seeking to understand both the ancient world and themselves. That conversation continues. The stones still speak. The evidence still yields insights. And Pompeii remains, simultaneously frozen moment from antiquity and living presence in modern consciousness, teaching us about Romans and about ourselves, about past achievements and present understanding, about how cities rise and how memory endures across the centuries. In the second part of this episode, we will focus on the last 48 hours of Pompeii. The ground trembled beneath Pompeii 4 days before the end, but almost no one left. Those tremors meant nothing to a population that had lived with them for 17 years, ever since the earthquake of 62 AD shattered walls and cracked foundations across the city. Reconstruction had become a way of life. Workers patched roofs, merchants reopened shops in half-repaired buildings, and families learned to sleep through the occasional rattle of terracotta tiles. What they didn't know was that the mountain looming over them had been quietly recharging, and the countdown had already begun. Modern research now suggests the eruption likely occurred in late October, not the traditional August date. Carbonized pomegranates found in the ruins ripen only in autumn. Victims wore heavier clothing than summer heat would require. An inscription discovered in 2018 points to mid-October. For nearly 2,000 years, we got the season wrong, which means we also misunderstood what people saw, what they wore, and perhaps what signs they might have recognized or ignored. But the exact date matters less than what happened during the final 48 hours, when a thriving Roman city of 15 to 20,000 people faced a series of choices that would determine who lived and who became part of the archaeological record. This is not the story of Pompeii's rise, or its culture, or its economy. That belongs to another time. This is about the last 2 days, when everything changed, and when thousands of ordinary decisions, made in confusion and fear and hope, added up to one of history's most studied disasters. The first real changes came roughly 2 days before the mountain exploded. Not dramatic shifts, nothing that would make you abandon your home, just enough to make you pause. The tremors increased in frequency. Not the single jolt you'd learn to ignore, but a series of them closer together, sometimes accompanied by distant sounds that might have been rockfalls or might have been something deeper, harder to place. Archaeological evidence shows water systems failed repeatedly during this period. Wells went dry or turned muddy. Springs that had flowed for generations slowed to a trickle or stopped entirely. For a city dependent on fresh water, this created immediate practical problems, but it also created confusion. Was this another infrastructure failure from ongoing earthquake damage, or something new? Animals responded first. Livestock grew restless in their pens. Dogs barked at nothing visible. Birds altered their patterns, some species leaving the area entirely, while others circled in agitated flocks. Modern volcanologists understand that animals detect changes in electromagnetic fields, ground vibrations, and gas emissions that humans can't perceive. But in ancient Pompeii, these behaviors were interpreted through religious and supernatural frameworks. Priests offered explanations rooted in divine displeasure. Rituals were performed, sacrifices made. None of it addressed the actual threat. Pliny the Younger, who witnessed the eruption from across the bay and later documented it in letters that remain our most detailed primary source, noted that tremors were not particularly alarming because they are frequent in Campania. This single observation captures the psychological trap that ensnared Pompeii. 17 years of living with seismic activity had created a dangerous normalization. The warning signs were there, but they'd been there before, many times, and nothing catastrophic had followed. Some wealthy Romans had already left after the 62 AD earthquake, abandoning vacation villas that were never rebuilt. By 79 AD, Pompeii's population had shifted more toward merchants, tradespeople, and working families. These were people with businesses to run, properties to protect, families to feed. Leaving meant abandoning everything with no guarantee of safety elsewhere, and no clear understanding that they were in mortal danger. The social structure of who could leave and who couldn't would become brutally relevant in the hours ahead. Wealthy families had resources, alternative properties, and the means to relocate quickly. Freed slaves who had built small businesses faced an agonizing calculation between survival and losing everything they'd worked for. The enslaved population had no choice at all, unless their owners fled and took them along. As the final day approached, probably sometime in late October, the tremors changed character. They came more frequently, lasted longer, and were accompanied by sounds that couldn't be dismissed. Deep rumbling from the direction of Vesuvius, occasional booming that rattled shutters and sent roof tiles sliding. Still, no mass exodus occurred. People secured loose items, checked their repairs, and went about their routines with increased nervousness, but no real understanding of what was building beneath them. Modern seismologists can reconstruct what was happening inside the mountain. Magma had been rising through the volcanic conduit for days, possibly weeks. Gas pressure was building toward a critical threshold. The tremors were the mountain adjusting to this internal stress, fracturing rock, opening pathways. Each tremor was both a warning and a countdown tick, but to the residents of Pompeii, they were just more of what they'd experienced for 17 years. Some people did leave during these final days. We know this because archaeological evidence shows missing transport animals, missing household valuables, and inscriptions in other cities mentioning Pompeian family names shortly after 79 AD. These were families who recognized that something felt different, who had the means to relocate, and who made the decision before the point of no return, but most stayed. Partly because moving an entire household in the ancient world was enormously difficult, partly because water system failures and increased tremors didn't obviously point to volcanic catastrophe, mostly because humans are remarkably good at convincing themselves that this time will be like all the other times, that the danger will pass, that normal life will resume. The morning of the eruption began ordinarily. Markets opened, shops conducted business, bakeries produced bread. Archaeological excavations have found meals half-prepared in kitchens, coins on shop counters, and work tools laid aside as if for a brief break. Life was proceeding normally right up until it wasn't. The tremors that morning were stronger, more persistent. By mid-morning, they were impossible to ignore. Some businesses closed early. Some families began gathering valuables, preparing to leave if conditions worsened. Others decided to wait, to see what developed, trusting that the pattern of tremor and calm would repeat itself as it had countless times before. Then, around noon, or perhaps slightly after, the mountains spoke. The initial explosion was heard across the region. Pliny the Younger, stationed in Misenum about 20 miles away, described it as a sound unlike anything he'd experienced. In Pompeii, it would have been deafening, a roar that rattled bones and stopped conversations mid-sentence. Those who looked toward Vesuvius saw the top of the mountain changing shape, a massive column of material shooting upward at incredible speed. This was the Plinian column, named after Pliny the Elder, who died during the eruption attempting a rescue mission. The column reached heights estimated at 20 to 33 kilometers, punching into the stratosphere. From Pompeii, it would have appeared as a towering pillar rising impossibly high, then spreading at the top into what Pliny the Younger famously described as resembling an umbrella pine tree. For perhaps an hour, the column rose while Pompeii watched. This was the moment when the nature of the threat became undeniable. This wasn't another tremor. This wasn't routine seismic activity. The mountain was erupting, and the massive column looming over them meant they were directly in the path of whatever came next. The first material began falling shortly after the initial explosion, probably around 1 in the afternoon. Light pumice, porous volcanic rock full of gas bubbles, started raining down across Pompeii. Each piece was relatively small at first, pebble-sized, accumulating slowly, but the fall was continuous, unending, and rapidly accelerating. This marked the beginning of the critical decision window. Those who left immediately, within the first hour or two of the pumice fall, had the best chance of survival. The ash and pumice were annoying, even frightening, but not yet deadly. Streets were still passable. Visibility was reduced, but not eliminated. The main roads leading out of the city remained clear. Many people made exactly this choice. They grabbed what they could carry, gathered their families, and headed for the city gates. Some wrapped cloth around their faces to breathe more easily. Others, famously, tied pillows to their heads for protection against the falling pumice. This detail, preserved in historical accounts, shows both the practical ingenuity of the evacuees and the fact that the initial phase of the eruption was survivable with basic precautions. But many others stayed. Some were physically unable to travel quickly, elderly or ill or caring for those who were. Some believed their homes offered better protection than fleeing into a storm of falling rock. Some went to gather valuables or secure their properties first, planning to leave soon, but not immediately. Some simply couldn't believe that abandoning everything was necessary. The psychological research on disaster response wasn't available to ancient Romans, but we now understand the cognitive patterns they were experiencing. Normalcy bias makes people underestimate threats and assume that life will continue as it has. Optimism bias makes people believe they'll be fine, even when others aren't. And the simple human tendency to freeze when faced with overwhelming choices can turn minutes of hesitation into fatal delays. As the afternoon progressed, conditions deteriorated rapidly. The pumice fall intensified. What had been a shower became a deluge. The pieces grew larger, heavier, more dangerous. The accumulation rate accelerated. Within hours, pumice was piling up in the streets, making movement increasingly difficult. Darkness fell prematurely as the column blocked the sun. By mid-afternoon, Pompeii was plunged into a twilight gloom that deepened into something approaching night. This darkness was not peaceful. It was filled with the constant clatter of pumice hitting roofs, walls, and streets. The air became difficult to breathe, thick with volcanic ash that irritated lungs and stung eyes. Roofs began collapsing under the weight. The traditional Roman roof design, with heavy tiles over wooden beams, was never meant to support the rapidly accumulating load. The first collapses probably began within 3 to 4 hours of the initial fall, and they accelerated as the pumice layer deepened. Families sheltering inside suddenly found themselves trapped in collapsing structures or forced back into the streets where visibility was nearly zero and breathing was difficult. Those who tried to leave during this phase faced severe obstacles. The main streets were filling with pumice, in some areas already knee-deep or higher. The darkness made navigation nearly impossible. Falling pumice pieces, some now fist-sized or larger, posed a real danger of injury. The air quality had degraded to the point where exertion caused gasping and choking. Yet people were still escaping during these hours. Archaeological evidence and the absence of certain demographic groups from the victim records suggest that many successfully fled during the first half of the eruption. Young, healthy adults with no dependents, families who left early and travelled light, anyone who prioritized speed over possessions, these groups had a realistic chance of reaching safety. The escape routes available were limited by Pompeii's geography and the direction of the wind. The city had several gates, but the pumice fall was concentrated on the southern and eastern sides, following the prevailing wind patterns. Gates to the north and west offered clearer passage, though even these routes were becoming increasingly difficult as the eruption continued. Some evacuees headed for the coast, hoping to escape by boat. The Bay of Naples offered a potential rescue route, but the choppy waters, reduced visibility, and the sheer number of people converging on the shore created chaos. Boats that were available quickly filled beyond capacity. Others were damaged by the rough conditions or by the pumice falling into the water. Higher ground offered another option, but it required moving inland toward the mountains, which felt counterintuitive when fleeing a volcanic eruption. Yet modern analysis shows that those who headed to higher elevations, away from the valleys where pyroclastic surges would later flow, had better survival odds than those who stayed low or headed directly south. By evening of the first day, perhaps 8 to 10 hours into the eruption, the situation in Pompeii had become desperate. The pumice layer in many areas was chest deep. Most roofs had collapsed or were on the verge of collapse. The air was barely breathable. Visibility was effectively zero. The constant noise of falling material, collapsing structures, and panicked crowds created a sensory nightmare. Anyone still in the city at this point faced severely limited options. Leaving was extremely dangerous and perhaps impossible for those without strength, mobility, or knowledge of the route. Staying meant gambling that shelter could be found that would withstand the ongoing bombardment, and that the eruption would end before conditions became completely lethal. What most people didn't know, couldn't have known, was that the pumice fall phase, terrifying as it was not the most dangerous part of the eruption. That would come later, in the darkest hours of the night and the false dawn of the following morning, when the character of the eruption would shift entirely. The mountain had not yet revealed its deadliest capability. Around midnight, 12 hours after that first violent blast, the eruption entered its second phase. The towering column that had been pumping debris into the stratosphere began to weaken under its own impossible weight. 20 miles high, sustained by nothing but superheated gas and volcanic fury, the column had reached the limits of what physics would allow. What happened next changed everything about the danger facing anyone still alive near the mountain. The column collapsed, not all at once, but in stages, sections of it giving way and cascading back down toward the earth in what volcanologists now call pyroclastic surges. These weren't falling rocks or drifting ash. These were avalanches of superheated gas mixed with pulverized rock fragments, traveling at speeds that would make escape impossible for anyone in their path. The first surge hit Herculaneum around 1 in the morning. The town was closer to Vesuvius than Pompeii, positioned almost directly at the base of the mountain's northwest slope. The wind patterns that had spared Herculaneum from the worst of the pumice fall had created a false sense of security. While Pompeii choked under meters of volcanic debris, Herculaneum had received relatively light ashfall. Some residents had already fled, others had gathered at the waterfront, hoping for rescue by boat. The surge arrived without warning, a wall of gas and ash moving at over 50 miles per hour, heated to temperatures exceeding 500 degrees Celsius. It swept through the town in seconds. There was no time to run, no time to react. The people waiting at the boat chambers, pressed together in stone vaults along the beach, died instantly from thermal shock. Their final moments were too brief for conscious awareness. Modern forensic analysis of their remains reveals the horrifying efficiency of pyroclastic surges. The extreme heat caused instant vaporization of soft tissue, boiled blood, and other fluids inside the body, and created pressure that shattered skulls from within. The contorted positions of victims, once interpreted as evidence of prolonged agony, are actually the result of cadaveric spasm, an instantaneous muscular contraction caused by the thermal shock. These people didn't suffer. They simply ceased to exist as living beings in a fraction of a second. Herculaneum was buried under 23 meters of material. Not the loose pumice that covered Pompeii, but dense pyroclastic flow deposits that hardened into rock. The town disappeared so completely that its location would be forgotten for centuries. But Pompeii, 7 miles from the crater and shielded by prevailing winds from the initial surges, remained untouched by this first deadly phase. The people still sheltering there had no way of knowing what had just happened to their neighboring town. They couldn't see through the darkness. They couldn't know that the nature of the eruption had fundamentally changed. They were making decisions based on incomplete information, gambling their lives on assumptions that were no longer valid. The hours between midnight and dawn were probably the most psychologically torturous of the entire event. The pumice fall continued, though with less intensity than during the afternoon and evening. The crushing weight on roofs had become a certainty rather than a possibility. Most structures still standing were on the verge of collapse. The air inside buildings was thick with fine ash that had filtered through every crack and opening. Breathing required conscious effort. Every breath brought particulate matter into the lungs. Anyone with respiratory problems would have been in severe distress. The darkness was absolute. No moonlight or starlight penetrated the ash cloud. Oil lamps and torches struggled to stay lit in the oxygen-depleted air. The psychological effect of total darkness, combined with constant noise, toxic air, and the knowledge that the world outside was being buried, must have been devastating. People who had chosen to shelter in place hours earlier were now trapped by that decision. Leaving meant navigating through chest-deep pumice in complete darkness, through air that was barely breathable, with no clear destination and no guarantee of survival. Staying meant hoping the building would hold, hoping the eruption would stop, hoping that dawn would bring relief. Some buildings did hold. Archaeological evidence shows that certain structures, particularly those with vaulted ceilings and reinforced roofs, withstood the pumice load better than others. Public buildings like the baths or temples offered more protection than private homes. But being inside a standing building, when the pyroclastic surges arrived, would prove just as fatal as being caught in the open. The surges weren't stopped by walls or doors. They flowed like liquid, filling every space, penetrating every opening. Between approximately 1 and 7 in the morning, 6 separate surges descended from Vesuvius. The first ones didn't reach Pompeii. They followed the valleys and low-lying terrain, dispersing their energy before arriving at the city walls. But each surge travelled farther than the last. The pattern was cruel in its unpredictability. Periods of relative calm, during which the pumice fall lessened and some people attempted to move or escape, were followed by sudden surges that killed anyone who had ventured out. No one in Pompeii understood what was happening. The concept of pyroclastic surges didn't exist. They had no framework for understanding that the mountain could produce these waves of superheated death. They were reacting to immediate conditions, making rational decisions based on what they could observe, but those observations were fundamentally misleading. As dawn approached on the second day, something changed that must have seemed like a miracle to anyone still conscious. The ashfall began to ease. The constant bombardment of pumice, which had continued for nearly 18 hours, slowed and then stopped. The darkness began to lift slightly. Not to full daylight, the atmosphere was still choked with suspended ash, but to a grey twilight that seemed brilliant after the absolute black of the night. This apparent improvement was the most dangerous development of the entire eruption. People who had been sheltering in place began to emerge. Those who had fled during the night but hadn't made it far from the city began to consider returning. The human instinct to assess damage, to recover possessions, to find family members, all of these impulses drove people back into areas they had worked so hard to escape. Archaeological evidence suggests that some people did return to Pompeii during this lull. The distribution of bodies and the types of objects found with them indicate movement back toward the city, rather than away from it during the early morning hours. The fourth pyroclastic surge struck around 7:30 in the morning. This one reached Pompeii. Unlike the earlier surges that had expended their energy before arriving, this surge had sufficient density and momentum to flow over the city walls and through the streets. It moved at over 200 miles per hour. The temperature exceeded 300 degrees Celsius. Anyone caught in the open died instantly. Anyone sheltering in buildings died almost as quickly, either from the thermal shock or from the toxic gases that preceded the surge itself. The surge didn't bury Pompeii the way the pumice fall had. It left only a relatively thin deposit, sometimes just centimeters thick, but it was unquestionably lethal. The contorted bodies found in Pompeii, frozen in their final moments, are victims of this surge and the ones that followed. Their positions tell stories. A man crouched against a wall, arms over his head. A woman lying face down, hands pressed against the ground as if trying to push herself up. A family clustered together in a corner of a room. These aren't depictions of slow death from suffocation or burial. These are the positions of people who died so quickly they didn't have time to complete the movements they had started. The volcanic material that buried them preserved their final moments in gruesome detail. As bodies decomposed over the centuries, they left voids in the hardened ash. When archaeologists discovered these voids in the 1800s, they developed a technique of filling them with plaster, creating casts that show not just the positions, but the expressions, the clothing, even the muscles and tendons of the victims. These casts are disturbing precisely because they're so immediate. They don't look like ancient artifacts. They look like people who died yesterday. But they also provide invaluable information about the final hours of Pompeii. They show us who stayed, where they sheltered, what they were carrying, who they were with. 3 more surges followed the fourth. Each was slightly less intense than the previous one, but all were deadly. By mid-morning, Pompeii was functionally dead. Anyone who hadn't escaped during the first day was almost certainly gone. The few who might have survived in protected spaces faced conditions that were incompatible with life. No breathable air, toxic gases, extreme heat from the deposits, and ongoing seismic activity that collapsed any remaining structures. The eruption continued throughout the second day, though with decreasing intensity. Around 4 in the afternoon, approximately 30 hours after the initial explosion, the volcano's behavior changed again. The interaction between the fractured magma chamber and groundwater created more explosive conditions, generating finer pyroclastic currents that traveled over 15 kilometers from the crater. But these later surges contained no human remains. There was no one left to kill, By 8 that evening, the eruption finally ceased. Vesuvius had ejected roughly 4 cubic kilometers of material. It had released energy equivalent to 100,000 times the atomic bombs dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. It had fundamentally altered the landscape of the Bay of Naples, burying 2 cities and numerous smaller settlements, killing thousands of people, and creating a layer of volcanic deposits that would preserve those cities for nearly 1,700 years. The silence that followed the eruption must have been profound. For 32 hours, the region had been subjected to continuous noise, explosive blasts, the roar of pyroclastic surges, the crash of collapsing buildings, the screams of the dying. Then, nothing. The survivors who had made it to safety in Naples or Neapolis or the surrounding countryside looked back toward where Pompeii had been and saw only a grey wasteland. The cities were gone, not destroyed in the sense of damaged buildings and rubble, but vanished, buried under meters of volcanic material that had already begun to harden into rock. The Roman government sent aid to the region, though there was little that could be done. The Emperor Titus, who had taken power just months before the eruption, authorized funds for recovery and compensation for survivors. But Pompeii and Herculaneum were not rebuilt. The cost would have been prohibitive. The layer of material covering them was too deep, too hard, too toxic. Over time, vegetation began to grow on the new surface. Within a few decades, the exact locations of the buried cities were unclear. Within a century, they were forgotten. Pompeii became a legend, a cautionary tale about the power of the gods and the fragility of human civilization. But the physical city, the streets and buildings and people, remained frozen beneath the surface, waiting for rediscovery. The choices made during those final 48 hours determined who lived and who died. The people who fled early, who prioritized speed over possessions, who headed north or west toward higher ground, these people survived. The ones who delayed, who tried to save their valuables, who sheltered in place hoping the eruption would pass, most of them died. But it's important to understand that these weren't foolish decisions. They were rational responses to an unprecedented situation. No one in Pompeii had experienced a major volcanic eruption. No one understood the danger of pyroclastic surges. No one could have predicted that the mountain would produce multiple deadly phases over more than a day. They made the best decisions they could with the information they had. Some of those decisions happened to align with survival, others didn't. The line between life and death was often arbitrary, determined more by timing and geography than by wisdom or preparation. The catastrophe began somewhere between October 24th and November 1st, 79 AD. Not August, as tradition held for centuries. We know this from carbonized food remains discovered in the ruins. Pomegranates, which ripen only in autumn. Braziers found in homes, suggesting cooler weather. Heavy clothing on victims, inappropriate for summer heat. An inscription uncovered in 2018 confirmed it. The eruption happened in October. But knowing the correct date matters less than understanding what happened during the final 2 days. This is about the window between normalcy and obliteration, the hours when choices determine survival, the moments when warnings went unrecognized or misinterpreted, the routes that led to safety and the ones that ended in burial. 2 days before destruction, something changed. People noticed. Not everyone, and not immediately, but enough to create unease. Minor tremors started. 4 to 5 days before the main eruption, small earthquakes rattled the region. Nothing severe. Nothing that screamed danger to residents who'd lived through 17 years of aftershocks following the massive earthquake of 62 AD. That earlier quake had destroyed much of the city, Rebuilding was still ongoing when Vesuvius erupted. Construction sites dotted Pompeii. Public buildings showed repair work in progress. Private homes had scaffolding. The city had normalized seismic activity. Tremors were background noise. But these new tremors increased. Day by day, they grew more frequent. This should have been recognized as volcanic precursor activity. Modern volcanologists would have evacuated immediately. Ancient Romans had no such framework. They understood that earthquakes near volcanoes meant something, but Vesuvius wasn't recognized as a volcano. The mountain had been dormant for so long that its volcanic nature was forgotten. It was just a mountain, a fertile green mountain covered in vineyards. Pliny the Younger, writing from Misenum across the bay, noted that tremors in Campania were frequent and not particularly alarming. This habituation killed people. The very fact that earthquakes were common made them dismissible. Each tremor that passed without disaster reinforced the belief that the next one would be equally harmless. Animals behaved strangely. Livestock showed restlessness. Dogs barked more than usual. Birds exhibited erratic flight patterns. These weren't supernatural omens, though some residents likely interpreted them that way. Animals detect changes humans cannot. Electromagnetic field variations, ground vibrations below human sensory threshold, gas emissions. Modern studies confirm that animal behavior changes before volcanic eruptions. But in Pompeii, these signs were filtered through religious interpretation. Perhaps the gods were displeased. Perhaps sacrifices were needed. Priests performed rituals. Life continued. Then came the day itself. The exact hour is debated, but Pliny's account places the beginning around midday or early afternoon. Most scholars estimate the eruption started around noon, with the distinctive mushroom cloud visible by 1 o'clock. The initial blast was audible across the region. A deep, sustained roar unlike anything most people had ever heard. The sound of a mountain tearing itself apart. Within minutes, a column of ash and pumice shot into the stratosphere. The Plinian column, as it's now called, rose over 20 miles high. At its peak, the column was ejecting material at 1.5 million tons per second. From Pompeii, 7 kilometers away, the column would have appeared enormous, a towering pillar of darkness consuming the sky. But the wind direction initially spared the city from the worst effects. The wind blew predominantly southeast, toward Pompeii and Stabiae. Herculaneum, closer to the volcano but northwest, received less ashfall during the early phase. Within an hour, pumice began falling on Pompeii. Small, light stones at first, white pumice, then grey. The accumulation rate varied, but over the next several hours, pumice would pile up to depths measured in feet. The initial response was confusion rather than panic. People emerged from buildings to see what was happening. Some tried to continue their activities. The pumice fall, while alarming, wasn't immediately deadly. The stones were light, about the weight of popcorn. Getting hit by one wouldn't kill you. But the volume was the problem. As pumice accumulated, it created 3 critical dangers. First, roofs began collapsing under the weight. Roman roofs were flat or gently sloped, often made of tile supported by wooden beams. As several feet of pumice accumulated, the weight became unbearable. Structures started failing. People inside were crushed or trapped. Second, visibility dropped. The pumice fall was accompanied by ash. Daylight faded to twilight, then to near total darkness. By early evening, Pompeii was shrouded in darkness so complete that torches and lamps were necessary. Third, breathing became difficult. Ash hung in the air, fine particles that infiltrated lungs. People tied cloth over their faces. Some used pillows as makeshift helmets against falling pumice. This is when the first major decision point occurred: stay or flee. Those who chose to stay had logical reasons. Homes represented safety and familiarity. Leaving meant abandoning possessions. Wealthy families had significant valuables: art, jewelry, money, furniture. The instinct to protect property is powerful. Additionally, many people had family members who couldn't travel easily: the elderly, the sick, young children, pregnant women. Moving these individuals through streets choked with pumice and ash, in darkness, seemed more dangerous than sheltering in place. The shelter-in-place strategy wasn't irrational. Buildings provided protection from falling pumice. If the eruption passed quickly, staying put would prove the right choice. Many residents had no framework for understanding that this event would last over 30 hours and eventually produce deadly pyroclastic surges. They expected a storm that would end. Others chose to flee immediately. These were often people with fewer possessions to protect, younger individuals without dependents, or those with previous earthquake experience who'd learned to trust their fear. Some had secondary homes or family in other cities. They grabbed minimal belongings and left. The evacuation routes were straightforward in theory, but complicated in practice. Pompeii had 7 city gates: the Herculaneum Gate to the northwest, the Vesuvius Gate to the north, the Capua Gate to the northeast, the Nola Gate to the east, the Sarno Gate to the southeast, the Nocera Gate to the south, the Stabian Gate and Marine Gate to the southwest near the port. The smart choice was heading away from Vesuvius. North and east were toward the volcano. South and west were away. But even this wasn't simple. The main road from the Herculaneum Gate led northwest, initially toward the volcano before turning west. The confusion of darkness and falling pumice made navigation difficult. Streets filled with debris. Pumice drifts formed. People couldn't see where they were going. Those heading for the coast faced different problems. The Marine Gate provided access to Pompeii's small port and the river harbour. In theory, boats offered escape. In practice, the sea was already churning from seismic activity. Waves and wind made navigation dangerous. Some boats left successfully. Others capsized or were driven back to shore. The evidence suggests relatively few people escaped by sea from Pompeii, though more attempted it from Herculaneum. The inland routes toward higher ground proved most effective. Heading south toward modern Castellammare or southeast toward the Sarno River Valley led away from the volcano and away from the eventual pyroclastic surge paths. These routes involved climbing, which slowed progress, but elevation was survival. The pyroclastic surges that would come later flowed like liquid, following low terrain. Higher ground meant safety. As evening approached, the pumice fall continued. Accumulation reached 3 to 6 feet in many areas. More in corners and against walls where drifts formed. Walking became difficult. People waded through pumice like snow. The darkness was nearly absolute. Those who'd delayed departure now faced worse conditions than earlier. Streets were harder to navigate. Buildings were collapsing more frequently. The air was thicker with ash. A second wave of evacuation occurred during this period. People who'd initially sheltered realized the situation wasn't improving. They gathered what they could carry and attempted to leave. But their options were already constrained. The pumice depth made movement slow. Families with children or elderly members struggled. Some turned back. Others pressed forward, making agonizingly slow progress. Archaeological evidence shows this clearly. The distribution of bodies found in Pompeii reveals 2 patterns. Many victims died inside buildings, suggesting they sheltered in place throughout. But many others died in the streets or just outside city gates, showing they attempted late evacuation. The timing of their departure determined their fate. Around 7 o'clock in the evening, roughly 6 hours after the eruption began, The character of the event changed. The Plinian column began to collapse intermittently. This produced the first pyroclastic density currents. These weren't the massive, city-destroying surges that would come later. They were smaller, more diluted, but still deadly. Herculaneum, being closer and downwind of these early surges, was hit first. Around 1 in the morning, the first major pyroclastic surge reached Herculaneum. Temperature estimates range from 500 to 555 degrees Celsius. The surge moved faster than people could run. It killed everyone it touched instantly. Thermal shock. The bodies found in the boat chambers at Herculaneum's ancient shoreline tell this story. Hundreds of people had fled to the beach, hoping for boat rescue. They were waiting in the stone vaults when the surge hit. Death was instantaneous. Many victims show evidence of their blood literally boiling and their skulls exploding from internal pressure. Pompeii, farther away and partially shielded by terrain, didn't receive these early surges. But the pumice fall continued. By midnight, accumulation exceeded 6 feet in many locations. The weight was catastrophic for buildings. More roofs collapsed. Some structures fell completely. People trapped inside had no chance. Those in the streets found themselves in a landscape of ruins and darkness. The night of October 24th into the 25th was the longest night of many residents' lives. Those who'd fled early were already miles away, exhausted but alive. Those who'd stayed or delayed were trapped in a city that no longer functioned. No visibility, no clean air, structures failing constantly, the sound of the eruption a continuous roar, ash and pumice still falling. Some people made final attempts to escape during this night. The evidence shows people leaving their homes in the dark, trying to find gates, trying to reach open ground. Most of these late evacuees died, not from the pumice fall itself, but from the conditions it created. Suffocation from ash inhalation, injuries from falls or collapsing structures, exhaustion and exposure. As dawn approached on the 25th, approximately 18 hours into the eruption, the ashfall over Pompeii began to ease. This created a false hope. Some residents emerged from shelters, believing the worst had passed. Some who'd fled even began returning to gather possessions. This was the eye of the storm. A deceptive calm. The eruptive column had been fluctuating throughout the night. Around 7 in the morning, it collapsed completely. This produced the deadliest pyroclastic surge, the 4th surge in the sequence. It travelled at over 200 kilometers per hour with temperatures exceeding 300 degrees Celsius. It reached Pompeii in minutes. Death was instantaneous for anyone in its path. The heat shock caused cadaveric spasm, freezing bodies in their final positions. This explains the famous contorted poses of Pompeii's victims. Not agony, but instant muscle contraction from extreme heat. The surge didn't leave massive deposits like earlier pumice. It was a diluted flow, proportionally more gas than solid material. But it was more than hot enough to kill. This surge filled the city. It flowed through streets, into buildings, over walls. Anyone still alive in Pompeii died in this moment. The roughly 2,000 victims found in Pompeii died primarily in this surge, or subsequent ones. Those who'd left in the first few hours survived. Those who stayed or delayed did not. The line between life and death was drawn at approximately the 6-hour mark from eruption start. More surges followed throughout the day. Each one buried the city deeper. By evening, Pompeii lay under several meters of volcanic material. The eruption finally ceased around 8 o'clock, 32 hours after it began. The cities were gone. Not destroyed in the sense of rubble and ruins, but erased, buried so completely that within decades, the exact locations were uncertain. The survivors, estimated at 18,000 from a population of 20,000, scattered to surrounding cities. Neapolis, which is modern Naples, Puteoli, now Pozzuoli, Ostia, Nuceria. Evidence of Pompeian families appears in inscriptions across the region in the following years. Some refugees never returned. Others tried to dig down to their properties but found the material too deep, too hard. The cities remained buried for 17 centuries. The cities remained buried for 17 centuries. But what happened to those who survived? The 18,000 people who made it out didn't simply vanish into history. They scattered, rebuilt, and left traces across the Roman world. Their stories, recovered from inscriptions, official records, and archaeological evidence, reveal how a displaced population absorbed catastrophic loss and started over. Some went north. Ostia, the major port serving Rome, absorbed a significant number of refugees. Located at the mouth of the Tiber, Ostia was already a bustling commercial centre, making it a logical destination for merchants and traders who'd lost everything. The transition wasn't easy, but the infrastructure existed to accommodate newcomers. Pompeian family names appear in Ostian inscriptions dated after 79 AD. These weren't tourists or temporary visitors. These were permanent residents establishing new lives. The closest major city to Pompeii was Puteoli, modern Pozzuoli, only about 15 kilometers away across the Bay of Naples. As the second busiest port in Roman Italy, Puteoli had the economic capacity to absorb refugees. One documented case involves Aulus Umbricius, a garum merchant. Garum, the fermented fish sauce ubiquitous in Roman cooking, had been a major Pompeian export. Umbricius relocated his family and business to Puteoli, successfully re-establishing his trade. His wife gave birth to a son in their new city, whom they named Puteolanus, literally the Puteolanian. The name commemorated both gratitude and loss, marking the child as born into a family displaced by disaster yet welcome, met into a new community. Other survivors went to Neapolis, which is Naples. Already a significant urban centre, Neapolis could accommodate the influx without overwhelming its systems. Inscriptions show Pompeian families integrating into Neapolitan society within years of the eruption. Some maintained their original business connections, others adapted to new trades. The evidence suggests relatively smooth integration, likely aided by shared language, culture, and Roman citizenship. Nuceria, another nearby city, also received refugees. The archaeological and epigraphic record shows Pompeian names appearing in 12 different cities across the region, primarily within a 50-kilometre radius. This distribution pattern makes sense. Most refugees would have gone to the nearest viable city W. Here they had connections, business relationships, or family ties. Long-distance relocation was possible, but less common, reserved for those with significant resources or compelling reasons to travel farther. The survival of so many, roughly 90% of the population, contradicts the popular narrative of total annihilation. Popular imagination often treats Pompeii's destruction as complete, every resident perishing in the catastrophe. The archaeological reality tells a different story. The approximately 2,000 bodies found in Pompeii represent the minority who stayed too long or couldn't leave. The vast majority escaped. This high survival rate raises questions about preparation and warning. If so many escaped, why did anyone die? The answer lies in timing and circumstance. Those who left in the first 6 hours had multiple viable escape routes and relatively manageable conditions. Those who delayed faced progressively worse situations until escape became impossible. The victims weren't ignorant or foolish. They were making reasonable decisions based on incomplete information and rapidly changing circumstances. Some had mobility constraints. Archaeological evidence shows elderly individuals and young children among the victims, people who couldn't move quickly or travel far. Some had compelling reasons to stay. Business owners protecting valuable inventory, household heads trying to secure their properties, people caring for sick or injured family members. These weren't bad decisions in the moment. They became fatal only when the eruption's severity exceeded all expectations. The refugee experience itself was traumatic beyond the physical displacement. These survivors lost homes, businesses, accumulated wealth, family members, community structures, and the entire physical environment they'd known. Some had lived in Pompeii for generations. Their families had histories there, ancestral homes, established social positions. All of that ended in a single day. The psychological impact would have been severe by any standard, yet they rebuilt. The appearance of Pompeian family names in business records, marriage contracts, and property transactions across the region shows active reintegration into society. Some families maintained their wealth and status. Others started from nothing. The Roman social structure, while rigid in many ways, did allow for economic mobility, especially for those with skills, connections, or determination. Imperial response to the disaster appears to have been limited. The Emperor Titus, who'd taken power only months before the eruption, reportedly sent officials to assess the damage and provided some financial assistance. But there's no evidence of a large-scale imperial relief program. Roman governance generally left disaster response to local authorities and private charity. The survivors were largely on their own. This self-reliance is reflected in how quickly Pompeian businesses resumed operations elsewhere. The garum merchant re-establishing his trade in Puteoli wasn't an isolated case. Multiple inscriptions reference Pompeian merchants, craftsmen, and traders operating in new locations within years of the eruption. They didn't wait for government assistance. They adapted. Some survivors attempted to return. In the months and years following the eruption, people tried excavating down to their properties to recover valuables. The volcanic material proved too deep and too hardened. These salvage attempts left tunnels and disturbed layers that later archaeologists would discover. Most gave up quickly, realizing the effort was futile. A few persisted, driven by the value of what they'd lost or simple refusal to accept the finality of it. The buried cities became known locations that couldn't be accessed. Ancient texts reference Pompeii and Herculaneum in the past tense, describing them as cities destroyed by Vesuvius, but the exact locations became uncertain over time. Sediment and vegetation covered the burial layers. New settlements developed in the area, none on the exact sites of the buried cities. By the medieval period, the locations were folklore rather than accessible history. This burial was extraordinary in its completeness. Most destroyed cities in the ancient world left ruins, visible remains that could be reoccupied or scavenged for building materials. Pompeii and Herculaneum simply disappeared under meters of volcanic material that hardened into rock-like deposits. No visible structures remained above ground, no streets to follow, nothing to indicate that thriving cities had existed there. The survivors carried the memory forward through family stories and written accounts. Pliny the Younger's letters, written shortly after the eruption, provided the most detailed contemporary description. His account circulated among educated Romans and was eventually preserved through manuscript copies. But for the general population, Pompeii became a cautionary tale, a reminder of nature's power and the vulnerability of even prosperous Roman cities. The demographic impact on the region was significant, but not catastrophic. Losing 2 cities and roughly 2,000 people was a major disaster, but the Bay of Naples remained populated and economically viable. The volcanic soil that had made the area so fertile continued to support agriculture. The ports continued functioning. Trade routes remained active. The region recovered economically within decades. What didn't recover was the specific urban configuration and social structure of Pompeii and Herculaneum. Those cities, with their particular layouts, their accumulated history, their unique character, were gone permanently. The survivors carried forward their identities as Pompeians, as evidenced by naming patterns and self-identification in inscriptions. But they did so in new locations. Some refugees never stopped grieving. Inscriptions occasionally reference loss or displacement in ways that suggest continued emotional connection to the destroyed cities. A tomb marker might note that the deceased was from Pompeii, identifying origin even decades later. These weren't just geographical references. They were assertions of identity, claims to a place and community that no longer existed except in memory. For children who survived, the trauma would have been formative. A child who was 5 years old during the eruption would have fragmented memories of their original home, of the day the sky went dark, of the flight to safety. They would grow up in a different city, with their parents' stories of what was lost. These second-generation survivors would carry Pompeii forward as inherited memory rather than personal experience. The question of property rights and inheritance created legal complications. Roman law was sophisticated regarding property ownership, but the total burial of two cities presented unprecedented challenges. If someone fled Pompeii and wanted to sell their property, how could they? The land existed, but was inaccessible. If someone died in the eruption and their heirs survived, what happened to the inheritance? These legal questions would have required case-by-case resolution, likely involving local magistrates and possibly imperial intervention. The economic impact on specific industries was severe. Pompeii had been a major centre for wine production, olive oil, and garum. The surrounding agricultural land, buried under volcanic material, took years to become productive again. Businesses that had supplied these products had to relocate or close. Competitors in other regions likely benefited from reduced competition. The market adjusted, but not without disruption and loss for those whose livelihoods depended on Pompeian production. Religious responses to the disaster varied. Some interpreted the eruption as divine punishment, though for what offence remained unclear. Others saw it as random misfortune, the kind of disaster that periodically struck without deeper meaning. Roman religion didn't generally interpret natural disasters as divine messages in the way some other cultures did. The gods were powerful, but not necessarily interventionist in that manner. Still, temples across the region likely saw increased offerings and prayers in the aftermath, people seeking protection or expressing gratitude for survival. The 17 centuries of burial preserved the cities in ways that wouldn't have been possible otherwise. Had Pompeii simply been destroyed by earthquake or fire, the ruins would have been scavenged, reoccupied, or built over. The volcanic burial created a sealed time capsule. When excavations began in the 18th century, archaeologists found streets, buildings, and artifacts in remarkable condition. Even organic materials, normally lost to decay, survived in some form. The story of Pompeii's destruction is also the story of Pompeii's preservation. The survivors couldn't have known that their lost cities would become the most famous archaeological sites in the world. They couldn't have imagined that 2,000 years later, millions of people would visit the excavated streets, walk through their houses, and examine their possessions. For them, Pompeii was simply gone, buried, and inaccessible, a memory that would fade with their generation. Yet through that burial, the city achieved a strange immortality, not through continued habitation, but through preservation. The refugees rebuilt their lives, adapted to new cities, and moved forward. Some prospered, some struggled. All carried the memory of that day when the mountain erupted and everything changed. Their stories, recovered through patient archaeological and historical research, remind us that disaster creates survivors as well as victims, and that resilience is as much a part of the human story as catastrophe. The survivors' new lives unfolded in cities that suddenly had to absorb thousands of displaced people. Integration wasn't always smooth. refugees competed for housing, jobs, and resources with established residents. Some coastal towns saw immediate strain on their infrastructure. Water systems, food supplies, and accommodation all faced sudden demand. The newcomers brought skills and labour, but they also brought need. How each city handled this influx varied based on its size, wealth, and proximity to the disaster zone. Puteoli, the second busiest port in Roman Italy, became a major destination. Its economy, already robust from maritime trade, could absorb new workers more easily than smaller towns. Survivors with merchant backgrounds found opportunities there. The garum trade, vital to Pompeian economy, shifted locations but didn't disappear. Families like the Umbrici re-established themselves, adapting recipes and supplier networks to new surroundings. Their success wasn't guaranteed, but the infrastructure existed to make it possible. Ostia, Rome's primary port, also received refugees. Its connection to the capital meant opportunities for those with connections or capital. Former Pompeians who owned property elsewhere or had business relationships could leverage those assets. Others arrived with nothing. The gap between wealthy survivors and destitute ones widened as time passed. Resources and social networks determined who rebuilt quickly and who struggled for years. Not everyone relocated to major cities. Some moved to smaller towns closer to their buried homes, hoping to return when conditions allowed. These satellite communities formed along the Bay of Naples, populated by people who couldn't let go entirely. They watched the mountain, tracked minor tremors, and debated whether the land would ever be safe again. Some of these settlements persisted. Others were abandoned when it became clear that Pompeii and Herculaneum would remain inaccessible. The decision of where to resettle often came down to family ties. If you had relatives in Neapolis, you went there. If your business partner operated in Cumae, that became your destination. Extended family networks, the backbone of Roman social structure, now became lifelines. Those without such connections faced harder choices and fewer options. The disaster revealed who had built broad social networks and who had remained isolated within Pompeii's walls. Children adapted differently than adults. For those young enough, the new city became home within a few years. They learned new streets, made new friends, and absorbed the local dialect and customs. Their memories of Pompeii faded or became stories told by parents. For older children and teenagers, the displacement was harder. They remembered their old homes clearly and felt the loss more acutely. Some carried that sense of exile throughout their lives. Language and dialect created subtle barriers. While all these cities spoke Latin, regional variations existed. Accents and local expressions marked Pompeians as outsiders. In some communities, this mattered little. In others, it became a point of tension or mockery. Over time, second-generation survivors lost these markers, blending into their adopted city's linguistic landscape. But the first generation often retained traces of their origin. Employment patterns shifted based on what skills transferred. A Pompeian fuller couldn't easily replicate his business without established clientele and infrastructure. A baker might find work more readily, as bread was universally needed. Merchants with existing trade relationships had the best prospects, able to redirect supply chains to new locations. Manual labourers found work on construction projects, which never ceased in Roman cities. The skilled and educated generally fared better than those whose livelihoods had been tied to specific locations or properties. Women faced particular challenges. Widows who lost husbands in the eruption had to navigate property laws that didn't always favour them. Without male relatives to advocate for their claims to buried estates, some found themselves legally adrift. Roman law provided some protections for widows, but accessing those protections required literacy, knowledge of legal processes, and often money for legal representation. Many women remarried quickly, not always by choice, but from economic necessity. The enslaved population's fate varied dramatically. Some slaves who escaped with their owners remained in bondage, continuing their service in new households. Others found the chaos of displacement offered opportunities for freedom. Masters who lost everything sometimes manumitted slaves they could no longer support. Records show several Pompeian slaves appearing as freedmen in other cities within a few years of the eruption. Whether this represented intentional generosity or economic pragmatism is unclear, but the disaster created openings that wouldn't have existed otherwise. Children born to survivors in their new cities carried names that sometimes reflected their origins. Naming a child after the city where they were born was common practice. When Aulus Umbricius and his wife named their son Putialanus, they were following tradition while also marking the family's journey. These names served as permanent records of displacement, encoded into future generations. Religious life continued, but temples and household shrines were left behind. The Lares, household gods whose shrines stood in nearly every Roman home, were supposedly tied to specific locations. Families who fled without their household shrine objects had to establish new relationships with new Lares. Some survivors commissioned new shrines immediately, others delayed, perhaps uncertain whether the gods would follow them or remain with the buried homes. This spiritual displacement added another layer to the psychological burden of resettlement. The annual calendar of festivals and commemorations shifted. Pompeii had its own local religious calendar, celebrating deities and festivals specific to the city. In new locations, survivors had to adapt to different schedules and different patron gods. Some maintained private observances of Pompeian festivals. Others gradually adopted their new city's religious rhythm. Within a generation, most distinctly Pompeian religious practices had faded, absorbed into the broader Roman religious landscape. Trade connections persisted in unexpected ways. Pompeii had been a node in larger commercial networks. When it vanished, those networks didn't collapse, they rerouted. Suppliers who had shipped goods to Pompeian merchants simply found new buyers. Wine producers in the interior still needed coastal outlets. The economic relationships adjusted, with survivors sometimes serving as brokers who understood both old and new markets. Their knowledge of Pompeian business practices and contacts remained valuable even after the city itself was gone. The physical reminders of Pompeii slowly disappeared from survivors' lives. Clothing wore out and was replaced with local styles. Household items broke and were substituted with whatever the new city offered. Within 5 years, few material objects remained to connect survivors to their former homes. The objects that did persist, carried carefully through the evacuation and treasured afterward, became family heirlooms. A particular lamp, a small statue, a piece of jewellery. These items carried disproportionate emotional weight as the last tangible links to what was lost. Letters between survivors scattered across different cities created networks of shared memory. Those who could write maintained correspondence, updating each other on their situations and sharing news about mutual acquaintances. These letters, mostly lost to history, would have contained the detailed personal stories of adaptation and struggle that official records don't capture. Through them, a diaspora community maintained connection despite physical separation. Litigation over property continued for years, perhaps decades. Roman courts had to navigate unprecedented questions. Could you sell property that was buried under volcanic material? Could heirs claim estates they couldn't access? What happened to debts owed by people who died in the eruption? Legal precedents established in these cases would have influenced Roman property law more broadly, though the specific rulings are largely lost to us. Some survivors attempted to return to the area, not to Pompeii itself, but to land nearby. Once the volcanic material cooled and settled, the surrounding countryside could theoretically be reoccupied. The volcanic soil, rich in minerals, would eventually become fertile again. But the timeline for this recovery was unclear. Some pioneers returned within a decade. Others waited longer. The area near the buried cities remained sparsely populated for generations, a zone of caution and superstition. Psychological recovery happened gradually, at different rates for different people. Those who lost entire families carried grief that never fully healed. Those who escaped with loved ones intact adjusted more easily, though they still mourned homes and possessions. Children showed remarkable resilience, adapting to new circumstances with flexibility adults often lacked. But trauma surfaced in unexpected ways. A sudden loud noise, ash falling from a cooking fire. These triggers could transport survivors back to that day. The stories survivors told shaped how the eruption was remembered. Each telling emphasized different aspects. Some focused on the terror and chaos. Others highlighted examples of courage and survival. Over time, these narratives solidified into family legends, passed down with varying degrees of accuracy. Grandchildren heard about the day the mountain exploded, but the details shifted with each generation, memory blending with imagination. Imperial response to the disaster, while not immediate or comprehensive, did eventually materialize. Titus, who became emperor shortly before the eruption, allocated some funds for relief efforts. The scale of this aid is debated, but it likely helped with immediate needs in the months following the disaster. Later emperors showed little interest in the buried cities, which gradually faded from active imperial concern. The disaster was past. The survivors had resettled. Life moved forward. The buried cities themselves became curiosities, then faded from memory entirely. Within a century, few people remembered exactly where Pompeii had stood. The land above was eventually cultivated, though farmers sometimes encountered strange structures beneath the soil. Stories circulated about cursed ground and buried treasures, disconnected from the historical reality. The cities that had once been vital parts of the Roman world became myths, awaiting rediscovery by archaeologists 17 centuries later. Human stories always continue past the catastrophe. The eruption was the end of Pompeii, but not the end of Pompeians. They scattered, adapted, rebuilt, and eventually blended into the broader Roman population. Their experiences, though traumatic, were not unique in the ancient world. Cities were destroyed regularly by war, earthquake, and fire. Populations displaced. People moved on. The scale of Vesuvius's destruction was extraordinary, but the human response to it followed familiar patterns. Resilience, in the end, defined the survivor experience more than catastrophe. Yes, they lost homes, possessions, loved ones, and their entire city. But they also found new places, built new lives, raised children who never knew Pompeii, and eventually created futures disconnected from that volcanic day. The eruption changed everything for them, but it didn't stop everything. That distinction matters when understanding the full human cost and the full human capacity for recovery. 17 centuries later, archaeologists would discover something peculiar. Intact wooden boxes filled with tools, empty stables with hay still in feeding troughs, shops with counters cleared and shuttered. These absences tell stories as important as the bodies found in ash. Pompeii wasn't frozen mid-routine. It was abandoned systematically by people who knew disaster approached and made calculated choices about what to take and what to leave behind. The evacuation wasn't chaotic stampede. It was decision after decision, layered across hours, as conditions shifted and information spread unevenly through narrow streets. Understanding those decisions requires understanding what people knew, when they knew it, and what options seemed viable at each stage. The timeline matters enormously. A choice that made perfect sense at hour 3 could prove fatal by hour 12. Start with what survivors later reported. Pliny the Younger, writing from Misenum across the bay, described the eruption column as resembling an umbrella pine tree, a massive vertical shaft spreading horizontally at high altitude. From Pompeii itself, that column would have appeared directly overhead after the initial blast. But the first warning wasn't visual, it was auditory. Around midday on that October afternoon, residents heard a sound unlike anything in their experience. Eyewitness accounts describe it as a roar, a continuous thunder that didn't fade. This wasn't the rumble of an earthquake. It was sustained, growing louder, emanating from the mountain. People stopped what they were doing. Conversations halted. Work paused. Everyone looked toward Vesuvius. Within minutes, the visual component became undeniable. A column of material shot upward at incomprehensible speed, punching through the atmosphere. From Pompeii's vantage point, it appeared the mountain had split open and was ejecting its interior into the sky. The column climbed miles high, darkening as it rose, spreading outward at its apex. Shadow crept across the city as this expanding cloud blocked sunlight. Then came the first fallout. Not immediately, and not evenly. The eruption column dispersed material based on wind patterns and particle weight. Heavier pumice fell first, closer to the volcano. Lighter ash drifted farther. Pompeii, positioned southeast of Vesuvius, received both, but the sequence mattered. Pumice began landing within the first hour. Small fragments initially, then larger chunks. These weren't heavy enough to cause immediate injury, but they accumulated rapidly. Rooftops started collecting volcanic material. Streets began filling. The sound was distinctive, a constant pattering like hail, but softer, almost sandy. People could still move around, but movement became more difficult as depth increased. Decision point 1 arrived within the first 2 hours. Stay or leave. The choice seemed straightforward in hindsight, but was genuinely complicated at the time. Leaving meant abandoning property, possessions, and possibly family members who couldn't travel quickly. Staying meant weathering an event of unknown duration and intensity. Neither choice guaranteed safety. Those who left immediately faced the easiest conditions. Streets were still navigable. Visibility remained adequate despite dimming light. The main gates, particularly the Herculaneum Gate to the northwest and the Sarno Gate to the east, provided clear exit routes. People who departed in this window, roughly the first 3 to 4 hours, encountered minimal physical obstacles. Pumice depth remained manageable, perhaps ankle to shin level. Breathing was uncomfortable, but possible. But most didn't leave immediately. Several factors anchored people in place. Many had elderly relatives or small children who couldn't walk long distances. Others were slaves with no authority to make independent decisions. Some were ill or injured from earlier tremors. Practical considerations weighed heavily. Where would they go? How far could they travel before nightfall? What would they eat and drink once they left? Property concerns also factored significantly. Pompeii's residents had accumulated wealth in tangible forms: furniture, jewelry, stored food, business inventory. Walking away meant losing everything. For merchants and shopkeepers, their entire livelihood sat inside buildings now collecting volcanic material. The temptation to protect assets, or at least secure valuables, was powerful. Religious interpretation complicated matters further. Romans understood natural disasters as expressions of divine will. Priests and augurs were consulted. Sacrifices were likely offered. Some residents may have believed that proper religious observance would placate whatever deity had been offended. This wasn't ignorance. It was the framework they possessed for making sense of catastrophic events. As the afternoon progressed, conditions deteriorated steadily. Pumice accumulation reached knee height, then waist height in some areas. Roofs began collapsing under the weight. Flat roofs failed first, then pitched roofs as material piled against structural supports. Each collapse created a thunderous crash, audible across the city, reinforcing the sense of disintegration. Darkness intensified. By mid-afternoon, Pompeii existed in twilight. By late afternoon, genuine darkness. The eruption column blocked all direct sunlight, and the constant shower of material created a choking haze. Visibility dropped to meters, then less. People navigating streets couldn't see where they were going. Landmarks disappeared. Orientation became difficult. Breathing grew progressively harder. Volcanic ash is not like wood ash. It's tiny particles of pulverized rock with sharp edges. Inhaling it irritates airways immediately. Prolonged exposure causes coughing, chest pain, and breathing difficulty. People tied cloth over their faces, but this provided limited protection. Children and elderly struggled most, their respiratory systems unable to cope with sustained ash inhalation. Decision point 2 emerged around hour 6 to 8. Those who'd initially chosen to stay now reconsidered. But conditions had changed dramatically. Leaving was no longer straightforward. Streets were buried under material. Navigation required local knowledge and determination. Moving through waist-deep pumice while carrying children or supplies was exhausting. Many attempted departure at this stage, but found progress slower than anticipated. The coastal route attracted many. Pompeii sat roughly a mile inland from the Bay of Naples, with the Sarno River providing a connection to the sea. People reasoned that boats offered escape options. If they could reach the shore, perhaps vessels would evacuate them to safety. This logic was sound, but execution proved difficult. The route to the coast required traversing open ground now accumulating material at alarming rates. Wind drove ash horizontally, reducing visibility further. Those attempting coastal escape faced another problem. Vesuvius's eruption affected the entire bay area. Ships that might normally have provided transport were either fleeing themselves or avoiding the region entirely. The famous attempt by Pliny the Elder, who commanded a naval squadron and attempted a rescue mission, ended in his death when conditions proved too severe. If a naval commander with resources couldn't successfully navigate the coastal waters, individual refugees had little chance. Inland routes offered different challenges. Roads leading away from the volcano, particularly toward Nuceria and Stabiae, remained theoretically passable longer than coastal paths. Higher elevation provided some advantage, as pyroclastic surges would later follow valley bottlenecks. But these routes meant leaving the familiar urban environment for open countryside in darkness and ashfall. Without clear destination or plan, many hesitated. By nightfall, approximately 8 to 10 hours into the eruption, Pompeii had largely emptied. The majority of residents who would survive had already departed. Those remaining fell into several categories. Some physically couldn't leave, the immobile, the trapped, those caring for people unable to travel. Others had made the calculated decision to shelter in place, believing sturdy buildings offered better protection than exposure outside. Still others were simply caught by timing, having delayed too long. Sheltering logic seemed reasonable. Roman buildings were solid structures, stone walls, heavy doors, secure rooms. If you could find a basement or interior space protected from falling material, perhaps you could wait out the event. Many chose this strategy. They retreated into homes, locked doors, and hoped for the eruption to exhaust itself. This decision would prove fatal, but not immediately and not obviously. For hours, sheltering appeared to work. Buildings withstood the pumice accumulation. Interior spaces remained relatively clear. People could breathe, rest, and conserve energy. The constant roar outside was terrifying, but walls provided psychological as well as physical protection. The pyroclastic surges changed everything. These weren't predictable from earlier conditions. Nothing in the first 12 hours suggested that superheated gas clouds would follow. When the eruption column collapsed around 1 in the morning, roughly 13 hours after initial blast, the physics shifted entirely. Pyroclastic surges moved differently than falling material. They flowed like fluid, following topography, filling spaces, penetrating buildings. Temperature exceeded 300 degrees Celsius. Speed reached over 100 miles per hour in some surges. There was no outrunning them, no sheltering from them. Anyone in their path died within seconds. Herculaneum, closer to Vesuvius, was hit first. The town sat directly downslope, and the initial surge channeled through the valley leading to the coast. Hundreds of people had gathered in boat chambers by the shore, waiting for evacuation that never came. The surge killed them instantly. Their skeletons, discovered in the 1980s, showed evidence of extreme thermal shock. Some had belongings clutched in their hands. They'd made it to what seemed like the escape route and died waiting for boats. Pompeii experienced surges later in the sequence, around dawn of the second day. By this point, survivors still in the city were either trapped by accumulation or had deliberately chosen to remain. The surges that reached Pompeii were less intense than those that destroyed Herculaneum, but still lethal. Temperatures remained high enough to cause instant death. People sheltering in buildings died in their chosen refuges. Archaeological evidence shows bodies in predictable locations. Many were found in lower rooms or cellars, places that seemed safest from falling material. Others were discovered near doorways, perhaps attempting final escape. Some were in positions suggesting they'd been sleeping or resting. The surges killed without warning, offering no time for reaction. The physical mechanics of death were swift. At temperatures exceeding 250 degrees, human bodies undergo immediate thermal shock. Brain tissue vaporizes, blood boils. The famous contorted positions of Pompeii's victims aren't signs of prolonged agony but cadaveric spasm, an instant muscular contraction caused by extreme heat. Death was rapid, likely unconscious. By mid-morning of the second day, Pompeii was silent. Multiple surges had swept through, burying structures under layers of volcanic material. The city that had been vibrant 24 hours earlier no longer existed as a functional space. Buildings were crushed or filled. Streets were buried under meters of debris. No movement, no sound except the ongoing rumble of the volcano and the settling of material. The final phases of eruption continued into the afternoon, but there was no one left to experience them. Later, surges added more material, sealing the city more completely. But the human story had ended hours before. Pompeii's population was either safely distant, having escaped in the early hours, or dead, having stayed too long or sheltered in place. Escape had been possible. The majority achieved it. But survival required early decision-making, physical capability, and some luck regarding timing and route choice. Those who left within the first 4 to 6 hours faced manageable conditions and reached safety. Those who delayed encountered exponentially increasing difficulty. Those who sheltered died when the eruption's character shifted from fallout to surge. The archaeological record preserves these choices in negative space. Empty homes with secured doors, cleared shops, absence of transport animals. These details indicate organized departure, not panicked flight. People made decisions based on available information, weighed options, and acted accordingly. That most survived testifies to rational decision-making under extraordinary pressure. Human behavior under disaster follows patterns. Initial disbelief gives way to assessment. Assessment leads to decision. Decision requires action. Each stage consumes time. In Pompeii's case, time was the critical resource. Those who moved through this sequence quickly survived. Those who lingered at any stage faced compounding difficulty. The eruption didn't wait for readiness. Understanding these 48 hours means understanding choice under uncertainty. No one knew how long the eruption would last, or how severe it would become. Each decision was made with incomplete information, balancing immediate discomfort against unknown future risk. Some chose correctly, others didn't. The difference was timing, capability, and circumstances largely beyond individual control. The silence after catastrophe isn't peaceful, it's absence. Pompeii became that absence by mid-morning of the second day, preserved not as it lived but as it stopped. The story ends there, but understanding why requires looking backward from that endpoint, tracing what happened to those who survived, and where survival itself led them. Archaeological evidence tells stories through what's missing rather than what remains. Empty homes with valuables removed, workshops cleared of tools, stables without animals. These absences map escape patterns more clearly than any written account. People took what they could carry, which means they had time to choose. Hurried departure leaves everything. Organized evacuation leaves selective gaps. The survival rate was remarkably high. Modern estimates suggest perhaps 90% of Pompeii's population escaped. Out of 15,000 to 20,000 residents, roughly 2,000 died. Those numbers contradict popular imagination, but align with archaeological reality. The bodies found represent the minority who stayed or couldn't leave. The majority got out. Where did they go? The archaeological record provides scattered clues rather than complete narratives. Some evidence comes from inscriptions found in cities across the Bay of Naples region. Family names known from Pompeii appear on monuments and tomb inscriptions in other locations after 79. These aren't coincidental, they represent deliberate resettlement. Puteoli, modern Pozzuoli, absorbed significant numbers of refugees. As the second busiest port in Roman Italy, it had capacity for displaced populations. One documented case involves the Umbricius family. Aulus Umbricius had been a garum merchant in Pompeii, producing the fermented fish sauce Romans considered essential. After the eruption, he re-established his business in Puteoli. His first child born there received the name Putiolinus, marking the family's new home. This detail survives because the family prospered enough to leave inscribed records. Ostia, Rome's port city, received others. Archaeological evidence there includes building dedications and funerary monuments referencing Pompeian origins. These weren't immediate refugees, but established residents who'd relocated permanently. The pattern suggests deliberate migration rather than temporary displacement. Neapolis, modern Naples, lay close enough to receive early arrivals, but far enough to escape major damage. Its harbour facilities made it a natural gathering point for coastal evacuees. From there, people dispersed to wherever they had connections, family, or business contacts. The economic impact rippled outward. Pompeii had been a commercial centre, particularly for agricultural products from the surrounding countryside. Vineyards and olive groves in the region produced goods traded throughout the Mediterranean. The eruption destroyed this infrastructure. Land remained buried and unusable. Markets disappeared. Trade networks collapsed. Survivors faced practical challenges beyond immediate safety. Most had lost homes, businesses, stored wealth. Roman society operated on credit and reputation. Displaced merchants needed to re-establish both in unfamiliar cities. Artisans required new workshops and tools. Even wealthy families who owned property elsewhere faced diminished circumstances. Some evidence suggests governmental assistance. The Roman state occasionally provided disaster relief, though documentation is sparse. Whether survivors received organized aid or relied on personal resources remains unclear. What's certain is that resettlement happened relatively quickly. Within years, Pompeian names appear in records across the region, indicating successful reintegration. The psychological aftermath receives less attention in ancient sources. Romans didn't document trauma the way modern societies do, but scattered references suggest lasting impact. Pliny the Younger's letters describe his own terror during the eruption and his uncle's death. Other writers mention the event as a reference point for catastrophe. For those who experienced it directly, the memory must have remained vivid. Some survivors may have attempted return visits. The burial depth varied across the site. Parts of Pompeii lay under only a few meters of material. In the immediate aftermath, before erosion and settling, uppermost structures might have been partially visible. Whether people tried to excavate valuables or assess their former homes is unknown, but plausible. The Roman government declared the area abandoned. Property rights became complicated. Legally, owners retained claims to buried land. Practically, that land was inaccessible and worthless. Over time, legal disputes probably arose over inheritance and ownership. No records of such cases survive, but the legal framework existed for them. Agriculture eventually returned to the region. Volcanic soil, once settled, becomes exceptionally fertile. Within decades, farmers likely worked land on the eruption's periphery. The area directly over Pompeii remained too deeply buried for cultivation, but surrounding zones recovered. This pattern appears wherever volcanic regions have human populations. Destruction gives way to gradual reoccupation as soil regenerates. Memory of the cities faded surprisingly quickly. Within a few generations, exact locations became uncertain. The name Pompeii survived in literature, but physical knowledge of the site diminished. Later Roman writers mention the eruption as a historical event without precise geographical detail. Medieval sources occasionally reference it, but accurate information had eroded. This forgetting seems strange from a modern perspective. How does a major city simply disappear from collective memory? Several factors explain it. The area remained buried and uninhabitable. No visible ruins reminded people of what lay beneath. Other catastrophes followed, each pushing earlier disasters deeper into the past. Without ongoing physical presence, sites fade from awareness. The 18th century brought rediscovery. Initial excavations began accidentally when well diggers found ancient structures. Systematic archaeology followed, revealing the preserved city. That process continues today, with portions still unexcavated. Modern techniques reveal details earlier excavators missed or destroyed. What those excavations show about survival patterns confirms the basic narrative. Most residents left early. Those who stayed or returned died when conditions became unsurvivable. The archaeological distribution of bodies clusters in specific locations, near gates where people attempted late escape, in sturdy buildings where they sheltered, in open spaces where they sought refuge from collapsing structures. The absence of bodies in most homes indicates successful evacuation. Empty houses with secured doors suggest organized departure. Workshops cleared of valuable tools show deliberate salvage efforts. These details paint a picture of rational response under extreme conditions rather than blind panic. Some individuals made choices that seem questionable in hindsight. Why shelter inside when fleeing was possible? The answer lies in incomplete information and rational calculation. Staying indoors protected against falling pumice. Leaving meant exposure to that hazard plus unknown conditions outside. Without understanding volcanic eruptions, predicting which choice was safer remained impossible. Modern volcanology identifies the critical decision point as the transition from fallout to pyroclastic surge. Before that transition, sheltering was viable. After it, sheltering became fatal. No one in 79 could identify that transition in advance. The decision to stay made sense based on available information, until suddenly it didn't. The speed of death during pyroclastic surges meant those caught had no time for regret or alternative action. Temperatures high enough to cause instant unconsciousness and death within seconds characterized these events. The physical preservation of bodies results from rapid burial immediately after death, preventing decomposition. For survivors who escaped, the knowledge of what happened to those left behind must have been devastating. Whether they learned details immediately or gradually remains unclear. Information traveled slowly in the ancient world. Survivors in distant cities might not have known the final outcome for weeks or months. The eruption became a reference point in Roman literature and thought. Writers invoked it when discussing fate, divine punishment, or natural catastrophe. Pliny the Elder's death during rescue attempts made him a symbol of scientific curiosity and civic duty. His nephew's account ensured the event remained documented. But for most survivors, life moved forward. They rebuilt in new locations, re-established businesses, raised families. The catastrophe that destroyed their city became part of their personal history, but not their entire identity. Human resilience appears throughout the archaeological record in the form of resumed normal life patterns after disaster. The economic recovery of the region took longer. Pompeii had been a significant commercial centre. Its loss disrupted trade networks and agricultural production. Other cities absorbed some of this economic activity, but total replacement took years. The Bay of Naples remained important, but the specific role Pompeii played shifted to other locations. Vesuvius itself continued threatening the region. Subsequent eruptions occurred throughout Roman times and beyond. Each reminded residents of the danger. Yet people continued living in the area, drawn by fertile soil and economic opportunity. This pattern persists today, with millions living in the volcano's shadow. The story of Pompeii's last 48 hours is fundamentally about choice under uncertainty. Every decision made sense given available information. People acted rationally based on incomplete understanding. Some choices led to survival, others didn't. The difference often came down to timing and circumstances beyond individual control. Understanding this requires resisting the temptation to judge historical actors by modern standards. They didn't know what we know. They couldn't predict what became obvious in hindsight. They made reasonable decisions that sometimes had tragic consequences. The archaeological preservation means we can study these decisions in unusual detail. The frozen moment captures choice in action. Bodies near doorways show attempted escape. Bodies in interior rooms show sheltering decisions. Bodies in groups show families staying together. Each position tells a story about what someone thought was the right choice in that moment. For those who survived, the rest of their lives unfolded in the shadow of that experience. They carried memories of the eruption, of escape, of whatever they witnessed. They rebuilt lives in new cities, created new connections, adapted to changed circumstances. Their resilience appears in inscriptions and archaeological traces across the region. The final outcome was a buried city and a scattered population. Pompeii ceased to exist as a functioning urban centre. Its residents became refugees and then immigrants in other communities. The physical site lay sealed under volcanic material, preserved but inaccessible. The human community dispersed and gradually integrated into other cities. This dispersal meant Pompeii's cultural and social identity slowly dissolved. Refugees became residents of new cities. Their children grew up elsewhere. Within a generation or two, being from Pompeii meant little except as family history. The living city became a memory, then a historical reference, then a forgotten site. The preservation paradox is that destruction created the conditions for perfect conservation. The same eruption that ended the city ensured its survival in archaeological form. Without burial, Pompeii would have been dismantled, rebuilt, or eroded like countless other Roman cities. Instead, it waited, sealed and protected, until modern excavation revealed it again. That revelation connected modern viewers with ancient choices and ancient lives. Walking Pompeii's streets today means following paths taken during those final hours. Standing in the Forum means occupying space where people made decisions about staying or leaving. The physical reality bridges temporal distance, but the human stories remain partially inaccessible. We see outcomes without hearing voices. We trace patterns without knowing motivations. We map movements without understanding emotions. The archaeological record preserves actions but not thoughts, decisions but not deliberations. What remains clear is that survival was possible, and many achieved it. The eruption was catastrophic, but not apocalyptic. Most people escaped because they recognized danger and acted accordingly. Those who died made choices that seemed reasonable, but proved fatal. The difference between these outcomes often came down to hours or even minutes of timing. Human behavior under disaster follows patterns that transcend time and culture. Initial disbelief gives way to assessment. Assessment leads to decision. Decision requires action. This sequence played out in Pompeii, as it has in every disaster since. Understanding these patterns helps explain both survival and loss. The final hours saw the city empty gradually, then suddenly. Early leavers escaped easily. Later departures faced increasing difficulty. Final attempts met impossible conditions. By mid-morning of the second day, the window had closed completely. Anyone still present when pyroclastic surges reached the city died there. The buried city then began its long preservation, sealed under material that protected it from weather, looters, and time. The people scattered to new lives in other places. The connection between place and population broke. Pompeii became a location without inhabitants, a physical space emptied of human presence. That emptiness persisted for 17 centuries until excavation began revealing what lay beneath. The rediscovered city told stories its residents couldn't tell, preserved choices they couldn't explain, captured moments they couldn't record. The archaeology became the voice of the silenced, speaking across vast temporal distance about human decisions under extraordinary pressure. The archaeology became the voice of the silenced, speaking across vast temporal distance about human decisions under extraordinary pressure. That voice reveals layers of complexity, often missing from simplified narratives about volcanic disaster. The excavation work that began in the 18th century approached Pompeii with treasure hunting mentality rather than scientific method. Early diggers wanted art and valuables. They tunneled through volcanic deposits seeking statues, frescoes, and precious metals. The methods destroyed contextual information that would have answered questions about final movements and decisions. Bodies were often disregarded or reburied without documentation. Artifacts were removed without recording their locations. The result was beautiful museum collections, but compromised archaeological understanding. Later excavations adopted more systematic approaches. Giuseppe Fiorelli, who directed work from 1863 to 1875, revolutionized techniques by introducing plaster casting. When excavators found voids in the volcanic material, Fiorelli recognized these as spaces where bodies had decomposed. Pouring plaster into these voids created casts showing victims in their final moments. The technique captured postures, clothing details, and spatial relationships. These casts transformed Pompeii from abstract ruins into intensely human tragedy. The figures showed people sheltering together, covering their faces, clutching children. Each cast represented a decision that led to that specific location at that fatal moment. Modern archaeological methods continue revealing new information about those final hours. Ground-penetrating radar maps unexcavated areas without disturbing them. Chemical analysis of skeletal remains indicates diet, health status, and geographic origin. Isotope studies trace movement patterns before death. DNA analysis identifies family relationships among victims found together. These techniques answer questions impossible to address through traditional excavation. They show that Pompeii's population was more diverse than once assumed, with residents from across the Mediterranean. They reveal nutritional patterns, suggesting some victims were wealthy, while others were malnourished. They demonstrate that people sheltering together were often related by blood, not just proximity. The distribution pattern of remains across the city tells stories about final choices. Relatively few bodies have been found in open streets. Most cluster in specific locations that made sense as shelters. Gardens, courtyards, and porticoed areas attracted people seeking protection from falling pumice. Ground floors of sturdy buildings showed similar concentrations. Upper floors, where people might have fled to escape rising ash deposits, sometimes collapsed under volcanic material weight, trapping those inside. The harbour area at Pompeii has revealed fewer remains than expected, suggesting successful evacuation by sea during early eruption phases. In contrast, Herculaneum's boat chambers held concentrated groups who reached the shoreline, but couldn't launch vessels before pyroclastic surges arrived. The spatial archaeology maps hope and desperation across the urban landscape. Individual discoveries add specificity to general patterns. A pregnant woman was found in the Garden of the Fugitives, along with several others, all preserved in their final moments. Their positioning suggests they were attempting to escape together, but were overcome by the fourth pyroclastic surge. The group included children, indicating families stayed together during evacuation attempts. In another location, a wealthy household's remains showed the master had freed his slaves before death, based on broken manacles found nearby. This act of final humanity happened amid catastrophe, suggesting moral considerations persisted even as physical danger peaked. A gladiator barracks near the theatre district revealed bodies of gladiators still in their quarters, perhaps unable to leave because of locked doors, or perhaps choosing to remain in familiar territory rather than risk unknown streets. Each discovery adds nuance to understanding how different people responded to identical circumstances. The volcanic material itself preserves information beyond human remains. Carbonized food shows what people were eating when disaster struck. Pomegranates, chestnuts, and other autumn produce appear in multiple locations, supporting the October eruption date rather than the traditional August timing. This matters because seasonal weather affects evacuation conditions. October brings cooler temperatures and potentially rainy conditions. Heavy clothing found on some victims makes more sense in autumn than summer. Wine fermentation vessels in various stages of processing indicate harvest season was underway. These details help reconstruct not just what happened, but the environmental conditions affecting choices and movements. Written evidence also survived in unexpected ways. Carbonized wooden tablets preserved business records and personal letters. One tablet documented a loan transaction dated October 17th, suggesting the eruption occurred after that date. Another recorded a sale of property, including a description of earthquake damage, showing ongoing repairs from earlier seismic activity. Graffiti on walls captured moments from daily life in the weeks before eruption. Political campaign slogans remained visible. Personal messages between friends survived. One inscription jokes about someone's drinking habits. Another advertises gladiatorial games scheduled for future dates that would never arrive. These fragments of ordinary life make the catastrophe more tangible by showing normalcy existing alongside approaching doom. The preservation extended beyond objects and texts to include negative spaces carrying information. Wooden doors, furniture, and structural elements burned away but left voids showing their original forms. plaster casts of these voids reveal architectural details otherwise lost. Root systems of trees and plants left hollow channels mapping ancient gardens. Food impressions in ash show loaves of bread, fish, fruits. Even fabric textures survived in hardened volcanic deposits, allowing reconstruction of clothing styles. The city became an enormous time capsule where absence documented presence. What wasn't there became as informative as what remained. Scientific analysis of the volcanic deposits themselves clarifies the eruption sequence and its effects on human survival. The lowest layers contain white pumice from the initial Plinian column phase. This material accumulated to significant depth, collapsing roofs and filling streets. Above that lies grey pumice from continued column activity. Then come the surge deposits, showing multiple distinct events separated by time gaps. Each layer tells part of the story. The white pumice phase was survivable with proper shelter, but made movement increasingly difficult. The grey pumice phase continued the same pattern with slightly different composition. The surge deposits marked the transition from survivable to lethal conditions. Chemical analysis shows temperature variations between surges. X, planing different preservation states of organic materials and human remains. Comparison between Pompeii and Herculaneum reveals how location affected outcomes despite similar distances from the crater. Wind direction during early eruption phases spared Herculaneum from heavy ashfall that buried Pompeii. This meant Herculaneum residents had clearer conditions for evacuation initially. However, pyroclastic surges followed topographic channels that directed them toward Herculaneum. The city's position at the base of the mountain made it vulnerable to these flows. Pompeii's slightly greater distance and different position relative to mountain slopes gave it more protection from early surges, but exposed it to prolonged ashfall. These geographic factors created different survival scenarios. Herculaneum residents who evacuated early by sea had excellent chances. Those who delayed faced instant death when surges arrived. Pompeii residents had more time to leave, but faced deteriorating conditions that complicated evacuation. The role of chance becomes clear when examining specific locations and times. Someone leaving Pompeii at hour 15 of the eruption would have faced difficult but survivable conditions. The same person leaving at hour 20 would likely have died in the fourth surge. Someone sheltering in a stone building with a shallow-pitched roof might have survived the pumice phase. Someone in an identical building next door might have died when their roof collapsed under slightly greater ash accumulation. These variations mean similar decisions produce different outcomes based on factors beyond anyone's control or prediction. The archaeology shows this randomness preserved in spatial patterns where adjacent buildings show different destruction sequences and casualty patterns. Memory of the disaster spread through survivor accounts and official records. Pliny the Younger's letters to Tacitus, written decades after the eruption, preserved eyewitness description from Misenum across the bay. His uncle, Pliny the Elder, died during rescue attempts, making the account both personal and historical. Other Roman writers mentioned the eruption briefly, but focused mainly on portents and divine interpretations rather than physical details. The event became part of Roman consciousness as an example of nature's power and the god's will. However, specific information about Pompeii itself faded. The cities became referenced as cautionary examples, but not as living memories. Within a century, most Romans probably couldn't have described what Pompeii was like, or where exactly it had been located. The buried cities disappeared from active awareness while remaining present in landscape. The volcanic deposits raised ground level significantly, altering drainage patterns and agricultural possibilities. New settlements developed in the region, but not directly over the buried cities. Local farmers occasionally uncovered ancient walls or objects while working fields. These finds prompted no systematic investigation. The knowledge that cities lay beneath remained as vague tradition rather than precise information. Medieval and Renaissance scholars occasionally mentioned Pompeii based on ancient texts, but couldn't locate it. The connection between literary references and physical location broke completely. Rediscovery would eventually happen through accident rather than intentional search. Comparison with modern volcanic disasters shows similar patterns in human behavior and decision-making. The 1980 eruption of Mount St. Helens in Washington state killed 57 people, despite monitoring and evacuation orders. Some refused to leave property. Others entered restricted zones to retrieve belongings or check on assets. The psychology of disaster response hasn't changed fundamentally in 2 millennia. Mount Pinatubo's 1991 eruption in the Philippines succeeded in evacuating hundreds of thousands because of accurate prediction and effective communication. The death toll stayed relatively low despite the eruption's magnitude. This demonstrates that preparation and clear information save lives. Pompeii lacked both accurate understanding of volcanic hazards and coordinated evacuation infrastructure. The question of whether Pompeii could have been saved with modern knowledge has clear answers. Seismometers would have detected precursor earthquakes and interpreted them correctly. Tilt meters would have shown the mountain swelling as magma rose. Gas monitoring would have revealed increasing sulfur dioxide emissions. These indicators would have triggered evacuation orders days before the eruption. Modern transportation and communication would have enabled rapid, coordinated departure. The death toll would have approached 0 rather than thousands. However, this comparison is somewhat unfair. The Romans lacked not just the technology, but the conceptual framework for understanding volcanic processes. They couldn't have developed appropriate responses without first developing volcanic science, which required centuries of observation and theory development. What the Romans did understand was risk assessment based on experience. The 62 AD earthquake should have established that the region was geologically unstable. The ongoing repairs needed after that event demonstrated continuing seismic activity. Some wealthy residents responded by relocating, showing risk awareness existed. The general population's decision to remain and rebuild reflects different calculation. Economic opportunities in Pompeii outweighed perceived dangers. The fertile soil produced valuable crops. The port enabled profitable trade. The real estate had substantial value. Leaving meant abandoning these assets. Staying meant accepting some level of risk. This choice made economic sense until the eruption proved the risk was catastrophic rather than merely elevated. Modern Pompeii sits adjacent to the archaeological site, with thousands of residents living in the volcano's shadow. Vesuvius remains active with its last eruption in 1944. Current monitoring systems track seismic activity, gas emissions, and ground deformation. Evacuation plans exist for the hundreds of thousands of people living in the danger zone. Yet development continues in areas that would be devastated by a major eruption. The pattern repeats. Human settlement gravitates toward volcanic regions despite known dangers because volcanic soil is fertile and locations are often scenic and economically valuable. The knowledge gained from Pompeii's destruction hasn't prevented similar risk-taking in the same location. The lesson Pompeii offers transcends the specific disaster. Every generation assumes its risks are manageable because they've been managed before. The tremors had always stopped. The damage had always been repairable. The mountain had always been just a mountain. This assumption held until it suddenly didn't. You see this pattern in every disaster where warning signs accumulated but were dismissed. The normalization of danger is perhaps humanity's most consistent vulnerability. The survivors who rebuilt their lives elsewhere carried forward what they'd learned. Some inscriptions suggest these refugees became cautious about settlement locations, avoiding volcanic regions even when soil quality attracted others. Whether this caution lasted beyond one generation is unclear. Memory fades. New populations arrive without experiencing the event that shaped the previous community's choices. Archaeological evidence from Pompeii reveals one more layer to the escape story. The distribution of valuables left behind shows interesting patterns. Wealthy homes often contain fewer portable treasures than expected, suggesting owners had time to pack. Middle-class homes show more random distributions, some stripped bare, others fully stocked, indicating varied departure timing and priorities. The poorest areas show little evidence either way since these residents owned few portable valuables to track. This distribution supports the conclusion that the wealthiest residents evacuated earliest and most successfully. They had resources, transportation, alternative properties, and social networks that facilitated rapid departure. The merchant class followed, some successfully, others caught by delays or poor decisions. The poorest residents and enslaved population had the fewest options and highest casualty rates. Disaster always hits unequally. The body casts created by archaeologists pouring plaster into voids left by decomposed remains show people in various positions and locations. Some are alone, others in groups. Some appear to have been running, others huddled in corners or doorways. These positions tell individual stories of final moments, but collectively they map the geography of survival attempts. Clustering near gates and along main streets suggests people were moving toward exits when overtaken. Bodies in interior rooms indicate shelter choices. The distribution isn't random. It reflects logical decisions made under extreme stress. What the casts don't show is equally important. The majority of the population isn't represented in these remains. Most people aren't there because they left. The evacuation succeeded for most, failed for thousands, but succeeded for most. This distinction matters because it changes the story from inevitable doom to a disaster where choices and timing determined outcomes. Some made decisions that saved them, others made decisions, equally logical given available information, that didn't. Modern volcanology owes significant debt to Pompeii's preservation. The study of pyroclastic phenomena advanced dramatically once scientists could examine physical evidence of surge effects. The term Plinian eruption honors Pliny the Younger's detailed observations, now recognized as the first scientific description of this eruption type. The layering patterns in Pompeii's burial deposits helped establish how volcanic material travels and settles. This knowledge saves lives today when similar eruptions threaten populated areas. The evacuation of areas near Mount Pinatubo in 1991 succeeded partly because volcanologists understood pyroclastic surge behavior from studying Pompeii. They knew these surges travel farther and faster than visual appearance suggests. They knew temperature remains lethal well beyond the visible flow front. They knew surges follow topography, preferring valleys and low areas. All these insights came from forensic analysis of Pompeii's destruction. The ancient city became a laboratory for understanding forces that killed its residents. The inscription found in 2018 that suggests an October date, rather than August, changes some practical details about the eruption experience. October, weather would have been cooler, with shorter days. People would have been wearing heavier clothing, which appears consistent with textile remains. The fall harvest would have been underway, meaning many residents might have been working in fields outside the city when the eruption began. This could partly explain the high survival rate. If significant population was already dispersed into the countryside, they had head starts on evacuation that city residents lacked. The dating question remains unresolved, but it illustrates how archaeological details continue refining our understanding. Each new excavation, each analytical technique applied to old finds, potentially reshapes the picture. What seems certain today may be revised tomorrow. The story of Pompeii's final hours will likely never be completely settled. Too much evidence was lost to the eruption itself, or to centuries of treasure hunting before systematic archaeology began. What remains certain is the fundamental narrative. A mountain that had seemed dormant proved catastrophically active. A population accustomed to minor seismic events failed to recognize escalating danger. When eruption began, some residents evacuated immediately, while others delayed. Early evacuees overwhelmingly survived. Those who delayed faced increasingly deadly conditions. The transition from survivable to unsurvivable happened rapidly, measured in hours rather than days. By the second morning, no evacuation was possible. The city that had been home to thousands became a tomb for thousands. The preservation that makes Pompeii archaeologically valuable resulted from the same processes that killed residents who remained. The pyroclastic surges that proved instantly fatal also sealed the city under material that prevented decay. The bodies that became haunting casts were protected by the burial that killed them. This paradox makes Pompeii simultaneously a cemetery and a museum, a disaster site and an invaluable historical resource. Visitors walking Pompeii's excavated streets today follow paths last used by people fleeing for their lives. The wheel ruts in stone streets were made partly by carts carrying evacuees and their possessions. The stepping stones that let pedestrians cross streets without walking through drainage channels were last used by people moving toward gates and survival. The city, frozen in time, isn't really frozen. It's a snapshot of movement, of departure, of a community in the process of dissolution. The most powerful legacy isn't the physical preservation, but the reminder of human vulnerability to natural forces. We build sophisticated monitoring systems and evacuation plans, but we still choose to live in dangerous places. The region around Vesuvius remains densely populated. Naples, with over 3 million people in its metropolitan area, sits well within range of pyroclastic surges from a major eruption. Monitoring systems would provide warning, but evacuating millions from a complex urban area would be extraordinarily difficult. The question isn't whether Vesuvius will erupt again. Volcanologists consider it a certainty. The question is when, and whether modern civilization can execute evacuation plans more successfully than ancient Pompeii managed with no plans at all. Current estimates suggest evacuation would need to begin days before eruption, based on precursor signals. Whether authorities would order such evacuation, and whether residents would comply, remains uncertain. The same psychological factors that kept people in Pompeii operate today. The excavation of Pompeii continues, with roughly 1/3 of the city still buried. Each new section uncovered adds details to our understanding of that final day. Recent excavations have focused on areas along the city walls, where evidence of evacuation attempts concentrates. These areas may eventually reveal more about escape routes, timing, and decision-making. The story isn't finished because the archaeological work isn't finished. What Pompeii ultimately teaches is that catastrophe is often predictable in hindsight, but opaque in the moment. The people who died weren't foolish or irrational. They made reasonable decisions based on available information and past experience. Their tragedy was that past experience proved an unreliable guide to unprecedented events. The mountain that had always been safe proved deadly. The tremors that had always stopped escalated. The shelter that had always protected became a trap. In the end, the difference between those who survived and those who didn't came down to timing, resources, and luck. Early departure saved most. Delayed departure killed thousands. No amount of courage or determination could overcome the physics of superheated gas traveling faster than humans can run. The lesson is both simple and difficult to accept. When nature demonstrates escalating danger, the only rational response is immediate retreat. Waiting to see what happens, hoping conditions improve, or attempting to preserve property all increase mortality risk dramatically. The city that vanished in volcanic fury emerged from volcanic burial to teach lessons its residents learned too late. those lessons remain relevant wherever humans build communities in the shadow of natural hazards. The question Pompeii poses to every generation is whether we'll learn from history or repeat its mistakes. The answer, so far, suggests we underestimate danger until it becomes undeniable. By then, for some, it's already too late. The final silence arrived gradually, not all at once. As the last surge settled and volcanic material stopped falling, the landscape had transformed so completely that recognition became impossible. Where streets had been, there were now undulating deposits of hardened ash and pumice. Where rooftops had marked the city's skyline, there was only a grey plain, slightly elevated above the surrounding countryside. The topography itself had been rewritten. In the immediate aftermath, survivors who'd reached safety in surrounding cities had no way to assess what remained. Visibility across the bay stayed obscured by suspended ash for days. When the air finally cleared enough to see across the distance, what they saw was absence. The familiar outline of Pompeii against the landscape had vanished. The mountain itself looked different, its profile altered by the violence of eruption. Some refugees attempted to return within weeks. They found the approach routes buried or impassable. The Sarno River had changed course, its banks choked with volcanic debris. Roads that had led to city gates now ended at featureless slopes of compacted material. A few determined individuals tried digging down, hoping to reach their properties. The depth and hardness of the deposits defeated these efforts quickly. The volcanic material, initially loose and hot, had settled and cooled into something approaching rock. Hand tools made little progress. The Roman government sent officials to assess the damage and the possibility of recovery. Their reports, now lost, apparently concluded that reconstruction was impractical. The burial was too deep, the material too difficult to remove, and the risk of future eruptions too significant. Imperial funds that might have gone toward rebuilding were instead directed to refugee assistance in other cities. Pompeii and Herculaneum were effectively written off as total losses. Property rights became a legal curiosity. Technically, landowners still held title to their buried estates. Practically, that ownership meant nothing. You couldn't access the property, couldn't build on it, couldn't farm it. The land existed in a legal limbo that probably generated court cases and bureaucratic confusion for years. Eventually, as original owners died and inheritance passed to people who'd never seen the cities, even the legal claims faded into irrelevance. The buried material itself underwent changes over time. Rain percolated through the deposits, carrying minerals that gradually cemented loose particles together. What had been layers of ash and pumice became a solid mass more like tufa or concrete. This hardening process, while it made excavation more difficult centuries later, also improved preservation. The material formed a protective seal that excluded air and water from the structures beneath. Vegetation slowly colonized the new surface. Grasses first, then shrubs, eventually trees. Within decades, the burial site looked like natural hillside rather than catastrophe zone. Farmers began working the edges where volcanic material was thinner and had weathered into soil. The incredible fertility of volcanic deposits, once broken down by weathering and biological processes, eventually made the region agriculturally productive again. This created a cruel irony, where the same eruption that destroyed communities also enriched the land for future generations. Local memory of the exact locations faded surprisingly fast. People knew that cities lay buried somewhere in the area. Occasionally, farmers or construction workers uncovered ancient walls or objects. But precise knowledge of where Pompeii's Forum had stood or where Herculaneum's theatre had been located was lost within a century. The Roman world experienced so many disasters, rebellions, and political upheavals that individual catastrophes, even major ones, receded into generalized historical memory. Written sources kept the names alive. Pliny's account circulated among educated Romans. Other writers mentioned the eruption as an example of nature's power, but these references became disconnected from geographical specificity. Medieval scholars reading ancient texts knew Pompeii had existed and had been destroyed by Vesuvius, but they couldn't have pointed to its location on a map with any confidence. The modern rediscovery began accidentally in the late 16th century, when architect Domenico Fontana was digging a canal and struck ancient walls. He recorded the find, but didn't pursue it. Systematic excavation didn't begin until 1748, nearly 17 centuries after the eruption. Even then, early excavators treated the site as a quarry for art and artifacts, rather than a historical resource requiring careful documentation. Tunneling through the hardened deposits, they extracted statues, mosaics, and precious metals while destroying contextual information. The damage done by treasure hunters in the 18th and 19th centuries rivals what the eruption itself destroyed. Giuseppe Fiorelli's directorship from 1863 brought scientific methodology to the excavations. His plaster casting technique revealed the human cost in ways previous excavation hadn't. Suddenly, the disaster had faces and forms. The casts showed people in positions that told stories about their final moments and choices. A mother sheltering children, a man with hands raised to protect his face, a dog still chained, unable to flee. These images transformed public perception of Pompeii from archaeological site to human tragedy. Modern excavation continues at a careful, deliberate pace. Technology has improved, but the work remains painstaking. Each layer must be documented before removal. Artifacts must be catalogued and preserved. Structures require stabilization to prevent collapse once exposed to air and weather. The excavation timeline extends across generations, with significant portions of the city still awaiting revelation. What archaeology has revealed so far confirms the basic narrative while adding countless details. The distribution of remains shows clustering in areas that made sense as refugees. The absence of remains in most structures indicates successful evacuation. The objects left behind map priorities and timing. Valuables missing from wealthy homes suggest organized departure. Food left on tables indicates sudden abandonment. Tools scattered in workshops show work interrupted mid-task. The scientific study of victims' remains has provided uncomfortable insights into the physical experience of death during pyroclastic surges. Forensic analysis shows that temperatures were sufficient to cause instant death through thermal shock. The brain and other organs would have experienced such rapid heating that death occurred before pain signals could be processed. This provides some small comfort regarding suffering, though it doesn't diminish the tragedy of lives cut short. Chemical analysis of deposits has allowed reconstruction of the eruption sequence with remarkable precision. Each layer represents a specific phase of volcanic activity. The sequence shows how conditions evolved from dangerous to unsurvivable. The timeline that emerged from this analysis clarifies why evacuation timing mattered so critically. Early hours offered multiple viable escape routes. Middle hours saw options narrowing. Final hours left no survivable choices for anyone still within the city. Comparison between Pompeii and Herculaneum reveals how small differences in location created large differences in outcomes. Herculaneum's position closer to the volcano meant earlier arrival of lethal surges. Pompeii's slightly greater distance provided more evacuation time. But Pompeii received heavier ashfall due to wind patterns, creating different hazards. Neither location offered perfect safety. Both demanded early recognition of danger and immediate response. The question of whether modern Pompeii, the town adjacent to the archaeological site, faces similar risk has clear answers. Vesuvius remains an active volcano. Its last eruption in 1944 was relatively minor, but demonstrated continuing volcanic activity. Seismic monitoring detects ongoing magma movement beneath the mountain. Geologists consider a future major eruption not just possible, but probable, though timing remains unpredictable. Current evacuation plans for the Naples metropolitan area account for millions of residents living within potential pyroclastic surge range. These plans rely on seismic precursors providing sufficient warning for organized evacuation. Whether such warning will actually occur and whether evacuation can be executed successfully remains uncertain. The plans assume rational behavior under stress and effective governmental coordination. Both assumptions may prove optimistic when tested. The parallel between ancient and modern risk calculation is striking. Today's residents make the same basic choice ancient Pompeians made, accepting volcanic risk in exchange for economic opportunity and quality of life. The fertile soil, scenic location, and cultural richness of the region continue attracting settlement despite known dangers. Modern technology provides monitoring and warning systems unavailable in Roman times, but it doesn't eliminate the fundamental vulnerability. What separates contemporary Naples from ancient Pompeii is primarily information. We understand volcanic processes, we can detect precursor activity. We know what pyroclastic surges are and how they behave. We've mapped likely flow paths and identified high-risk zones. This knowledge should translate into better outcomes, but only if people act on it. The archaeological record from Pompeii suggests that knowing danger exists and responding appropriately to that danger are different things. The survivors who rebuilt lives elsewhere carried forward lessons about risk and resilience. Some inscriptions suggest these refugees avoided settling in volcanic regions afterward. Whether this caution persisted beyond one generation is unclear. Human memory of disaster typically fades within a few decades. New populations arrive without experiencing the events that shaped previous communities' choices. The cycle of settlement, catastrophe, and resettlement continues wherever natural hazards and human desires for land intersect. Pompeii's preservation offers something unique among archaeological sites, a cross-section of ordinary life frozen in a specific moment. Most ancient sites show accumulated changes across centuries. Pompeii shows a single day. This temporal specificity makes it invaluable for understanding Roman society, but it also means we're viewing an anomaly. The city wasn't typical. It was a city in crisis, experiencing extraordinary circumstances. Conclusions drawn from Pompeii must account for this distortion. The ethical questions surrounding excavation and display of human remains periodically resurface. The plaster casts showing people in their final moments are powerful educational tools, but they're also depictions of real individuals who died traumatically. How these remains should be treated, whether they should be displayed, and what respect is owed to victims across such temporal distance generates ongoing debate. There are no easy answers. The casts teach important lessons about disaster and human vulnerability, but they also commodify tragedy for tourism. The commercial aspect of Pompeii creates tensions between preservation and access. The site attracts millions of visitors annually, generating significant revenue. But visitor traffic damages fragile structures and frescoes. Balancing public interest against conservation needs requires constant negotiation. Some areas remain closed to protect them. Others have been restored repeatedly as exposure to weather and tourism takes its toll. The excavation created preservation challenges that continue indefinitely. Climate change adds new threats to the buried and partially excavated city. More intense rainfall events increase water infiltration and erosion. Temperature fluctuations expand and contract materials, causing structural stress. The volcanic deposits that preserved Pompeii are now slowly degrading it through chemical and physical weathering. Conservators fight ongoing battles against natural processes that will eventually reclaim the site, regardless of human intervention. The story of Pompeii's last 48 hours ultimately resists simple conclusions. It wasn't a story of heroism or cowardice, wisdom or foolishness. It was a story of normal people making reasonable decisions under extraordinary and rapidly changing circumstances. Most decisions led to survival. Some led to death. The difference often came down to factors beyond individual control: timing, location, physical capability, access to resources. The evacuation succeeded for the majority because enough people recognized danger early and acted on that recognition. The high survival rate contradicts popular narratives of total annihilation, but aligns with archaeological evidence. Most residents aren't found in the ruins because they left. The approximately 2,000 victims represent the minority who stayed too long or couldn't leave. This distinction matters because it changes the story from inevitable tragedy to preventable disaster where choices mattered. What couldn't be prevented was the eruption itself. Vesuvius was going to erupt regardless of human awareness or preparation. What could be prevented was the death toll. With different decisions or better information, more people would have survived. With worse decisions or less warning, more would have died. The outcome wasn't predetermined. It was the sum of thousands of individual choices made across those final hours. The buried city now serves as both memorial and laboratory. It memorializes the people who died there while providing data for understanding volcanic processes and disaster response. This dual function ensures Pompeii remains relevant nearly 2 millennia after its destruction. The lessons it teaches about risk perception, decision-making under uncertainty, and human vulnerability to natural forces apply wherever people build communities in hazardous locations. The excavation work continues, slowly revealing more of the city. Each new section adds details to our understanding while raising new questions. The story of Pompeii's final hours will never be completely known. Too much evidence was destroyed or lost, but the outline is clear enough. A mountain exploded. A city emptied. Most residents escaped. Some didn't. The ones who stayed became part of the archaeological record, preserved by the same forces that killed them. The silence that settled over Pompeii after the final surge remains today in the excavated streets. Walking those streets now means traversing a landscape of absence, where the normal sounds of urban life have been replaced by the shuffling of tourists and the occasional explanation from tour guides. The city that once hummed with commerce, conversation, and daily routine is now profoundly quiet. Its population replaced by visitors who come to witness what happened when one mountain, one day, rewrote the fate of thousands. Human stories always continue past the catastrophe, but Pompeii's story ended abruptly. The community that had existed there for centuries ceased to exist in a single day. The survivors carried forward memory and identity, but the physical place became a tomb. The streets where children had played and merchants had bargained now lie under excavation trenches and protective barriers. The houses where families had lived through generations sit open to sky. Their roofs collapsed under volcanic material or removed by archaeologists. What Pompeii ultimately represents is the fragility of human settlement and the permanence of natural forces. We build cities, create communities, accumulate possessions, and assume continuity. Usually that assumption proves correct. Occasionally it doesn't. When natural forces exceed human capacity to withstand them, the result is catastrophe. The scale varies, but the pattern remains consistent across time and culture. The final lesson from those 48 hours is perhaps the most difficult to accept. Safety often requires abandoning what we value most. The people who survived left behind homes, businesses, possessions, and sometimes even family members who couldn't travel. They chose life over property, future over past. That choice saved them. The ones who tried to preserve what they'd built, who delayed departure to secure valuables or protect assets, often didn't survive. The calculation seems obvious in hindsight, but was genuinely difficult in the moment. As night settles over the excavated ruins now, the ancient city returns to darkness similar to what its final residents experienced. The difference is that this darkness is peaceful, interrupted only by security lighting and the distant sounds of modern Naples. No ash falls, no mountain roars. The danger has passed, replaced by scholarly study and tourist curiosity. The last 48 hours of ancient Pompeii have become an eternal present, frozen in volcanic deposits and archaeological interpretation, teaching lessons to generations who will never experience anything comparable, yet who live daily with risks they've learned to ignore. The mountain still stands, still active, still capable of repeating what it did in 79. The city still sleeps beneath partial excavation, still holding secrets in sections yet to be uncovered. The story remains unfinished because both the archaeology and the volcanic threat continue. What happened then could happen again. Whether modern society would respond more successfully than ancient Pompeii remains an open question that will only be answered when tested.